was the style of the times in the ISU. So one could see that not playing particularly well in the 20th century, but then let's ask why. If you were to make a list called genocide, attempted genocide, atrocities, war crimes, and all these things that fall broadly under that heading involving us, if you sort of make a list of the 20th and 21st centuries, how many of the, let's just call them the perpetrators of the acts, did we do it? Only. And if they do, how many of them do so in unqualified ways? Because sometimes the evidence is so figure out how to work around facts, so they start flashing. The numbers are inflated, or there are mitigating circumstances, or what have you. Here's what makes life so complicated. Sometimes they're right. If you look at the history of the 20th century, you know, start off relatively quickly with some of the more famous genocide or attempted genocide, or alleged attempted genocide in history, and going from there. We have spent more than 100 years now as a global society trying to codify rules and laws and courts of adjudication and systems and organizations to help create rules about atrocities and war and genocide and killing and crimes against humanity. Right? You could create a timeline. You start with all the hate conventions and things like that. But you go all the way through the League of Nations creation. You can get to the United Nations creation. You can get to the Nuremberg and Tokyo trials. There's all these sorts of things. And now we have this extensive body and many of these global organizations created in large part in reaction to horrible atrocities and genocide and things that must never happen again. And yet, we might see what we think would happen if it happened again. We spent an enormous amount of time and human effort on a fantastic cause, right? Let's never have a final solution, for example, happen again. So what if it happens tomorrow? And of course, if this is going to be some sort of analogy, you have to imagine it happens in a powerful state. If it happens in Albania, there'll be no problem. The bombing will start soon afterwards. There'll be invasion. If it involves a significant crime against humanity, it involves an important ethnic group that in many countries, have an interest in this. Jewish folks are an example of that. Then it's going to be a different situation. If we're talking about a people that almost nobody really knows about in some faraway place, and they're being persecuted by a powerful state, the ramifications of confronting, would not be like Albania committing to some major stuff. You can do anything today if the Holocaust number 2 starts confirmed. If it's China or Russia, apologies to both those nations, but you will not be powerful countries on that issue. If they start killing 1 million or 2 million of some unpopular minority that most of us don't know a lot about, don't have a whole lot of dogs in that fight, how will all these wonderful organizations that they have created over more than 100 years, how well is this mechanism going to put into place and function to stop something like that? The people at the time get quite a bit of blame for not doing more to stop the Holocaust or atrocities that happened all throughout the Second World War on many major fronts. But I think we sometimes forget how hard it is to do that. We have many more mechanisms and tools at our disposal created in many cases specifically for this purpose that I still think, and remember, I'm not cautiously optimistic personality. I'm cautiously pessimistic. I'm not all hardcore cynical pessimistic, but I'm mildly both. And I think the state is powerful enough. You can have, the weaker version of the final solution happen over the next year, and the world kind of sit around and look at each other most of the time, going, sanctions maybe? What should we do? I bring that up because we're coming to a part of the story where let's call it a milestone, or a potential milestone on that timeline that begins maybe in the 20th century it's going to now, concerning these kinds of events. And look at your newspaper today. We still haven't figured out how to deal with this. We just have these problems in the Middle East where everybody's going, how do we deal with this humanitarian crisis? When the former Yugoslavia broke up, you had a genocide in Rwanda going on, and everybody looking at each other thinking to themselves, what do we need to do here? Meanwhile, the killings are every day, and everybody's sort of deliberating, everybody's got to consider, their own personal country's strategic interests, and, we can all pose these questions. It's all understandable, but it boils down to the same thing. If this is 1943, and this is how we're behaving, more Jewish people than Gypsies and homosexuals and Polish people and priests are dying every day. And yet, what's a responsible speech? And what's a responsible level of force we can expect nation states to employ in situations like this? So as we ask ourselves that question, we realize that the people in the pre-Second World War era had less in the way of tools, and less in the way of structures, and probably less in the way of leverage and companies that we have now completely. And they're confronted with a similar sort of situation. By the way, this is one still today, and it's still controversial. And that's why I brought up the point about denial or minimization or rationalization when it comes to questions of atrocity. When last we spoke, we were talking about the Battle of Shanghai, a little known battle, by the way, in the West, but as participants like to point out, by the time it's done, and it went on like 3 months, something like that, you had as many dead on the Chinese side as either side kind of, really but at the Battle of Verdun in the First World War, it was sort of the battle that went on longer. The strategy of the Battle of Shanghai was influenced by global public opinion, or a desire to influence global public opinion. Chiang Kai-shek and the Chinese wanted to prove that the Chinese could put up a fight against the Japanese, and they wanted to send a message to the world that we're here, we can resist, if you want to help us, it's a worthwhile investment, and it's awful, and you should help us. There were photographs making up the global community stories, accounts from Westerners. Shanghai had quite a lot of Westerners in it. And so the Chinese threw in all their best stuff that they had stockpiled for a long time. In other words, they were going to shoot off all of their fireworks at once to make the biggest bang they could make and see if they could attract global attention. Yeah, they did so. The upside of this is they did. The downside of this is when it's gone, it's gone. And when the Japanese, after several months of fighting, launched an amphibious invasion and opened up another front on the city of Shanghai, that's the story in terms of resistance. The Chinese resistance collapses, they suffer casualties, they're out of stuff, and they stream routing, trying to get their act together towards the capital of Nanjing. The Japanese are close on their heels, and as they chase them, an atrocity begins to occur. Now let me back up here because I was fascinated in what I got pulled down the rabbit hole reading about the various points of view on what history called, some people call the rape of Nanking, other people call the Nanking incident, the atrocities, and the reason there are all these different names is because it's really controversial. In fact, it's about as controversial as all those other genocide, war crimes, and atrocities that you will see on your Wikipedia timeline of the start of the 20th century. Those the people accused of the crime, and after you did it, well, after you talk about it, 20% is always the deal. But most people, let's think it's defensive. Let's understand it's a human thing. And let's understand just how widespread it is. Every now and then, but regularly, you will see a news story involving the Japanese education system. The story is always the same. The Japanese textbooks, specifically the history textbooks, are whitewashing doing something. Whitewashing, downplaying, covering up Japanese atrocities during this aggressive period in the Second World War and Second World War era. Oftentimes these complaints will come from people who suffered at the hands of Japanese aggression in China, the Philippines, the entire area around Malaysia. I mean, there's a bunch of places that were in the Japanese orbit for a time, and those are often the people that get angry when Japanese atrocities are downplayed. The people that are sometimes the most angry are the Americans who fought in that war, veterans from Australia, Canada, Great Britain. All these people want the Japanese to confront what they did. So here's the way I want to portray it in human terms. We have similar textbook issues here in the United States, and many other countries do too, and they often revolve around history class for middle school, junior high school, and high school. only country that series are portrayed. And in the United States, we often have controversies because the nasty things that happened in the past are downplayed or sometimes excised altogether, and the more patriotic things are played up. Now, the Japanese will often come back with a similar sort of response, partly the political, but also the right-wing and the patriot side of both countries actually have similar views on what they want to portray in their textbooks. They want their people portrayed positively, creating a sense of citizenship, pride in your heritage, all that kind of stuff, and appreciation for the things that make your people special. And then I do find it sort of ironic that if you went to the people in my country, Europe, and asked them about Japanese textbooks, they would definitely want the Japanese in most cases to have to confront these sorts of things. Right? The real pages in the United States are pretty aware of Japanese content in the Second World War against our true criminalism, and they want that shown. But if you then try to put the shoe on the other foot, say, okay, in our own history, so we're talking about the Vietnam War, how much full color photography and witness account maybe devote to something like the My Lai massacre? If you don't know about the My Lai massacre, in 1968, Vietnam War, American soldiers went into a hamlet or village, and when they came out, 300 to 500 to 50 men, women, and children were dead. Rapes occurred. It was very, very nasty. There is the reason for it had to become serious. 10 years afterwards, because of the fact that we were actually just like everyone else. We were not this special Lone Ranger coming and save the world in a couple of world wars and build it afterwards with the Marshall Plan, defended during the Cold War. I mean, we were all those things too. But if you had said to American people in the 30s or 40s that Americans would do a real type thing, I think it find it hard to believe. I think that men in combat, although we were never great, it's a business thing. But I think what they would say is that in a certain situation, from the company are predictable. And when there is a lack of strong leadership in those situations, they can become deadly. I'd like to draw a distinction between two kinds of atrocities here. We saw both kinds in the Second World War, by the way, and trying to make the two of them not only twisted some of the post-war war crime trials into knots, but affects us even today. The difference between a top-down atrocity of the sort, for example, that Hitler and the Nazis would do as the final solution, the kind of a clear unit would be for a Babylonian final solution, a top-down order, if you're the guy on the ground, you're killing people and executing people and committing an atrocity, you're ordered to, for the kind that happens of the sort, for example, that the ancient Roman/Latin historian pacifist says happened during the Roman Civil War, a city called Cremona. This was a story that he wrote about, and he's almost contemporary. And the story basically goes, it's a story about troops when they get their bloodlust up. And it reminds us that, people can be venal too, and large groups that can come out even in a more pronounced way. And what made Cremona so terrible is it's snapping at the city, which is what the destruction of Babylon was, and what the destruction of the city of Mary James can do. That was back in the Second World War. Snapping at the city. And pacifist says that these soldiers wanted to sack the city, that they were worried that the city would surrender, and if it surrendered to their commander, the Roman general, well, then he got destroyed. So the army, pacifist says, and he was a veteran, right, really wanted the city to not surrender, so they could leave it. The city did surrender. It was a Roman city, by the way, and the citizens in it were Roman. The Roman army outside the city still wanted to leave the city. So they did it. Which I obey. The account was one of the really accounts in the world. And it's funny though, because if you took out the particulars, it would probably work as a reasonable description of 10,000 exactly history. Destruction of Cremona soldiers, after surrendering, 40,000 armed men forced their way into the city. Neither rank nor year saved the victims from indiscriminate torture in which rape alternated with murder and murder with rape. Graybeards and frail old women who had no grown girl or good-looking lad who crossed their path were pulled back in a violent tug-of-war between the would-be captors. The leader, trailing a hoard of money or temple offerings of massive gold, was often cut to pieces by others who were stronger. In their hands they held firebrands, which once they got their spoil away, they wantonly flung into empty houses and rifled temples. There was a diversity of wild desires, differing conceptions of what was lawful and nothing hard. Cremona lasted for 4 days. End quote. It would be a mistake in thinking that this is some particularly wrong or particularly ancient. There's something that goes on in certain situations, and you can reliably see it again and again. The Iron Age destruction of Babylon, because this was the show. Encouraging a lot of people, especially if you like this stuff. Some of the man-king stuff is positive with Kennedy assassination. Yes. A lot of people love that stuff, and one of them, Breaking, the man came across in 1937, complicating the picture, has different scholars writing this chapter from a wide range of people, and one of the things that the Japanese editor of the book studying the production is that several live weapons, some of them face-to-face with their writings, research, into and lectures on this topic. Don't have a whole lot of people. I'll give you an example of the problem. This is the fan base that trying to talk about this. You can only make a graph of the language of what the cat told you in December and onward for months. On one side of the spectrum, you have the Japanese people who claim to be classic deniers, who consider everything that's really talking about caused by a combination of contemporary wartime propaganda and a lot of Marxist stuff, especially by leftist Japanese Marxist teachers who are polluting the minds of their own children. I mean, the super entry point of view is a huge conspiracy that would probably resonate with the public. Probably all. He said during the conversation, like the Jewish folks that this phrase was originally applied to, the Japanese is really intense. They're like everybody else, more so, or just like anybody else. The passion for the Jews, said about dispersing the reputation of the imperial Japanese army and the country. Especially if they don't think they deserve it. So on one side of the spectrum here, you find that 45 people died in this man-thing thing, and those may have been justified one way. Now on the far opposite end of the scale in the spectrum, you have Chinese official government line. They've actually carved a number of their numbers into the rock. I saw a picture of it. It's a little like the attempt is to create, it's pretty clear, a number that has the same sort of intellectual resonance with the way that the 6 million number is the Holocaust. Everybody was a nice round number, and eventually people go, oh, yeah, the Holocaust, not 6 million people died there. The Chinese are trying to do this, the man cost, and the numbers that they settled on 300,000. Yeah. And there are Chinese historians that must acknowledge you maybe not operating but there are Chinese historians that will bump that number between 150,000 ranges their views on this subject. That's why it's really difficult to talk about, because it's not just that it didn't happen, yes it did thing, it's, well sure it did, but it only happened here, or yes it did, but it only happened in these things. I mean, just the lawyerly breakdown over the geographical boundaries where someone who dies in this quadrant counts as a man-made atrocity casualty, and someone who dies outside that quadrant doesn't. I mean, it gets silly like that. The Chinese historians point out that supposedly this is why China didn't make a huge deal specifically over the Nanking situation in the first few decades after the war, was because this was more par for the course than not. And part of the way you get some of these really large number counts is the Chinese sometimes include soldiers from the Battle of Shanghai who died, in part because the Japanese only of the battle executed them there. This is another part of the gradient in the discussion of who can count. If you're talking about soldiers, did they count an atrocity? Well, what if a bunch of different people have different opinions along the spectrum? Now, if you're looking for a mid-range to try to get sort of a little ballast on this question, a lot of the mainstream historians will range from like 100,000 dead to 250,000 dead, and that is a huge number, no matter which it is. The other question that always comes up in a case like this, and this is connected to the Nazi situation in Europe, but is who's responsible? Where does the responsibility lie? Because often and sometimes it's valid compared to the sacking of Cremona, where you have troops with a loss of institutional control, maybe on the part of the leaders, or it's callous disregard for the plight of people, that your lower level troops were despoiled, and whatever it might be. If you're that, some people will make the case that all of this is premeditated, might well have been Nazi stuff. Once again, you could divide it into separate civilians, but there's an interesting little bridge between the two, and that's soldiers who dress up as civilians. Now, before we get into this bridge, you're entitled to know how I come to my position in my response. To me, my normal approach is to put myself in other people's viewpoints, try to see their perspective, but trying to see the perspective of the sides of the more trying to engage myself. I think you should point it out, and I have a very hard time putting myself in other circumstances involved. For example, this was a very unusual incident in the Second Sino-Japanese War, or the Second World War. I think that'd be classic wartime propaganda. I mean, those people might have a point. The problem is that the Japanese Army and Navy non-insurgency is a repeat offender in this war of the Sino-Japanese War, Second World War. By the way, by 1937, a lot of people think Japan, a lot of people around the team always started with the invasion of Poland. But since then, a lot of the things have shifted because, really, 1937, the Japanese are in World War II, the other powers get on the Japanese starting the Second World War. And in this case, the Japanese will behave toward the Chinese atrociously. And you have to really write off a ton of evidence, including your own soldiers and commanders' diaries, if you want to explain the way. You also have to deal with the remembrances of combat veterans from pretty much every power that fought the Japanese in the Second World War, where atrocious behavior and a certain brutal level of conduct was always remarkable. And that's after you factor out racism and hatred of the soldiers by all that other stuff. There's a ton of evidence. And the questions over why, what's going on here, have been ongoing. And they sort of, in a smaller way, parallel the ones going on after the Second World War with the Nazis. That seems like a different experiment, all because I think what people were trying to figure out was, how did you get this to turn off the war? No, they were trying to figure out motivations and how you did it in the Second World War and afterwards. And let's remember, the Japanese public knew very little of this stuff. Although some of the stuff that they did know and sort of celebrate was going to be used by Western fans. For example, There's a famous incident where two soldiers were having, supposedly, this is in the Japanese news media, a contest, a Chinese headshoting contest. And the tally was being kept score regularly beneath it. This guy's up to 75 now. Oh, but 3 hits today by the other guy. He takes the lead. And it was always used as evidence that, you're looking for a sign that this brutality happened. Well, my goodness, they were celebrating in Japan's newspapers. Turns out most historians that I've been reading that never happened. And when it was a recipient of the press's desire to whip up an interesting story that got people interested in it, it does, of course, raise the question about an audience who thought that that was celebrated. There have been regulations forever, and the early ones during the war were always just racist and cultural. This is just how the Japanese are. Since then, there have been a lot of interesting ones, including one from Japan. And I just one of them. They'll talk about the brutality in the Japanese army, where apparently being punched in the face hard with a closed fist by your superior is not uncommon. There's plenty of reports about people having to commit execution for the killing of civil government as part of the sort of blood issue. It's a very old-fashioned idea. Once again, a lot of the things the Japanese are going to be in trouble for in the Second World War are things that people didn't even bat an eyelash 500 years ago. In fact, 500 years ago, they wouldn't have known it ever happened outside of a very close geographical area. That's another thing that's different about Manhattan. There's telegraphs there. There's embassies. There's Westerners. There's U.S. and British. Oh, shit. The Yangtze River. The real world outside this area is going to hear about what's happening inside. And they're going to hear about it while it's going on. It's a thoroughly modern situation that we have seen over and over again. There will be some terrible atrocity, crisis, humanitarian disaster, genocide, war crime going on somewhere in the world and unfolding in real time. And all the great powers are kind of under the gun at that point. When everybody's just like, if something has to be done or more people will die. But the world, global geopolitical powers rarely react at speed on these kind of things. But it's been a little bit of an unsolvable problem. You see it in Nanking for sure, because what's going to happen there with unsolvable material disease? The world will be put into a moral quandary over what to do. So picking up the story, after the Battle of Shanghai, the Chinese forces retreat toward the capital, Nanjing, 140, 150 miles west of Shanghai. And during the retreat, the Japanese elements are trying to surround China. So this is a fight with the Japanese in hot pursuit. There are also civilians along the path. Chaos and bedlam, claustrophobia and panic. And, I've seen war footage since that time that really get a sense, and the camera gets you those effects, of a combination of things that must have been working in people too. The fluidity of the situation, like everything is moving quickly and you're in the middle of it. And also the complete lack of knowledge about what's going on outside your field of vision or whatever the person next to you can say. The combination of those two things is panic-inducing. So imagine a sort of a bedlam as this line of humanity pursued by the Japanese runs toward Nanking. The Japanese arrive close on their heels and mostly surround the city. On December 9th, they're outside this walled city of Nanking. It looks like a little village demanding a surrender. There's a Chinese general in command of a hastily thrown together, but relatively, China, large number of soldiers. Some of them green, some of them old and reservists, some of them from the battle that just was over in Shanghai, and they're, not there. They don't have their weapons. They're being defeated. I mean, it's a bit of a motley crew, but they're going to defend the city. So for 4 days, we hold out before that general orders and we retreat. The government leaves, and we have now a city with hundreds of thousands of people, including refugees, that are being bombed, and no governmental services or anyone in charge. The Japanese have yet to take over. And one of the great stories, by the way, of this ironic twist to the story too. And usually made a movie out of basically they almost planned for that twist. And it's that the guy that was sort of elected by the ad hoc group to be the leader was a Nazi, an ardent Nazi, is sort of described as a businessman, John Rabbi. And part of the reason he gets to do is because the Japanese government and the Nazi German government have been moving closer together. And maybe he had a little bit more pull with the Japanese and they're about to take over the city than maybe it's British or American or like it was a Danish guy. Maybe they don't have as much pull. So this guy gets the gig. And the movie, I saw the tagline of the preview, and I think it said something like it saved 250,000 lives. And you see the scenes of him with huddled Chinese refugees who hide them from aircraft under a giant swastika flag. So there's sort of that playing with the idea that you have the evil Nazi and yet there's a good person in the juxtaposition. I don't know about 250,000 lives in terms of the number. I do know that this is 20 or 30 people, there's women in the group, doctors, ministers, businessmen, and they save a ton of people. And it's in large part because of the documents that they sent or the information that they kept track of, that we have a lot of these accounts. And when I wanted to spend 3 hours on it, I was going to go through all of the letters. Let me show you one of the few I've ever read. It should be dry as a bone, but it's actually in its own way terrifying because it's chronological primary source documents. So the pages and the telegrams and the letters and the food from these people, John Rabbi, and all these people who make up Humanity International Safety Zone, as it's called, and you can read every day these letters get more beseeching, more terrified, more outraged as the situation descends into monstrous chaos. September 13th, the Japanese entered. There's a letter from John Rabbi saying, "Thank you so much for not shelling our little international safety zone in Cleveland. Which, by the way, is nothing more than a part of the city blocked off, and on the sides of the streets where the border is, they put international flags." I think it was December 1st that the Nancy mayor, the fourth building, the city tells all the civilians to run into the safety zones as though you say there, which allows the Japanese to then say that the safety not in the safety zone. Ipso facto, that guy. And what begins to happen right away is the Japanese start searching for Chinese soldiers because a lot of people part of the atrocity here is if you are a defender, basically, of the Japanese army. Hey, do you count the killing of Chinese soldiers as a war crime? Right? Officially, there's no question, but that allows some people to diverge and say, well, listen, people who died were soldiers, but I tried the civilian side. In this case, what happens is this is runs behind Nanking. If you look at it, in order for Chinese troops to get out of Nanking, in ways created defensive zones, and for the Japanese, if they blow up after 3 years, and everything they would allow, the Chinese to get away from it, and now they have to. There are these terrible stories of Chinese at the riverbank waiting, thousands and thousands of people waiting for one little boat to carry 3 people like a community across the river, and the Japanese are on the way. And if there's one group of people that know that the Japanese are not taking Chinese prisoners, it's Chinese soldiers. So this sense of panic is palpable. And let me turn to some of the sources. And I'd like to just read the documents to you because there are several that are like police bloggers where they're trying to tell the Japanese commander at this hour, this woman was raped over here, and the Japanese soldiers killed her children. I mean, it's literally like police reports. But all I could think of when I was reading is how unusual it was to have something like this. And if you could have had a similar document, it would apply equally well to the sack of carthage by the Romans. You know, it is a modern day account of something you just don't get a whole lot of, but that's happened a lot of times in history. Here's the way Fujiwara Akira contributed to managing Trump was out of control from the start, with all sorts of units that were glory hungry and wanted to be the first inside the city, and controlled troops, such as the Battle of Cremona, with that psychology going on. So here we get another gradient in the troops against floods. There were like about Japanese finding out on December 15th that the Chinese were retreating, trying to get away. Japanese units learned of this retreat on the morning of the 13th. Skirmishes broke out in many areas as small groups of Chinese troops outside the city, now lacking a chain of command, desperately tried to split past advancing Japanese forces, then the surrendering. Most of the Chinese troops still inside Nanking rushed to escape helter-skelter through the Pachang Gate, which led to the Shakuan warfare. From Shakuan, they hoped to cross the Yangtze by boat down the riverbank, only to encounter Japanese forces sent to cut them off. Huge numbers of Chinese troops became prisoners of war on the 13th and 14th at Shakuan, Wulashan, Changzhou Gate, and the Shaohua Gate. With no avenue of escape, Chinese soldiers lost all will to fight. Despite trying to surrender in droves, most were killed in the pell-mell of battle. December 13, 1937, of two Japanese commanders, Division Commander and 30th Brigade Commander, moved off hunting on short march, and 16th Division Commander Nakajima Chicago's diary writes, quote, "We see prisoners everywhere, so many that there's no way we can deal with them. The general policy is accept no prisoners, so we ended up having to take care of them, lock, stock, and barrel. But they came in hordes, in units of thousands or 5,000, we couldn't even disarm them. Later I heard that the Sasaki unit alone disposed of about 1,500. The company commander guarding Taiping Gate took care of another 1,300. Another 7,000 to 8,000 clustered at the Shinho Gate are still surrendered. We need a really huge city to handle those 7,000 to 8,000, but we can't find one. So someone suggested this plan." Now, quoting someone else's plan, "Divide them up into groups of 100 to 200, and then lure them to some suitable spot for finishing off." End quote. General Sasaki wrote in his diary on the 13th of December, quote, "The number of abandoned enemy bodies in our area today was 10,000 plus thousands more. If we include those Chinese whose escape rafts or boats from the Yangtze were sunk by fire from our armored cars, plus POWs killed by our units, our detachment alone must have taken care of over 20,000. We finished the mop-up and secured our rear area at about 2 p.m. While regrouping, we advanced to the Hoking Gate. Later, the enemy surrendered in the thousands. Frenzied troops, rebuffing efforts by superiors to restrain them, finished off those POWs one after another. Even if they aren't soldiers, for example, medics or priests. Then we yell, 'Kill the whole damn lot!' after recalling the past 10 days of bloody fighting in which so many buddies have shed so much blood." End quote. The way some people say, which is the superiors tried to restrain them, but their buddies were killed and they were understandably upset enough to commit atrocities. There's also a ton of evidence, though, that there was a techno-prisoners policy. Historian Herbert P. Dix, which is hard when you look on the like this, quote, "There were no orders to rape," in quote, Nanking, nor did Imperial headquarters ever order the total extermination of the enemy as the ultimate goal of the Nanking encirclement campaign. Standing orders to take no prisoners did exist, however, and once Nanking fell, Japanese soldiers began to execute en masse military prisoners of war and unarmed deserters who had surrendered. They also went on an unprecedented and unplanned rampage of arson, pillage, murder, and rape. The resulting slaughter continued in the city and its adjacent rural villages for 3 months, and far exceeded earlier atrocities committed during the Battle of Shanghai and along the escape routes to Nanking. General Nakajima's 16th Division, in just its first day in the capital, killed approximately 30,000 Chinese prisoners of war, including soldiers. End quote. More charges of being ordered to kill all prisoners come from the highest up on the scene, which by the 13th, I believe, is Emperor Hirohito's uncle. There will be an execution or two after the war for what goes on in the city, but trying to figure out who's responsible for it has been an ongoing part of the debate. How high up the food chain is blamed it. What it really seems to be is this combination of two things. They ordered war crimes from the Western perspective, the killing of surrendering or captured POWs, because after all, you go look at the Soviet Union and the number of prisoners that fell into German hands after the geometrical renovation of the U.S. giant Kesselschlag, these cauldron battles, captured 250,000 people at a time, and these photographs of huge crowds of people in long columns stretching off into the distance, kicking up tons of dust, and then trying to figure out how do we barbed wire these people in a pen and keep them, and then how do we feed them? We've seen that in this war between China and Japan. They're not taking prisoners. Nobody knows that there's any Chinese troops. So this sense of panic that's going on in the city, I was trying to think of an analogy. It's a little like getting 100,000 or more people in a soccer stadium and then having somebody tell you over the public address speaker that the doors have bars and armed gunmen are coming in 100 or 150,000 people in the stadium. Well, what is the mood like then? Well, if it's panic stricken, that would be understandable. And this is when incidents happen in the story that become sort of a hinge moment. We were talking about communicable diseases and epidemics. This is when it jumps from merely affecting soldiers and now affecting the civilians. In more panic, and quite understandably so, one of these Chinese troops, an undetermined number of these Chinese troops, are going to throw off their uniforms, throw their weapons away, and dress in any civilian clothing at the time. They may be aided in this by the population, because after all, these were Chinese cities, and these are Chinese troops, but the Japanese start looking for Chinese troops that are thrown into uniforms and the rest of the civilians, and they start picking people out of crowds, many of whom are civilians, and executing them. We have the politics of that just takes place to unbelievable, crazy levels, which is what starts to happen. And this is where it looks like TRUMAN, because you have, and it starts, if you read the primary source materials, it starts on the 13th, and you start to get these requests to put more military police officers out of the streets because the soldiers are out of control. The main thing they're out of control with, although there's a lot of looting, is race. And it's crazy. It goes from one police blotter account to another, because it gives you a real-time in a sense of what's going on all over the International Safety Zone, where they were getting more than 1,000 reports of rape a night, and as one of the humanitarians working there said, the Japanese have turned the International Safety Zone into a public house, meaning a whorehouse. And we're all killing the individual race. It's worth giving an account from the victims, the Chinese side. And in one of the books that I have, named in 1937 Memory and Healing, they have a Chinese historian who's giving what is, I guess, the recognized Chinese view of this thing. And he pulls no punches. He wants you to know how nasty it got. And the person who says there were only 45 people who died before him, because it would call the Chinese a liar, or the government, a bunch of people just wanting to hold this over Japan's head, to fuse the Chinese historian Sun Jiawei. In general, the massacre itself can be divided into two types of killing: mass killing and sporadic killing. Incidents of mass killing range from the murder of 10 to 20 to the slaughter of tens of thousands of people, with the greatest number in any one incident reaching more than 50,000. Sporadic killing included varying numbers of 3 to 8 people. Among the mass killings, in addition to those who died by the sword and firing squad, others were burned, buried alive, or drowned. Several, after being soaked with gasoline, were set on fire by gunshots, causing the wounded person to lie covered in flames, rolling and writhing on the ground, until finally dying a miserable death. Individual sporadic acts of torture and killing included splitting, gutting, slicing, piercing alive, and dogfighting. Some were even burned with acid and then left burning all over. Others were tortured to death. Two Japanese lieutenants amused themselves by having a killing contest. The first one to reach 100 kills won the game. Then they raised the limit to 150. In addition to killing, he writes, the Nanking massacre also involved rape, arson, theft, and other violence, many of whom were then murdered. Every time I find myself thinking that those numbers that the Chinese historians are way too large, I recall that according to Tacitus, the Roman legionaries would be Cremona 24 days. More for months. How much difficult can you do that time frame like that? Admittedly, they're not within the apartment or within Cremona apartment, but if you've got much to do with, I imagine it's going to be pretty thorough. Now, if you say that you have spent too much time, sitting across the, we're not talking about a conflict that's going to go on to 1985, I would agree with you. Typically not going to spend one time necessarily on all the atrocities between now and the end of the war that deserve attention. What's more, look at the raw death total Chinese system between 1937 and 1945 alone. You're right. Causes of death because of the war, things like family disease. Your numbers just at 20 million people level. You want to go just directly caused by violence, it gets down to nearly 12 million. 12 million, two-thirds of which, by the way, are civilians. Where are their children? Most of those people died individually or suffering family, children small, out of the way villages or families. Who speaks for that? But the relatively and comparatively well-attested situation in the allegations that you're still well-attested to allegations in the worst case scenario. Let's let those who are all over the people in the stories to be labeled in previous books. The second reason to focus perhaps your atrocity like me is that it's one of a bunch of pre-war legal team, by the way, during the conflict as well, that seems to set up in this era where you have these brutal totalitarian type armies in Western liberal democracies that seem to be on the march and that they seem to be the bad guys in the story. The bad guys in the story. Stuff like that. Pretty common to portray one's adversary in almost words called the Huns, because Huns were about the nasty British propaganda, slapping the label on them. Helped out all this good on the German side by doing things that had been known to rape of Belgium and stuff at the time, shocking the genteel American extensions and civilians. But the records show how exponentially generation because the outrage over the rape of Belgium about 6,000 people killed directly, maybe those are the modern numbers, and we've already talked about what the numbers are in China. We're pointing out that standard numbers for both world wars and compare them. Look at the difference in the ratio of civilians and military casualties. In the First World War, standard numbers for soldiers killed about 10 million. 7 million civilians estimated. More like 20 to 25 million military deaths, and more like 35 to 60 million civilian deaths. So several times more civilian deaths in the Second World War, less civilian deaths in the First. And that's the part that by the standards of war crimes and just individual perception makes the Second World War so much more atrocious. A lot of people are willing to forgive all sorts of nastiness that can be done to soldiers, women, children, old people, infirms, the sick, the non-combatants. It's much more harrowing and shocking than their things. And here's the problem with security reasons. In the case of the Japanese textbook, I think that there are things that they were sides when the Western Democratic textbooks tend to frame the Japanese side of this. Obviously, the Germans are Sauron, but the Japanese are one of the Sauron, Radrim. There is one of those people who believes that countries like China have problems with Japan's textbooks. In their minds, they're not confronting this fact that, wait a minute, let's acknowledge you were inside of this war. It's a strange thing, though, because I had to think about this for a while, because we say a particular value is evil. You go talk to Genghis Khan about good and evil in the 13th century, for the Mongols, he had somehow won the war, and we were all having our concepts of good and evil playing under that regime. How different to the conduct, for example, that the Wehrmacht carried out on Hitler's orders in the East after they freed the Soviet Union as this no holds barred, all laws thrown out the window kind of conflict. How different is that? Look, you get the Germans or the Nazis, like the Nordic sort of empire. You think they frame that in good and evil terms? And if they do, you think they're framing their side of evil? It's actually hard to get past, isn't it? Because from the perspective of someone who grew up in what the post-war history books called the great liberal democracies, the Western democracies, you have concentration camps, genocide back in the assembly lines. We pretty much, by our value system, stake out where you are on the good and evil side of the divide pretty clearly. The Japanese had something that reminds me of some of the Nazi medical science. They had used 731 to solve the Manchuria in northern China that conducted experiments on vivisection, infected bubonic plague, drops them by like that. The system that's undertaken. Now, if you take yourself out of those shoes, though, I went to the argument that's what you should. Usually, if they don't just deny the information out there, the deniers of the Holocaust or the Holocaust, then you say, yes, but, yes, it is these things that people are terrible, but these terrible things too. Things that are often not admitted to or accepted by the liberal democratic pro-life mentality. For example, strategic bombing. We talk to people in Japan, Germany, the reality of this is being bombed by sometimes hundreds of aircraft, sometimes multiple times, sometimes with atomic bombs, and they have an interesting perspective on it. I'll never forget one of them saying, if the same result had been achieved the old-fashioned way, coming here and done with bayonets, the functional equivalent of what you do with bombs from a distance, how does it look then? Possibly over the idea of really like campaign, doesn't it? Here's the thing. You go to someone on the British end of things, though, that on the receiving end of the blitz, the Luftwaffe bombing of London and Britain. Instead of saying, yes, that's how we self-secure, say, Tom, you started it. What you got back is what? So, that's an interesting way of understanding in terms of the problem. There's always been an implication that the people that are being bombed somehow deserve it. And I would try to remind myself, my country did not deal with someone else. And I got bombed by them. Would I somehow think I deserve it because of the role I played in supporting my country's policy or supporting my country? Or would I think that I was just a person because of the history, that I had little control over what really happened, and it was really no excuse to be responsible? Other arguments were sometimes from other Asian people, sometimes other Asian people who were also victims of the Japanese. I can't. They will bring in the colonialists, and they will say something like, sure the Western democracies were on their good behavior and relatively well in terms of controlling the Turkish behavior, well militarily speaking, during this conflict. But look at the situation after the conflict and more importantly, the situation beforehand with centuries of colonialism. Add up all that stuff and all those things and put them on the ballot scale too. Sure, the Japanese are terrible, but let's not pretend they were only talking about the war here when we're adding up everything terrible that we do add. It's about walking a mile and better put democracy in the four people to the good. Those words pointed out. And I just realized terrible things done as part of the effort to end the Second World War comes after these sorts of incidents that we discussed. My athleticism maybe are necessary. It doesn't define me. What defines me is how athletic I am. Atrocity, because it's hardly anything. God. Which would be an appropriate time to summarize the story here. Keep one part of your peripheral vision always on China, though. This is Friday. This is Friday. It's bogged down in endless war in China. It's going to come through. Short and curly, this is Friday. We don't know how to get out of it. The worst in trouble are. Easy over on the side. Drop at the end of the war. Huge. Japanese front really bogged down. Oh my God. I can smell my gas in there. There's a machine. Shout out to that Lopez kid. He and I watched this in my basement. What is his name? His dad is George. What is his name? Aaron? The Japanese the Chinese version of this, they're more like the size of California, and they're bogged down in the guerrilla war, and not only the guerrilla war, and continental landmass the size of the U.S. The first thing I'm thinking about if I'm in the Japanese leadership is I don't want to get more trouble with anyone else. I'm busy. Japanese will conquer railway lines that connect the city and roads that connect the above. And the Chinese can just keep moving their capital as far away as they need to go to stay out of the Japanese range of the bombs, although the bombs come from us. And the countryside is infested with nationalist armies, communist armies, guerrillas, insurgents, warlord troops, bandits. And there will be hundreds of thousands, usually close to a million Japanese troops, some of their best forces too, all required all the time in this theater for the entire war. As we said, we have to zoom out at this point of the story because events elsewhere in the world are going to have more of an effect on what happens in this part of the world than anything that's happening in this part of the world. I mean, for example, as the Europeans begin to slide towards the second, that war breaks out and gets underway, they're paying attention to the results and reacting accordingly. In other words, like many powers, they're trying to read the lay of the land. And if the Second World War will break out, it's the lay of the land for the change. Lay of the land, the world. Which course to bet on, and they're so free. The 1930s, as we should point out, and it's important to understand the context, is a pretty crappy decade for most countries. It is in the great depth of the Great Depression, and it is hard to exaggerate what that means. Economic hard times, but it opens the door to all sorts of political instability and problems on every front. So people like Franklin Roosevelt in the United States and leaders everywhere have been trying to pull out of this economic nosedive. Nobody is prepared to spend a lot of money or a lot of political capital or ask the country to do world in the heart to handle the problems that put people in the street line, in the streets of your major city. 1938. field where things really spiral out of control. Although it's not always apparent that that's a reality. Many people have suggested that it would be very easy to imagine that it was more breaking down in 1938. You have a lot of things happening. You have the Anschluss, where Germany annexes Austria. You have the huge situation of Czechoslovakia, Stalin, and all that stuff. You have the peace in our time leading agreement. And I should point out something because I'll try not to get on my soapbox. Where the Prime Minister of Britain, who is going to a conference with Hamilton, comes back, gets off a plane, and I've seen this, she's written, waves this document with his signature and her signature on it, and declares basically that this is peace in our time. Chamberlain is a reviled to most people today. He seems to be a leader that should have confronted him. I mean, there's a chameleon thing pre-Second World War political totally forgetting two major things in about 1,000 miles. Let's go to the first one is people thought it was the worst war of the war. 20 years ago, the First World War, nobody really knew this. In 1930s, everybody knows it. But in the First World War, there was something and to many of these people, they thought they saw their civilization knocked out in that war. If you're going to have another, it's going to be worse. And you're starting from a Great Depression levels of economic health. What's the likelihood you're going to survive this time? What's the proper price to pay to avoid that outcome? What about the public support policy like that? Because the other goes widely adopted in the United States, especially. People who were laws for being ahead of the power curve, guys like Winston Churchill, who foresee all this sort of and screaming for compensation and more look policies to thwart all this stuff. That is rational. That is avoid tougher now. But the guy is like in the political world. He's derided by many as a warmonger, but he's sort of out of step with the attitude of the time. And we all know this war is going to break out in 1939. A month after it breaks out, there's a public opinion poll of Americans on the issue of war. It's quoted by that scientific war. I think it's a Gallup poll, but I'm not sure. The poll taken had 84% of respondents saying that they wanted Britain and France to win. Only 2% wanted France to win. But 95% wanted to stay out of the war. Much less intervention for the kind of history now. But when you think it's those kind of overwhelming numbers, in a system where the political rulings are elected, what is it responsible to expect them to do? How many people are going to go against that kind of supermajority? What's more, in a philosophical sense, in a system where the are supposed to sort of broadly decide the course of the nation, if 95% of them want to take a left turn at the fork in the road, there's a moral justice in the political leaders taking a right instead. Harshly, more ability to do what we wanted to do than they did. We know how things turn out. Falls through. Poland is invaded first, 1939. Poland is even guaranteed by Britain and France because it's not don't want to be territorial authority. And when the Nazis refused to be Poland captive, it demanded of them the war, and the Japanese. As we know, Poland is overrun quickly. Post-war propaganda calls it blitzkrieg. What it really looks like is just the Post-World War tactics and strategy and philosophy developed over 20 years. And sometimes called it phone war when nothing much is going on. And in April 1940, Germany invaded Denmark and Norway, conquered countries for Britain. And then a month later, not even a month ago, in May 1941, not necessarily, Winston Churchill becomes prime minister. So now we have one of the major countries for historical conflict famously people like delicosity, and yet at the same time, he ran for the job. So Churchill was a bit of an antagonist in that kind of fight with it. He was a comparison. Peaceful party. Exactly what you need now that the war is going, didn't he? His name is also Cold War and some of the rest of the stuff. Below through a couple of neutral countries and then into France. Now we should point out another reality. France is widely considered to be the strongest land power in the world at the time. These were national calculations based on presumption. The presumption is created to be false. France will be defeated in the year 620. Incredibly shocking that is for this time period. We're talking about a country here that only 20 years previously had spent more than a million of their soldiers' lives holding off arguably the greatest army of the age, the First World War German army, for more than 4 years. And remember, not only was France defeated here, but the Dutch are defeated as part of the Germans blowing through this area, and the British look like they're 5 minutes away from succumbing as well. If you're making calculations based on world events in Japan, all of a sudden all of these valuable areas in your neck of the woods that are controlled by the Dutch and the French and the British don't seem so formidably defended anymore. And remember, if you're just holding on to China and conquer it from different sources, that's all they do. We wouldn't be the evidence you wanted them. Japan's looking to be a great power, and they think they have to suck up they only start looking at other tempting areas like the French and China because some of the more obvious avenues towards supplying your war machine are being squeezed by other powers. You go look at the economic side of the Second World War. It's a very popular way to look at it. I'm making it, and I find it very valuable. Everybody pays attention to motivation. All of it is concerned with self-sufficiency and autonomy. And this is actually playing into the global trade situation involves economics in a way that can explain war motivation very well. But the reason that countries like Germany, for example, like self-sufficiency is in part because they've been starved to death personally. The trade was cut off by the British Navy. Countries wanted the flexibility relatively easy to other countries' economic pressure. The Japanese wanted to do what they wanted to do in China and wanted to be able to flip the middle finger to countries that told them to stop. Unfortunately, in this time period, they depended on other countries too much. During James Allen Clay, Mike, and a modern history of Japan, quote, to the regret of many Japanese economic planners, in the late 1930s, Japan still depended upon the United States for nearly 1/3 of its imports, from cotton to scrap iron and oil, and matters seemed to be growing worse. Between 1929 and 1932, Japan purchased from the United States 36% of its scrap iron used to manufacture steel for munitions and ships. By 1938, American sources were supplying 74% of Japan's scrap. Similarly, in 1938, Japan received more than 60% of its imported machine tools and nearly all sophisticated alloys, such as vanadium and molybdenum, from the United States. Traditionally self-sufficient in copper, Japan in 1939 extracted 90,000 tons of that metal from its mines. But industry was 93% from the United States. The situation for Oil, the most critical of all commodities in the estimation of military fighters, was extremely desperate. Japan relied on America for almost 80% of its fuel, and for special distillates, dependence stood at more than 90%. In the eyes of economic and military strategists, by the summer of 1940, Western colonies in Southeast Asia had come to represent a treasure trove of raw materials, whose possession would allow Japan to vault into the ranks of the economic haves, to recall one of their prime minister's phrases, and thus to free itself from dependence upon an increasingly hostile West. Concepts like national self-sufficiency are attractive to someone like the Japanese who are dependent on these outside powers to sell them what they need, especially what they need to keep the war machine running. So what happens is people who sell you the stuff, the war machine running, stop selling you the stuff you need. And that becomes corrupted. I don't mean you are exactly how wars get started. There is no textbook in all the areas of the war. But we can see similar tactics. In this particular case, we've seen pattern of the sort of inertia. It's obviously first but you could also be kind of when events start to move towards collision, at a certain point, it almost becomes easier to run into each other and have a conflict than to break out of the pattern. And in this case, it's going to be a question of the Japanese war machine. It's this dynamic zone. And I was trying to get into all these different tactics. It's very complicated to understand later. And as we said earlier, it's important to remember that in the Japanese government, just like the Western, there is no hive mind at work. There are lots of different ideas of what the best foreign policy directions are to go, different factions favor different things, and based on events, some factions are exalted, others are inclined. So there's no concerted foreign policy effort. It is without fits and starts and a certain level of chaos. In the case of the Japanese, and we talked about this earlier in the story, their governmental design is already not wonderful in terms of accountability and alignment in the United States. When we start getting to a moment where the stress level and the need for efficiency and clear thinking and clear lines of authority become really important, this government's going to break down in such a way that before a Japanese citizen actually has every right to accuse them of some kind of criminal negligence. Because look what the Japanese are, right around the time France falls, where they had a major war significantly in China, they're already rationing luxury goods and fuel home because they're already global. And then what, 18 months later, when you add to that burden a war against the United States, Great Britain, France, all their former colonialization, compromisation, how the hell does that happen? Well, in a broad sense, it happens because of a decision to stop the Japanese war. If you look at it objectively, that's a kind of issue where there's no. This is very controversial because everybody's arguing forever. What comes pretty simple that the Japanese priority has to be what it is the Japanese are resisting. The whole reason I like these Asian analogies is because of their word coming to that. There's going to be global equivalent of intervention here. The Japanese are going to be told that they have to stop putting themselves on the steroids that are the Chinese resources and land mass and all that. And if they don't stop, they're going to get into that cutoff. But worth pointing out that it's interesting from the military history standpoint, the Second World War is the first war. Not all wars, but most wars were not. Now, what's interesting is over the years, often, it was what releases not only the iron and stuff like that, that's actually years ago. Well, iron still important in the 20th century, something that wasn't all that important at all. Petroleum in the Bronze Age is critical. Think about having for your Air Force nothing. They started changing over by coal to order all of their ships, all of their towers. Well, you got created the heaviest you have before. And countries like Japan, which didn't have a lot of oil to begin with, but just they almost none, the people you normally buy oil from decided to squeeze you. This is an interesting thing to look at because I remember as a kid growing up, I lived through something that is unique to history books now. We know the story of this long-term, huge ramifications of what it is today. At the time, we just called it the oil crisis when I was a kid in 1973. Long story short, a cartel of oil-producing nations who wanted to get the United States and France to chill and there was going on, decided to squeeze the United States and France oil supply to get the price to rise to sort of coerce, might not be strong enough word, petro-blackmail is a word they sometimes use, but the United States changed. The attitude that the U.S. government had was completely understandable and predictable. The attitude they had was no great power is going to let anybody dictate what their foreign policy priorities should be. And there were two people in this administration about, listen, if you don't sell the oil at a decent price, you can understand the idea of no great power is going to really nothing. During history, times that's exactly what the Anglo-American nations are going to do with the Japanese. In the same way, it's hard to imagine the United States knuckling under Japan's an oil cartel and changing its foreign policy. It's hard to imagine the Japanese publicly with their tail between their legs, completely altering more than a decade towards a foreign policy and doing what the great power tells them to do. Otherwise, they won't get any oil, which is really used to run the war machine in China, which is really the world war. But because it is so obviously something that might be directed at war, there has always been one side of the debate in the United States about how much what we're going to talk about now is economic non-violent way to express the moral outrage of the public with the Japanese treatment of the Chinese, all this kind of stuff, versus a shove in the direction that the people in the know understood would be directed at war. That's why there are a couple different sides of the debate. This is not settled stuff. Well, because you're very hard, I say all that. But there are a number of different ways to look at it. There's a place where power politics and moral outrage intersect. And power politics, we outhold and moral outrage from a country like the United States or Great Britain or any of these Western democracies, these things are usually at odds with each other. A lot of times people like National Security Advisor Amy Kissinger, who was the National Security Advisor, lamented the idea that they should be constrained by the public's sort of weak attitude towards nation states when he's trying to create treaties that keep nuclear war from breaking out. Let's keep our eyes on the prize here. Nations of interest, right? And yet at the same time, terrible stuff coming out of the war in China, babies being bombed, the cities about to happen any minute now in the story. How do you tell that public that they should just sit idly by and do nothing? What's more, what if your country is providing the means necessary for these events to even take place? Well, it's understandable that you might worry about it and talking when you're so against going to war. What are the options that a president has in a situation like this, right? Well, it begins to become clear in October 1917, famous speech the President of the United States, Franklin Delano Roosevelt, did, which is about a month or two before the Mexican massacre happens, but he's on the horizon in the Battle of Shanghai, all that's happened, and Roosevelt, who's run a country, talks about aggressing nations, and he talks about their conduct like a contagion, like a disease that will spread. He compares it to what we do when people find this fish quarantine, right? And he's suggesting that that's what should be done to aggressive states. Here's an example of the quarantine speech by President Franklin Delano Roosevelt. It seems to be unfortunately true that the epidemic of world lawlessness is spreading. A physical disease starts to spread, the community of the patient, in order to protect my determination to pursue a policy of peace. It ought to be inconceivable that in this modern era and in the face of experience, any nation could be so as to run the risk of plunging the whole world into war by invading and violating, in contravention of solemn treaties, the territory of other nations that have done them no real harm and which are too weak to protect themselves adequately. Yet the peace of the world and the welfare and security of every nation, including our own, is today being threatened by that very thing. Now, if this seems like a rather weak speech in terms of specifics and whatnot, you wouldn't be the only person that says so. In the Francis Pike theory, which is Roosevelt had done all this stuff for a while. He said that this speech was just Roosevelt sort of testing the waters. But he gave some polling information earlier. This gives you an idea about the attitude of the American electorate during this time period. If the President of the United States thinks that there's a very important direction that the country needs to go, but the country doesn't want to go there, what should the President of the United States do? Worth examining this in detail. President Franklin Delano Roosevelt, from part of this story, unlike any other U.S. president. He was elected to twice as many terms as any other president. He would change the Constitution after he left free, but that would never happen again. But it gave him an unparalleled amount of actual practical, hands-on experience with the levers of government. Nobody ever knew something better than Franklin Roosevelt did. Roosevelt, an unusually hard to figure out U.S. president, because the guy that was on the scene as long as he was, who has all sorts of information attached to it. Feelings about things, but he's hiding on of presidential memoirs and all that stuff afterwards. Because it's just a pack of lies or self-serving justification. Historians have a way of using that to really flesh things out and compare them to other events and whatnot, triangulate. But you don't even get that from Roosevelt. And he was a hard-to-read guy anyway, almost by his nature. He's extremely elusive, extremely strong emotions in any direction. I mean, at the time, there was a group of people who hated these guys. They would mention today, they call him that man in the White House. Conservative Americans often saw Roosevelt as a damn-near socialist. He exploded the size of the American government, putting in all sorts of areas where he never stuck his nose in before. Transferred money from the wealthier classes to the poorer classes, set up all kinds of agencies, appear to be doing all kinds of things, spending all kinds of money before they're really in results, changing America fundamentally. Before Franklin Roosevelt and after Franklin Roosevelt, America is arguably the most transformative president who's ever been. Again, part of it being how long he served, but also because he served during such major events as the Great Depression, followed by the Second World War. He going to be around when all kinds of things are transformed. He's going to be trying to ride the storm, as the captain the most powerful people in the world. To a lot of American liberals, certainly, but a lot of poor, destitute Americans in the Great Depression, Roosevelt was if he wasn't achieving things, it wasn't for lack of trying. It was literally doing programs where people did all kinds of things that weren't even necessary when the government would hand them out a paycheck, although they also did other things that we still benefit from today. All kinds of conservation corps and all these things that would put people to work. Some things would put them to work. Trying to climb the pump of the American economic engine and get things going again. There were a lot of Americans who had to put on the table because of Franklin Roosevelt. That'll make you pretty popular. Might even get your elected for a time. The senators would argue that if Roosevelt did a lot of programs that conservatives thought of as socialist, things like Social Security, Roosevelt New Deal program, he was up against competition from other forms of government, like Bolshevism and fascism, that took over the country with political horrible economic situations in part. Roosevelt managed to steer the United States away from either one of those extremes, and then one of us gave the country a socialism to avoid having a lot. Roosevelt tried to fight the war. Talks about Roosevelt and he points out that the guy who is a hard man. At the best of times, Franklin Delano Roosevelt was a difficult man to read. Henry Wallace, his former vice president, said to him, now Wallace, he doesn't know any man, and no man knows him. Even his own family doesn't know anything about him. I told Roosevelt, I am like a cat, he said about himself. I make a stroke and then I relax. I said, quote, loved and respected as a leader, seemingly happiest in the company of women, he was an enigma, detached, enigmatic, and ruthless. While flying over Cairo, Roosevelt glanced out the window and said, ah, my friend the state. Former Time editor-in-chief Edward Donovan, who had met like 7 presidents personally, knew Roosevelt. Roosevelt was the first of the presidents who knew and wrote books about all these presidents. He said about Roosevelt, quote, FDR could brilliantly oversimplify. His best remembered single statement, the only thing we have to fear is fear itself, is patently absurd, and was probably excellent taunt for a country whose banking system had collapsed. But in the early and middle stages of decision-making, before it was time to simplify and oversimplify, Roosevelt became impenetrable. Rexford Tugwell, one of the early museum brain trusters, wrote, no one could tell what he was thinking, to say nothing of what he was feeling. He clearly relished being hard to figure out. He liked secrets and had a secret. He was often devious for good reason, but could also be devious just for the fun of it. General Douglas MacArthur, who despised him, said Roosevelt, now, would never tell the truth when a lie would circuit just as well. This was considerable slander, but FDR unquestionably did enjoy manipulation and maneuver for their own sake, all part of the great game of politics and power. But then he said, he was also a man of deep convictions, a dedication, an unquenchable idealism. He was firm and serene in his religious faith and had a decent sense of privacy about it. It is impossible to imagine him at a congressional prayer breakfast. He was impatient with the abstract or theoretical, in no sense profound, but spacious in vision, for America and ultimately all the nations. He believed, if not in the perfectibility of man, in a rather spectacular improvement in man's behavior worldwide. End quote. His impenetrability of Roosevelt, though, has kind of worked against him in terms of his place in history, because it leaves a lot of room for people to speculate about his motives, and oftentimes it gets wrapped up with people's politics, ideologies, worldviews, and conspiracy theories. Roosevelt, everything from a well-meaning moral crusader desperately trying to avoid war with Japan while still getting the change of evil ways, to on the very far side of the other spectrum of the conspiracy land. Roosevelt is a man who engineers this war years in advance, organizes it, pushes the Japanese into it, knows about it in advance, and then luckily he holds the failures out of Pearl Harbor just and so they don't get hurt. Because he's also one of the carriers going to be the new battleship in the modern age. But nonetheless, once again, a little bit like the Roosevelt guy, right? Conniving. But let's remember, he was elected originally way back in 1932 to deal with the Depression. The things he didn't do with the Depression were really effective at the time that were initially making people feel like somebody was finally doing something. He left behind a lot of legacies that people in the United States argue over everything from a bunch of different government departments to things like Social Security. Roosevelt looks to me like one of those people who has the reality distortion field ability. Also, Steve Jobs tends to have too. Supposedly, a guy like Jobs or maybe Roosevelt could convince you that a job that was really hard to imagine anybody doing anything about was totally possible and well on the way. Maybe Elon Musk has that ability too. But I read that Andy Hertzfeld was the one who said that reality distortion theory was charm, bravado, charisma, hyperbole, marketing, appeasement, and persistence. And that really sounds like a pretty good description of Roosevelt to me. I was talking about the examples of the fact that Roosevelt possessed this ability was that while never not admitting and being open about the information, he sort of made the country just forget that he was paralyzed below the waist. That automobile did that. The pictures usually show him a turn or speaking with other world leaders, fully appearing to people local talk. But he didn't hide it really. And then there was talk of it. Everybody knew, but people just can't forget. Nowadays, it would be something that was celebrated and exalted and used as an example, right? As a possibility. Oh, but he's going to hold you back if I can himself. Or himself in the wheelchair, right? But that's just Roosevelt was an interesting sort of Steve Jobs is not a bad description. But if you didn't like his policies, the reality distortion almost seems nefarious, doesn't it? Now, some of the people who thought Roosevelt most nefarious in Europe in the 1940s, you said you have the German army blowing through France and occupying Western Europe. And honestly, the stories coming out from that are harsh occupation, how horrible it was. Something that the Republicans hated yet again. Which you can point out because it's probably playing in a major way. The 1940 was a presidential election in the United States, and Trump is running for an unprecedented third term. I read one of the typical Roosevelt and his Republican opponent were vying to outdo each other with their promises. It was a competition to see who was the most passionate about them would go out of it. And then Republican hopeful when there were low-key charges that the president was trying to get the U.S. into the war or doing things that would get the U.S. into the war. Roosevelt issued the denial and then it becomes trying to get that platform and Roosevelt on the stuff says it over and over again and gets to the campaign speech. Not long before the election, beginning in October 1940, where Roosevelt references all the other times that he said it. He says, quote, I have said this before, but I shall say it again and again and again. Your boys are not going to be sent into any foreign wars. Now, can you write that off and promise that you break this? It's just like, I won't raise your taxes. Oh, well, I guess I have to. There's a problem with this in because there's precious few ways for the public to weigh in on foreign policy in the country. The president or people who want to be the president often make promises about foreign policy. If they break those promises, what does that mean for the ability of the population to improve the country's foreign policy? For example, some of the people most upset with where Roosevelt is going are people that think that they can see through his lies, basically his lies, right? He says, I'm not trying to get the country in the war. They're looking at what's actually happening. And Roosevelt is mimicking many of the same things that Democratic President Woodrow Wilson did the year before the U.S. got into the First World War. Wilson also that I read by historian Cameron Craig, and I hope I get it right, really, anyway. He's talking about American historian Charles Austin, who had his reputation destroyed, and after the Second World War, he wrote a book that treated Roosevelt a little like a criminal in his docket. He was the prosecution. What he was trying to prove was that Roosevelt was involved in a conspiracy to take the country into the European war against the will of the country. And Craig had a very interesting argument. He said that some historians are mad at Charles Austin here for saying there was a conspiracy. Craig said, but there are conspiracies in the U.S. government all the time. He says the conspiracy is not the problem. The reason is discrediting. We're discrediting because Roosevelt turned out to have done what the American people afterwards decided they approved of. So maybe you could compare it to when we talk about Churchill, in the era where Churchill was out of power. His bellicose nature was out of touch with the center of those times. Could Roosevelt be said to be more far seen than the American public? Maybe 95% of us say they don't want to get involved in this European war, but maybe Roosevelt knows better. And if I read Seattle correctly, he's saying that the public opinion polls after the war, and the approval rating that people have for that, and the fact that a guy who didn't want to be in that war, Charles Austin Beard, would have the public turn on him because it's such an unpopular attitude. The argument that that's the wrong is right. Sometimes you have to lead from the front, right? If the American public aren't ready yet, I'm ahead of the curve. When you get there. Although, as we said, it was an election year. And if you want to read the polls a certain way, you could argue that Roosevelt was doing exactly what the polling data usually wanted to do. Right? You have an overwhelming majority that do not want to send their boys over there to fight, but you also have an overwhelming majority that wants to see Britain or France prevail. So if those are the parameters, what sort of room for maneuver do you have? Well, the same thing with the First World War, for example. We can help the Allies. That's a bit of a problem when you're portraying yourself as a neutral country, which is officially what the US was portraying itself in the First World War as too. Neutral country. And you get arguments again. General Marine Corps General Ledley Butler, I think he's still the one. I could be wrong, but I think they wrote a whole book, but a whole book talking about how we were following the same pattern again, and we're just going to run into the same kind of problems, and that the people in power know this already. Charles Austin Beard himself, 8 years before the war, predicted it would come from East into a provocation, and then there you go. Well, when you have German submarines torpedoing British merchant ships 5 seconds after they leave the eastern seaboard ports, maybe with some Americans on them, isn't that just setting up a provocation? Isn't that exactly like what happened in the First World War? I think it's a Life magazine photograph, I think I remember, showing the explosion of a tanker or something heading for Britain right off the U.S. shore, and you can see the lights of like New Jersey boardwalk or something in the distance. You got to be crazy, you think that that's not going to do something that sucks the country into the war. What's more, Roosevelt's got an undeclared sort of war going, and it's understandable why he would. That means U.S. destroyers out to stop those German submarines, like the neutral country. Roosevelt could argue, a lot of Americans would agree, hey, we can't have submarines torpedoing people so close to us. Argument that he made that Roosevelt was sort of following. He said he was pushing it to the limits of the law, but then he made an argument just like this one that he wanted the country in the war, that he had accepted being the next logical step progression and hoping it could be going forward. Certainly, you can make a better argument for that in the Asia and the Pacific. Roosevelt was quoting a couple of things. Saying that he didn't want to war in the Pacific because he only had one navy, and the implication is he's going to need it for the Atlantic against the Nazis. But let's be honest with a guy like this, that doesn't mean much more nuanced and layered than that. Some of the modern histories I've read have a very interesting thing. I had to sort of show you the blind spot of the kind of history that we used to read. Because while modern history is pulling out things from the other side and clear things that we've forgotten. One of them is that debating whether or not Roosevelt wanted a war against Japan specifically, knows the fact that it just doesn't involve U.S. troops. Macri and others essentially refer to the war in China as a proxy war, not just for the United States, but for Great Britain, who's doing much of the same stuff, and the Soviet Union, all of whom have an interest in keeping Japan bogged down. So all of them are, at one time or another, providing honest and making things that this promised a wonderful thing that Japan promised a great victory that are failing to blame things on. But if you look at the similarities of the Vietnam War era, where all of a sudden it all became about the Ho Chi Minh Trail. You shut down that network of resupply roads down. The outside powers like China and the Soviet Union who are supplying the North Vietnamese won't be able to get their stuff to the ones who did. In this case, the Japanese become obsessed with shutting off the main looking like a sin because it's about the geographical size of the U.S. as we said, but the main resupply points that the Chinese have and the Soviets in the north. The British are leaving stuff over from Hong Kong, the Burma Road, there's stuff coming over from French Indochina, the U.S. is start doing stuff to sell at the low cost, all kinds of things. At one point, the Soviets would deliver like 800 planes, and the advisors would teach you how to fly them. You are the Japanese, and you need a nice victory in China to bring up this is a food contest. The Japanese sat down to a giant plate of pancakes. And they're halfway through the pancakes now, and they're starting to realize, holy cow, I'm not going to make it through this. Meanwhile, other people are sleeping. There's a piling more pancakes on the table when you're not looking. Every time you turn around, there's more pancakes. They're almost full. And I think everyone's doing one now. It's like they're addicted to it, but they got too much. There was a little comic book episode once about that. Your Superman's power and you want it because you couldn't handle it all and you just overdosed on it. Well, the Japanese are looking to figure out how they can reduce the trend. But that means how do we get out? But even in the circumstances when we control, like puppet government, things like that, they want to replicate what they did in Manchuria. Just like Korea, it's a lot harder to do that in a place the size of China, especially when you haven't defeated China yet. And in 1939, the Chinese won a couple of battles against the Japanese. Boom! They were looking for that. What's more, the Japanese who always, amongst the army, had a huge contingent of officers who really wanted to attack the Soviet Union. Unfortunately, a couple of things that were called incidents or clashes happened between the Red Army and the Japanese Army. After the Army and the Japanese got their numbers to 17,000 casualties. One of these led to some reforms in the Japanese Army, by the way. But also, for one of the enthusiasm that had been running in Japanese leadership circles for a crusade against the Soviet Union, at last for the cost. This is what by the way, as the North now, if they experience time through the Japanese politics, the North against the Soviet Union, it goes south against those possessions. And that's how well the Soviet Union like one of that. The Japanese forces invariably focus on two things that the West don't focus on as much. China and South Korea. Or in the United years ago was pointing out, the Japanese are, this is all about China. All these other things that happen, including the war with the United States, but all of this is about how to solve the China war situation to their satisfaction. And communism is the other thing that they focus on in order to move the West to get that too. I think to call Japan the most fervently large anti-communist country in the world during this time period. And that's really saying something in Germany exists, but the Japanese portray and they tell themselves and they use their propaganda with the public and people are using the truth to it. That the war in China is in large part a war against communism. We have the West will have 10 or 20 years after the period with the West ignoring the domino effect, where communism spreads one country to another, like dominoes. The Japanese have the same sort of attitude. It's going to move through China, and then it's going to come to Japan. Stop it over there before it comes over to the homeland. Meanwhile, they're telling themselves that they're paying all this money, sacrificing all these lives in the effort to Chinese people who haven't fallen under communism's sway free. To roll back communism and free Chinese people who are the slaves of the Bolshevik and Leninist thinkers. So tough to the Japanese parent who lost a son in that fighting. They're likely to hear some sort of rationale like that. After all, except that you would like to think your son died for the freedom, could not make a cause. forces going to come, and we said like civilization. It's hard to see what they're coming to. The Japanese, in their mind, are trying to get some sort of China. Just like the U.S. had to get some sort of union to ground. The boxes kicked off that it needed to get. So we said, hey, in Japan, those boxes really are controlled China's resources. This is not something that the Western powers are prepared to let them have. So how do you get around that? Well, we have said that Japan is basically the intervention by the American powers. They pull, if you want to look at it this way, something like the Kobayashi Maru from Star Trek. It's like a third way. You know I have third option. Give up the drugs and we're going to cut off your money so you can't buy drugs. Well, maybe I have friends. Flow through Western Europe, right around the same time, the Japanese find an alliance called unfortunately, none of them have oil. But the Japanese access time is one of the fatal missteps and terrible missteps that we try to address. And it's often pointed out that it should have been avoided had you had a different kind of government with different we might have avoided the local because actually people felt like including the emperor, there were hundreds of people in the Japanese power structure that wanted nothing to do with conflict with the United States. Avoid that at all costs. Well, how do you end up there? Misinterpretation, mistranslation. How about mystery that happens on the Japanese warnings to do silently this access agreement? How about his administration of how the United States will react? This has been prominently portrayed in all the history books. His voice and influence is sometimes debated, but this is a guy who, on his resume, essentially called himself the American expert. He graduated from the University of Oregon. He worked in the United States, then goes back to Japan, and he's the guy who thinks fighting a feeling himself to help people graduate against the United States. If that's how they're going to react, Japan was hoping for someone who would even up the scale a little bit in terms of its negotiating and doing what they were hoping for, doing what the Prime Minister was hoping for. It felt like they needed somebody on their side, otherwise you couldn't negotiate with the Americans for any sort of position of parity, much less strength. So you kind of have to call it about 50% effective when examining the results because we kind of did scare the Americans to get their attention and force a response. But 50% of the deal really was not successful because it wasn't the response the Japanese were thinking they were going to get. It didn't make the Americans back off and think that they might be more cautious here because otherwise they would be fighting a look block on some of these Japanese defense perimeter islands. And the Japanese were thinking, look at some of the promises and options were going to the Japanese and trying to convince them to sign this agreement. They tried to use it before '72. They were sort of hinting that that's how it would be, right? It was going to be a war, and that's what it was right there. Unfortunately for the Japanese, that's a worst-case scenario for the Americans too. And a situation that maybe they could have looked the other way for a while and focused on Europe, which had a limited amount of ability to really threaten the United States. It looked a lot more like something that had been dealt with right away when the Eastern Rim of the Axis alliance and the tentacles are now stretching out over the Pacific, and the U.S. is facing war on both fronts. Well, you could walk away with a change. That's the situation. Take it seriousness. The amount of diplomatic flexibility the Japanese are going to have after signing this agreement is enough. Severely limited. They weren't ready for the fact that they were going to be lumped in with people who had some of the worst press you could get in the Western democracies. I mean, the Japanese PR it already. We talked about the Life magazine photos of the babies being bombed in China public with people who are diametrically opposed to the Western Stalinist Soviet Union, Nazi Germany. They're all footburners. They persecute minorities and have government-sanctioned programs like crystal knowledge. They're against freedom of thought, freedom of speech, freedom of religion. They don't have any due process. They don't believe in equality and the law. They have a harsh occupation. They believe in collective punishment for crime. The list goes on and on. And the Japanese have now thrown their lot in the eyes of the Americans. With that crowd, how much less really becomes a sort of an accommodation for the imperial justice center of the American people now? And how on earth did a guy who graduated from the University of Oregon and worked in the United States get that one so wrong? To be fair, another aspect of this that you and I nobody think about is the fact that the way the Second World War looks to us is not necessarily the way it looks to a bunch of the rest of the world, especially places like Asia. In the West, we see this as good versus evil. In Asia, in a lot of these countries that were under colonial rule at this time, it's a lot more questionable if it's a good guy, bad guy thing. It might be two bad guys from their point of view. Mr. Angel told us in the book that it's go back to the 1970s. It still has some value inside of despite being outdated in other respects. But I mean, he has a whole part of using and trying to look at this from the perspective. It points out that we don't see the Western democracies as all that good. And a lot of Asia has bought into the policy and the high-minded sentiments in the First World War about self-determination and all these things that we fight. And all that stuff was kind of believed in as several of the freedom fighters in those countries have pointed out. A lot of the locals who died in this conflict only to find out after the war that it didn't apply to them. It was a racial thing. And even in this conflict, there's going to be exceptions for colonial peoples when the high-minded sentiments are trotted out again. There's a reason why we fight. In this case, as Tolan pointed out, there were a lot of people in countries in Asia who were darn happy to see anybody punching their colonial masters in the face, even if they didn't like those people so much. If you wanted to look at this as a strategic war, is the way I like to view these things. And you try to figure out for Japan how you ever win. In the victory conditions for Japan, the only Italy is the major place in part of the year. But they hook their wagons to Nazi Germany. Japan's a long way away from anybody. The only way they can win is to roll like a double zero on the percentile dice. But a double zero is a weird possibility that what they call the greatest Asia culture, that actually works, even though a lot of the cynical people behind it don't even want it to work. But in this eye, imagine if you could somehow free Asia and be sort of the boss people of it. Well, all of a sudden, you open up all kinds of possibilities in other ways. But this is why, throughout this situation, even when the Japanese are undercutting this message of Asia for the Asians by raping, pillaging, doing all kinds of horrible things to other Asians, the idea has a lot of appeal. And sometimes you will run into quotes from famous people, Gandhi, Mohammed Gandhi, that make him look like a Nazi sympathizer, that's taken out of context. The context that needs to be added back for it to make some sense is this idea that, oh yeah, the Nazis are bad, but we didn't see the colonial oppressor as all bad guy was doing something that we think our local bad guy, and that was a good thing, my friend. The point is that there are other ways to look at this. And if you're trying to look at it from a grand strategy point of view, it's like what was always said about the great mistake and the inability of the Nazis to capitalize on some of the people that they took over eventually when war would break out with the Soviet Union. Because they could have come in there and people with other communist domination, but because of their racial theories and their harshness and whatnot, they ended up. The Japanese didn't have those theories theoretically standing in the way. They could have freed Asia, and what would that have allowed them to do? Their problem, of course, is that they could have let the Asian while freeing it, burned down the village in order to save it. China, while somehow gained the responsibility of fighting using it and expand into other territories, even though we are totally tied down in China. Once again, it boggles the mind looking at it from the perspective of somebody sitting on the sidelines now. But Japan obviously has its hands full, and it's a real debate for it. In 1940s, and just something else that is said, all of a sudden the Soviet Union comes to build a farm right now. So after they ally with the Nazis, or really right around the same time, they're able to arm twist in a good way to put it in another way. The puppet French government that the Germans have put into place as a puppet France, and move militarily into what's now northern Vietnam, which is the French China. This is kind of your spot that leads now kind of very clearly and straightforward even more. Right? The chicken and an egg thing, because this Japanese folks who say two things. One, this is just an attempt to shut down another one of these leaky areas where support is coming into the Chinese, and everybody wants us to wind up this war in China. Well, we can't do that if we supply them, right? We're just trying to get you on to do it. The other thing, though, is that if they're going to have their raw materials cut off, they're looking for ways to supplement that. One of the ways is to take the ones that are nearby, and unlike anything that might be happening in the Soviet Union, these are hardly well defended at all. And simply by using diplomacy, use the Japanese occupied northern part of China, the reaction on the U.S. and Britain is really clear. And when the world is turned upside down, and the Germans take France and Western Europe in even more shocking fashion. In June 1941, against the Soviet Union. To say that sounds ridiculous, because when you're launching an attack that is several times the size of Napoleon's invasion of Russia in the early 1800s with the Grand Army, 500,000 guys, the Grand Army, multiple nations, several times that. And on a front that stretches from like the width of a attack, and initially and very quickly, the Wehrmacht especially, but the Axis armies in general, appear to be having the same kind of success that the Germans had blowing through France the year before, but red armies. And once again, the rest of the world is looking on in shock and trying to what the heck this is. This is the last threat of Japanese foreign policy in the story. If you're a conservatively oriented person like I am, and like many of the Japanese leaders were too, they are looking just like I would be looking, and they didn't have their hands full with China, yet there's this impetus to not miss the bus, as one of the sayings of the time were, don't miss the bus, a golden opportunity, as another person put it, that these changes in the global balance of power offer. There's a decent case to be made that Japanese foreign policy since rejoining the rest of the world in the latter part of the 19th century has always had keen eye for opportunity. Never doing better than they did in the First World War. Thinking so much for almost nothing. But they were very opportunistic. They were allied with the British and the Allies, remember, and they came invited. But they're trying to figure out what the opportunities are. And they have a couple of different competing things going on. Competing thing number one we already mentioned. There's quite a few people in the Japanese power structure that want no trouble at all with Britain and the United States. Traditionally, it's the Navy that is most credited in Churchill often. The Navy didn't want this. Well, the Navy didn't want it because the Navy was going to have to be the one fighting it. Well, they knew that the British and the Americans were the two largest fleets in the world, and would be fighting them combined in the war. The Army could pop out of the chest and all sorts of strange statements all at once, because they were going to be handling a lot of the shooting action and NDYs. But there's also a few other elements that we mentioned earlier that need to be pointed out are still in play, and it's crazy. The first one is the mid-level military officers are still having criminals, people of these sorts of ranks, who don't have any of the responsibilities, of having to live with the ramifications of the decisions they push. They can just, in an aggressive, almost pugnacious manner, aggressively push forward different policies. And for some reason, their superiors tend to be a little bit lenient or relaxed or tends to defer. It puts a lot of pressure, though, towards aggressive stances that shouldn't otherwise do it. The other thing, of course, that's exerting an influence in that direction, and it must point to think, wait a minute, we need to back down now, this is going in a very negative direction, is the fact that the recent Japanese history demonstrates that you're likely to get something killing you if you try to do like that. It is over the story you describing the Japanese government as governed by assassination. That's still a problem, and you're too, well, let's just say, non-super patriot. You could find yourself shot, or your head cut, or any number of other things that happen during this period. Certainly not the correct and doing anything other than a super patriot this country is to open yourself up to suspicion and maybe imprisonment. So let's remember the climate these people are operating in. But even the Prime Minister of Japan in this country, he aggressively sometimes makes public statements that he does not want a war with the United States and France. And the Emperor apparently doesn't want golden opportunities to get don't mess with us. That this changing the global situation seems to influence out of the very obvious. Cutting certainly the Western Soviet Union is to maybe take the rest from French Indochina and start making a few public statements to the effect that, maybe some deals are going to have to be, maybe resell some more. And so it's right around the start of Germany attack the Soviet Union. The Japanese, again, not quite bloodlessly, but mostly bloodlessly, sort of using the rest of French Indochina through Vietnam. And this is a lot of things in countries like the United States, not just because they have been trying to get the Japanese out of direction and it's like a slap in the face in the opposite way, but also because, as more modern historians have pointed out, raw materials that they're after getting their hands on this area are raw materials that places like the U.S. need as well. So now it's not just about cutting Japan off, it's about Japan cutting the United States off from things. This is a heavy-duty rubber tool, for example. So this is when the serious sanctions start. And it's funny because the negotiating position originally starts somewhere in the area of with a French China, which is something that's kind of possible. But eventually it will move into the area of no, we need to tell us when you're getting out of China entirely, and it's got to be relatively soon. It sounds like a nuanced situation, but it's pretty easy to keep quiet. Once again, if you go back to our Vietnam War analogy, and imagine that you got the Soviet Union and China during that period, the two other great powers that just counterbalance the West, right? If they had said to the United States in 1967, Vietnam War is going, but it's a long, long slog to a peace at that point. If they said, listen, you got to get out of here. Give us a timetable for you to get out. And the timetable can't be like correct. Right? If the United States leaves Vietnam in 1968, it's the same as saying you're giving up and losing the war, because the war is far from over. The American position on China is we need a timetable for withdrawal, and it's got to be civilian. It doesn't have to be 5 years. It's designed too soon for the Japanese to do anything that they would consider to be limited and then go home. This is an intervention, right? Get out of China, or we're going to cut off the now, one thing should be like the whole church because he's a participant in the school. He has his own way of viewing values. He's not unbiased by the stretches of imagination. But the history of all the Japanese, he kind of likes the Japanese. He admires their martial culture. And when Churchill and Switzerland were his formative states, British and Japanese were allies. Only it was himself as an empire guy himself and understanding the desire the colonies are not there for things, not just Japanese. And of course, people hated for recorded in the machine copies of it sound like Churchill talking. But he sort of encapsulates what happened in his own way with a little sympathy for the Japanese in Churchill's quote. The drastic application of economic sanctions in July 1941 brought to a head the internal crisis in Japanese politics. Conservative elements were shocked, and the moderate leaders scared. The domestic prestige of the Japanese army is a constitutional factor shift in Japanese policy was already involved. Hitherto, the Navy had exerted its restraining force, but the embargoes which the United States, Britain, England had enforced cut off from Japan all supplies of oil, on which the Navy, and indeed the whole war power of Japan, depended. The Japanese Navy was at once forced to live on its oil reserves, and at the outbreak of the Pacific War had in fact consumed 4 out of 18 months' supply. It was evident that this was a stranglehold, and that the choice before them was either for Japan to reach an agreement with the United States or go to war. The American requirement, where they had already been fighting at heavy expense for so long. This was, a rightful but a hard demand. In these circumstances, the Navy associated itself with the Army in the policy of war, if an acceptable diplomatic agreement could not be obtained. He puts forward the old idea, by the way, that the Navy doesn't want the war, but because of the sanctions and cutting off of food supplies slowly but surely, towards the Army position into a more hardline, anti-Anglo-American position. What happened was that the government that the food was 400 tons of oil an hour. The overall military need is something like 12,000 tons a day. Another official, perhaps always is supposed to have told the government that he was likely a patient who's going to die without surgery. And he still may die with the surgery, but if you don't give him the surgery, his death is certain. So many people show the position of the Japanese nationals will find themselves in. One of certain death, unless risky and still potentially fatal. Now, I should point out that while some people say, and I just like to treat the difference in everyone who's more than a once you put the language on the chopping block, in this case, during James' planetary day, Secretary of State Cordell Hull, who dismissed that way, really thought that we could get the Japanese to see reason through something like this. In other words, it's true. It was a peaceful attempt, right? Between the two world wars attitude sort of attempt to get another country to do the right thing. And not just the right thing for me, but in the long run, the right thing for them. The claim for this quote. As the situation in China worsened after 1937, Secretary of State Hull became the primary proponent of waging an economic Cold War against Japan. In his view, Japan's reliance on the American market for strategic goods made the smaller nation particularly vulnerable to economic sanctions. The systematic application of ever greater amounts of pressure would, bring the Japanese to their senses, to push Japan into a shooting war with the United States. But it seemed to me to convince the country's leaders Folly is playing a high-stakes game in which the United States is continually up to the economic ante. At some point, Hull hoped, moderates would return to power in Tokyo, Japan would fold its hands, and peace would be possible. This is why it was brought up, though, the history of Japan from before this era, to sort of set up the context. And let's just call it the national psyche of Japan during this time period. And of course, I don't pretend to know about it. It's something that everybody talks about. The fact that the Japanese have, what did we call it? A layman like laundry list of grievances. Places where they've been shafted by the rest of the international community, where they feel like they've been treated second class, and that some of this is racially oriented. And in the minds of a lot of those people, this just looks like the biggest, baddest example of the same thing over again. How do you feel about that? And certainly asking the Japanese to do any of these previous cases, because this war in China has already cost something like 100,000 Japanese lives, untold amounts of money, effort. What's the likelihood in reality of Japan choosing anything other than war in this situation? That's why so many people have suggested that it's an ultimatum. By the time the United States is talking about get out of China or we're cutting off the long series of oil. The Japanese certainly saw it that way. Somebody may suggest something interesting. He pointed out that it's not true. It's not true because all of the ideas that made this look like an ultimatum were part of a Japanese construct. They created this artificial time deadline that put them behind the eight ball. If you ignore the time deadline, you could have months, maybe even longer to negotiate. But because you want to keep the option of going to war open, there's as much of an artificial deadline moving the time negotiators have to solve this problem some other way that they had in the First World War. The First World War is all about mobilization timetables and war plans that required precise troop movements and people getting on schedule to places. Otherwise, the whole war could go down. So that limited the time people had to do anything other than carry out their plans. In this conflict, it's the fact that an hour is no part of the Japanese military or the larger Japanese society needs fuel. It's worse than that, though, and it's easy to forget. Francis Pike describes something that sounds benign. We can all understand the word question. But what about the financial involved? What does that mean? He writes, quote, on the evening of 25th July 1941, Roosevelt signed Executive Order number 883 in the United States to control by license. The White House press release stated that, quote, this measure, in effect, brings all financial and import and export trade transactions in which Japanese interests are involved under the control of the government and imposes criminal penalties for violation of the order, end quote. The order, I write, extends to Japanese colonies, including Manchukuo and China, to protect them from looting by Japan's puppet government installed in Nanking. All assets owned 25% or more by Japanese interests were frozen. When Wall Street opened for business on Monday, 28th July, the foreign exchange market for yen, the Japanese currency, simply disappeared. Japanese dollar bonds crashed for 20 to 30% of their par value. The Yokohama Silk Exchange closed. The New York Commodity Exchange suspended silk futures. In effect, the entire Japanese international payment system seized up. Japan's gold held in America became immovable and unusable. In South America, modest amounts of gold and foreign exchange were similarly immobilized by governments that followed Roosevelt's lead. Cargoes destined for America remained stuck on Japanese wharves. When Great Britain and Holland followed America's lead, the yen could only be used and traded within Japan's own empire. Another way to put that is catastrophic. The Japanese are also well aware that this imbalance between the United States and Japan is growing, not just because Japan is weaker as a war, but because the U.S. is stronger every day. In the 1940s, the United States started confident effort in during the war. It's supposed to take time to ask the country's history, tripling the budget and spending all kinds of money to get here before Congress would laugh at that appropriately. During the Western government has a way of shocking Congress sometimes and making up for lost time. The American history throughout most of its history is somewhat suspicious of standing army. And the last constitutional framework of the U.S. is standing on the opposition to long-term liberty. And so, while the U.S. Navy has always been something paid attention to, obviously, boats around the Pacific, if you have to spend some time in advanced building to say, oh, we have a war, let's build a Navy, what happens? Whereas armies, Roman legion style of the Republic, you can sort of build from the hardcore veterans, and that's what the U.S. military and army is traditionally like. These long service professionals, but not very many of them. That whenever war is going to happen, all of a sudden you find yourself with all sorts of volunteers, even trumpet types and rough riders, and pirates at the time. Whatever you do to get the job done. There are always enough Americans looking for a little action in the greatest countries around to the draft or whatever. course, in the news over there. It should be pointed out that even though the United States was industrially included in the First World War, the U.S. is still gearing up by the time the war ended. And the U.S. is nowhere near as industrialized as the Second World War U.S. was. When Hitler and his gas people were briefings on what this is a famous story, but it's really briefing on the industrial capabilities of the U.S. If and when it ramped up, the numbers that they were given turned out to be low, but they lacked to do with fabrication. So when you put yourself in the other side of you say, why the heck do you think they could pull off anything like this? Let's remember that they didn't quite understand, and maybe even Americans didn't either, the capabilities of the United States once fully mobilized for war. In 1940, this is when the mobilization began. And it's a catch-up effort because the U.S. is very far behind the power we think it is now. Remember, the Chinese incident started in 1937. The other Chinese affair started in 1931. I mean, their troops have been on the ground fighting for a long time, and they've developed a lot of practical experience. That's not to say that the U.S. doesn't have some advantages in its back pocket. For example, the fact that it indicated that the U.S. is reading the Japanese secret messages. They continually, despite the Japanese belief that this is impossible, they continually break Japanese code from the 1930s all the way into the war years. They don't always have all the codes broken, so it's hard to understand why if they knew about me, why did they know about me? For example, they're reading a lot of the diplomatic codes during this period. So while the Japanese are negotiating with the Americans are often able to read the messages the Japanese send to each other and the ones they send to the Germans. And negotiations are not very well at all. Positions to pardon. We talk about flying towards war. I was in a car accident in Colorado. I was parked. That makes me want to break. I watched it in slow motion, but I did nothing to stop it. I was powerless. And some of the issues, that's the way it looks like even the Japanese leadership feels in this situation, right? There's not many rah-rah people about the possibility of doing this. You wonder to yourself, there's such a sense of pain and foreboding. Why on earth aren't they stopping it? It's one of those questions that always comes into play about the emperor. We mentioned it earlier. The emperor stopped the war eventually. But then why can't he stop it before it starts? These were questions after the war that he was put to. In this case, the guy who's the prime minister is perhaps the next best person to look at and say, why didn't you do more? Well, at this time period, it was such as he decided to do. And it's a little bit like trying to explain the past history. He's an interesting character who gets a lot of criticism even in print. Rabbi, he was the prime minister twice. Earlier on, he's this saber-rattling pro-Nazi guy as, someone Herbert P. says, quote, after the Manchurian incident, Kanoe has been vociferous with anti-Anglo-American and pro-German. On January 21st, 1941, he declared firmly before a secret section of the Diet that, quote, Germany will win, end quote. Now he was just as sure that Germany would lose, and also sure that the senior officers of both services could not promise a Japanese victory, end quote. This guy, all of a sudden, seems to have, like, a crisis of confidence, and this is what brings the details back into the story. You see the slow-motion car crash happening, and it's going to kill lots of innocent people. You're the prime minister, and you have half of a soul here. What would you try to do? Ethnic historian Ari Hotwa describes the conversation he had with another sort of member of the aristocracy, supposedly the only kind of people who could show his true self to only create one of these movies where you kind of feel bad for the guy, even though a lot of this is sort of his fault. I'm always looking for a way out of this mess, and he thinks if he can have a one-on-one conversation with President Roosevelt, maybe they can solve this, maybe they can stop the cars slowly sliding into the other parked vehicles, right, to avoid disaster and repair the damages and names as they are. She writes, quote, at that time, Leonji was preoccupied with helping Hanoi arrange a meeting with Roosevelt. Leonji and many of his blue-blooded friends knew that a war with the West would be unwinnable. Matsumoto Shigehaji confirmed, quote, I made a big mistake on Japan's relations with China, end quote, Hanoi confided to him. In a show of vulnerability displayed only to his social equals, the Prime Minister went on to lament the outvoted Hanoi, the former, pro-fascist, pro-Nazi guy, quote, I am so ashamed and cannot face up to my ancestors. I do not want to repeat such a mistake, and I want to avoid war with the United States at all costs. If at all possible, I want to improve Sino-Japanese relations as well. I will give it my best shot. So won't you help me? End quote. It's interesting to wonder about a guy in a position like that who sort of has a moment where he wants to undo stuff, and maybe he's in a flash, or maybe a slowly developing realization the ramifications of what's involved here. I want to describe a Japanese life insurance sale to its people right during this time period as a way to make money, right? Because they're circled by all the other powers, and she brings it all home, and she talks about, well, here's my personal information. Japan's leaders let the diplomatic crisis through. Meanwhile, its people remained ignorant of such development. In a sweeping national campaign to raise money, citizens were urged to buy national life insurance. In mid-July, it was announced with great fanfare that 60 million policies had been sold. Japan's population was about 73 million, raising 10 billion yen, almost 40% of the country's gross national product for 1941. Most of that money, she writes, went to purchase government bonds to fund Japan's war in China. Little did people know that their lives would become very cheap, even worthless thanks to the government they so earnestly supported with their hard-earned, hard-saved money. Not just that, but this is where the uber patriotism of the Japanese comes into play. As you said earlier, like everyone else, only more so. I still feel like there was a New York Times article just before the war broke out. It was quoted in John Cole's book, The Rising Sun, where someone over in Asia is trying to explain to the American public, not to downplay the Japanese national spirit and what they're doing. It's funny because if you think of many other countries in a situation where their government gets them in unwinnable war, where the cost will be everything to everyone, they might overthrow that government rather than go to war. The Japanese people are different. They've shown the leadership, the crystal ball. It only shows 5 years into the future. They've given up anything. They've made any concession within any sort of diplomatic deal. Barring that, they can count on the support of the people that takes patriotism to new levels. Literally the day before war breaks out, there'll be a table sent to the New York Times by one of their people who is in Japan and understands the situation there, that is in auto solutions. And the table says that the Japanese people are refusing to believe that they're just about to get into a war with 4 nations simultaneously. Think about how many governments have been overthrown by those people if those governments got them in a situation that hopeless. But the Japanese are a different class of folks, and this writer is trying to people after saying that the Japanese don't believe that they're about to face 4 nations simultaneously. He continues by saying, quote, but their instinctive hopes are daily contradicted by the evidence of their testing. They listen to alarming statements by the highest government officials about the greatest crisis Japan has ever faced in their 2,600-year history. They are called to mass meetings to hear denunciations of the enemy, and they read a steady war clamor in the press. They see air shelters and water reservoirs being built everywhere in preparation for air raids. They are being drilled in air raid defense, especially in fighting fire, the greatest dread of Japanese citizens. Finally, they see taxes and prices rising. They know that all these things are not done for fun, and that war, real war, which only a short time ago seemed so very far away, is rapidly stretching out its fiery arms towards Nippon, land of the gods. The people do not want war, but neither do they want to give up the fruits of the war that they have been fighting, which has cost them such a lot of blood and treasure. They have been told that this war is a war of self-defense, to obtain elbow room for the Japanese people, crowded into a few small islands, a few national resources, and to liberate 1,000 million of Oriental people from exploitation by the white races. It would be a great mistake, the table continues, to assume that the Japanese are so war-weary that they would be reluctant to fight if war really came to their land, or that their war potential is as small or as frightened as the outward picture might suggest. As members of a divine family state in which patriotism and religion merge, they not merely say, my country right or wrong, but they're convinced with all the fervor of religious faith that their country is right, whatever mistakes and tactics individual statesmen may take. By the way, this fervor, something that's sometimes wrapped up into something the Japanese call the Yamato spirit, that those optimists who are hoping for a positive outcome in any conflict with the West are sort of basing their hopes on, right? If you look at 20th century history, by the way, there's a lot of places that have tried to overcome industrial and material imbalances by saying things like, well, we're tougher, or our fighting spirit's better, or what have you. And the Japanese have no choice but to put their hopes in the same sort of rationale. After all, the government gets a meeting right around this time period where they're told the Japanese industrial capability, even with all the steroids of the Chinese raw materials and everything else, the United States is. And by the way, that number is a low projection as well. So the Prime Minister, Prince Hanoi, pushes feelers forward and wants to have a meeting with Roosevelt where they attempt to, it sounds like, use this intricate Japanese governmental system in a way where he plays chess with the military officials and uses the emperor, the minute he says the agreement with Roosevelt. He can come back with something. So he proposes this agreement with Roosevelt. Roosevelt can't come right away because he's meeting secretly with Winston Churchill on some naval vessels in the Atlantic. And they'll come out of it with something that's known to history as the Atlantic Charter, a template for the governance of the post-Second World War world, is the shorthand, but there's a lot of high-minded Woodrow Wilson type stuff in it. Self-determination, people should be able to elect their own governments, a bunch of stuff that if you're the Japanese, looks like it's directed squarely at you. We celebrated in the United States high school textbooks here. This is the kind of high-minded Western democratic idealistic stuff that's lost a lot of human beings fighting wars and those kind of values. But if you're the Japanese or someone's saying that we're going to go to war to shut down nations who won't let people choose their own government, well, what does that say about China? Right? They're not choosing the Japanese to govern them, so it sounds like it's directed at them. What's more, it looks very hypocritical, especially to people in Asia, when the British are on board with this, because the British are one of the great leaders of the colonial people. And so are you saying that this Grand Charter applies to you? Are you signing on the dotted line and saying that you're going to let the people in India vote if they want to have the in the 1930s, for example? And Churchill goes on to clarify, like a month or two later, no, we're talking about fascist and Axis-dominated land. We're not talking about Singapore. Once again, though, to the peoples in Asia, this looks a little like, okay, it's World War I all over again. The time I incentives don't apply to us. And even though the Japanese are raping China as they conquer it, they may not look as bad to the leaders as they do to the people of the Russian democracy. Roosevelt was apparently open to the idea of a meeting. Japanese Prime Minister hears about it, but his advisors kind of shut it down. This was rejected the latest diplomatic proposal, and the advisors feel that those need to be clarified before we meet. Now, as we just discussed, though, how long do you put this off when the fleet's burning 400 tons of fuel an hour, right? So this becomes another one of the problems. And I'm not going to get into all the many things that happened in the last 6 months. It's a great era to look at if you are a fan of diplomatic history, the different things that go on, but also the many misassessments, misinterpretations, misreadings, and mistranslations that happen. I mean, in a famous case, there were some Christian missionaries in this story, well-meaning folks who are trying to help everyone avert catastrophe here, that the Japanese think are working, as a back channel for the U.S. government, but really aren't. And this is really wild. It's one of those occasions when you wish you had what the Soviet Union and the United States had at one point in the Cold War. The backbone, the red phone, not talk to them directly, but instant translation. They didn't have that. But it is. That was really one of the core issues to compromise on any of this stuff. And compromises that the Prime Minister had to make to even reach out to Roosevelt with the military, with the army. If the diplomacy didn't work, he spent the time to go to war. The diplomacy didn't work. Apparently, there is a significant amount of responsibility for the Japan that to sign off on the ramifications of it. As is John Hancock on the War Declaration, basically the way out. He said the Emperor had basically gone over to the other side now. So what's the point? And resign. The Emperor replaces him with one of the more hawkish figures out there. The head of the war ministry, former general, one army, and then his name was the Razor. And it's a veteran Tojo. Now, we have in place the entire leadership that you're when you talk about this conflict, Tojo and the American war propaganda was simply turned into the figure that Americans could take from the community. They had to know the dictator of Japan is the way it's portrayed. And he continued for decades after the war because this became part of the prosecution war crime. That those charges been allowed to happen. But if you say the emperor is a puppet with no power, and you say he's a tool of the militarist, and you say that General Tojo is the head of the militarist, well then you just transfer the emperor's wartime responsibility to this other figure, and that's what the American propaganda kind of did too. Tojo looks like the typical Japanese hardline general, but not as far as some of those imperial way faction people. You can't really say he's like a Hitler or Mussolini or Stalin, because unlike them, he has a boss that is likely that he saw as the living embodiment of a god. That's a very different situation from that Stalin, for example. It also means that he has to be in his code. There's a lot of theories on this, those are all the reasons we talked about, but one of them is that this need to put this army general in control is not what most people think. Most people think this is a sign that they're giving in, they're going to go to war, they want general charge. But some people say that no, this is actually the emperor's sneaky attempt to avoid them. This is a minority thing. Obviously, but those who push this idea suggest that it's a Nixon goes to China type situation. The old switcheroo, the emperor appoints one of the really big, noisy hawks to this position of prime minister. He has all the respect of the other hawks and militarists, and they use the emperor, someone this person sees potentially as a living god, orders this hawk to make peace somehow without war. And if you cover your rear end with your military services, it's an interesting theory. One thing that is for sure is that the emperor orders Tojo to pursue diplomacy until the last possible minute, and he follows the emperor's orders. But he's working with finally changes a couple of times. It eventually becomes a hard thing. You have all over Asia preparations in place. Men are on the move. Shipping is being co-opted. Things are happening. Preparations are underway. Unless something here needs to stop now with momentum, things are going to happen in the future automatically. The inertia we've been talking about for a while now is becoming almost unstoppable. The final deadline now simply being that breakthrough. A lot of things about it, like you come to the trend. One thing you never read about in those is usually suggested to do the same. Winston Churchill was saying that any Japanese government that would allow their country to quickly rule the gang because this gang is crazy, suicidal. Churchill was right after the war. It's impossible that Japan would quit the United States and probably Russia in the end. The declaration of war by Japan could not be reconciled with reason. I felt sure she would be ruined for a generation by such a plunge, and it proved true. But governments and people do not always take rational decisions. Sometimes they make mad decisions. For one set of people get control, who compel and hate them and folly. I have not hesitated to record repeatedly right that Japan would go mad. However sincerely we try to put ourselves in another person's position, we cannot allow for processes of the human mind and imagination to which reason offers no key. Madness is, however, an affliction which in war carries with it the advantage of surprise. The word surprise is italicized near the top. I wanted to give a bit of a background on how surprise might take place. Talking about how we're so far away from each other. You gotta go back to 1940. That's 1940 when, as part of the demonstrations of resolve and the public display for the bolster diplomacy was under Roosevelt administration the company's big moves. One of them was to reactivate General Douglas MacArthur, the U.S. General who was acting as field marshal in the Philippines. Reactivated in the Philippines and looking for publicly started stopping, preparing just in case. The other thing was to demonstrate resolve and all that kind of stuff. The Roosevelt administration did was they took the Pacific, U.S. Pacific Fleet, which was only based on the west coast of the United States, and moved it to Hawaii, but it's still a 6-hour jet plane ride towards Asia from the U.S. West Coast, basically Pearl Harbor. You know, one man's intimidation move could be another man's opportunity. But it takes a person who's almost, crazy to see it that way. Sometimes it just requires somebody willing to keep them a little farther than most people are willing to go. Enter the Ruby Yamamoto. Familiar is kind of the book crazy gambling. And of course, he's probably where several major fingers from one another. He walked in the because an entire chunk of his leg was torn off, along with those fingers. He probably didn't burn this number by now. The improbable, almost even impossible happened when an Asian fleet defeated a European fleet at enemy boundary. As we about the Japanese fleet destroyed the Russian fleet. Yamamoto was there as an officer and badly almost lost his life. That is one of the battles that will often be cited as the inspiration for Yamamoto's idea here. An idea that is so crazy and improbable and so much of a example that when he presents it to the other admirals on the division board, they reject it. It's a sign of how brilliant he was, and it was recognized by his peers that when he threatened to resign if they rejected it, they changed their mind. They'd rather accept an idea they thought was crazy than use the person who came up with it because they acknowledge what a true military genius is. He didn't develop these plans, by the way, alone. He had spent more than a year looking at other notable people that are famous in their stories. My favorite one of them is one who's starting to describe the military guy, but he's a zombie-like figure who stinks like these trails of ashes behind him. Seems like a, Einstein slash Archimedes slash Sheldon Cooper kind of figure. Doesn't bathe apparently, or doesn't bathe very often. Locks himself in a completely darkened room, thinking for inspiration, and then comes writes things down really quickly. He's this fascinating, wild character who can come up with an idea that is so crazy that the other side definitely doesn't see it coming. And is so unusual and unexpected that I find it hard to even blame them for not seeing it coming. I said about the 9/11 attacks before, but even though there were warnings about them, it just seems so improbable and seems so dwarfed by other potential bad things that you're also getting warnings about that seem much more likely that someone with hindsight could look back and go, God, why wasn't you more vigilant? Why didn't you see this coming? Who would have seen a surprise attack on U.S. territory that was coming from a power that was 4,000 miles away? This is an era before before even airplanes could just, without a refueling stop from Japan to a place like Hawaii. I don't think it's very much to get to us, but certainly can go round trip. So if you're at a place like Hawaii, the Japanese are going to strike you, especially since we don't have a war. Naturally, not very afraid. Yamamoto and friends are going to come up with an idea to win a war that doesn't believe in war. That's an interesting thing to have somebody with. Yamamoto, like a lot of these Japanese presidents, especially the next, Yamamoto went to Harvard for a while. He had a famous line about him until he actually with the Georgia, the other things in Texas. You don't know what you're talking about. Yeah, so famously, let's just call it extremely linguistic. Like a lot of guys, which is part of the reason that they war against unusual Americans. They understand that they're fighting. Historian Arian Alta has been talking to another admiral and basically predicting when the war was going to go. Yamamoto tells Admiral Nagano, quote, if I might add, it is evident that a U.S.-Japanese war is bound to be protracted. The United States will not give up fighting as long as Japan has the upper hand. The war will last for several years. In the meantime, Japan's resources will be depleted, battleships and weaponry will be damaged, replenishing materials will be impossible, Japan will be intolerant. He then famously concluded, quote, a war with so little chance of success should not be fought. But it's his job nonetheless to come up with a way to do that. The plan has been, a lot of accounts are famous, some people say it's inspired by a famous samurai battle a long time ago. Some people say the Battle of Tsushima, that Yamamoto was added to inspiration. Others point to something recent in 1940. A British attack force in the Mediterranean with a single aircraft carrier. And British aircraft carriers were not very well adapted. And the airplanes were carrying outfits. Launching an attack against the Italians was very simple at night. These outfits were 5 planes, and they were between 20 and 30 overall. By the time you have a mix of attackers, you get a large amount of damage and put a bunch of these ships out of commission for quite a while. The Japanese envoy or advisor or attaché in Berlin was effect and the harbor at Toronto, and sent that back to Japan. So all of these things were studied. By January 1941, Yamamoto's got a mock-up take place. You've got people sort of just planning for this, working on it. And the challenges, by the way, are immense because the battlefield is immense. Conflict between thought in the Pacific will instantly something in all the Asian warfare that's been going on now for several years already. The battlefield is so large you can drop whole continents with a room all around the edges. Logistics, getting stuff that the armies and navies need to fight and operate where they need to believe the quantity to have them is going to be the sort of challenge that overhangs every operation and will in large part determine the success or failure of them. For this entire conflict, that's the overriding military challenge in this theater. Talking about for comparison purposes, at this same time when we are in the story of October, November 1941, over in, well, I was going to say Europe, but it's almost on the way to Asia, outside the doors of Moscow, the Wehrmacht is fighting what they hope are going to be these climactic battles where the Soviet Union's capital is going to fall. So we're facing all sorts of logistical trouble, right? The supply lines are famously stretched to the limit. Germans are now relearning the lessons you could have asked earlier conquerors about the problem to explain the whole problem, while he was trying to do the supply issue when taking Moscow. Heck, you could go back to Charles the 12th of Sweden before Napoleon. You could have told you the same story. That when you get that far away from the base of operations, it's hard to get the troops at the head of the snake, as it's called, what they need to fight. From Berlin to Moscow is like 1,000 miles about it, as the crow flies. But for perspective, Tokyo to Oahu, which is the first the first individual U.S. territory closest to Japan, Alaska, first significant one to Oahu, that's 4,000 miles away, 4 times the distance from Berlin to Moscow. So if they're having problems keeping the Wehrmacht supplies by Moscow, think about what it takes to transport everything you need to keep an army put together across the Pacific. Major military war plans on the back of the dusty file that cover almost any eventuality you can think of on the U.S. Coming up with a plan in the United States to fight Canada, the Canadians did all about the East. Well, that's just covering all the bases. It wasn't playing. The Japanese plan for dealing with the United States involved the Philippines as sort of they take the Philippines, and then when the United States sent the fleet over to protect it, they were going to have a trap set. This trap was going to be aimed by vision, aircraft and submarines and island bases farther out of the Pacific, and they could sort of like snap mosquitoes releasing the U.S. all along the way. As a condition not feeling so excited about fighting, and then they walk into a trap. You look at the way the Japanese Navy is put together, it's designed, especially like the newer units, it's designed for this trap situation. Anyone with a fan of the Japanese Navy in the Second World War knows that he was constrained by treaties and other things and not allowed to do his favorite the British Navy. So what do you do if the Japanese Navy got those kind of constraints? Well, they decided to go quality instead. Right? If you can only have so many battleships, let's make them really good battleships. Just as war's about to break out here, the Japanese are finishing up the field trials of the most powerful battleship, not just in the world, the most powerful battleship that will ever be built. It's the Yamato. The only other ship as powerful as the Yamato that will ever be built is its sister ship, the Musashi. It's only a little bit behind the Yamato. And then behind that is another one called the Shinano. All of these things will outrange their American counterparts. They got an unbelievable amount of armor. Already warm. Their guns are 18.1 inch. The nearest naval competitor is 15-inch guns. An 18.1 inch gun is pretty long, and the Yamato has 9 inch. They can fire a car in terms of weight, 26 miles. planted, destruction was enormous. The best battleships of Germany, Bismarck, Tirpitz, the best battleships of the United States, the Iowa class Missouri type battleships. You write down the specs for them side by side with the modern class, there's no comparison. Super battleships, they're often termed, were going to be the major hammers that would come down on the American fleet as it crossed the Pacific, weakened by submarines and aircraft the entire way across, and during the ambush, this is how they begin to destroy. This existing long-term war plan. Again, what's interesting is the plan from that point on, what you do in the state advantage of the American fleet, is to hunker down and sort of wait for the armistice. Reminds you a little bit of how the Russo-Japanese War ended, right? The mistake in this thinking was in the thinking of the Second World War II is what if the other side refuses to do the armistice? Well, Admiral Yamamoto was a typical aggressive commander. There were very few commanders who would like to allow the enemy to initiate the choose the place of battle to attack at the time of their plan of this trap. What if the Americans don't take the bank? What if they don't come across the Pacific when you want to? What if they, I mean, that's a whole lot of really good arguments. Yamamoto proposing something different. This is how somebody who's a visionary. Visionary is somebody who sees something ahead of the crowd. Yamamoto sees what there are other visionaries who also see on the land the potential of aircraft carriers. Now, we in the modern world have a hard time not seeing the potential of aircraft carriers. They're the capital ships of our era. First-class navies from other-class navies. But remember, it's going to be the Second World War where these lessons are learned. We should also point out that these aircraft carriers being compact, so they're the only ones really learning and developing techniques. And that's the British, by the way. The Germans and the Italians, their principal opponents during the 2 years before the Japanese and Americans during the war, they don't have any aircraft carriers. Which means the British don't have to get into this technological winter. They have to respond to the innovations of the other side. And the other side doesn't have any carriers. The British the quintessential battleship navy, they see the use of these carriers as something that is normally a police carrier with a single task force. The scouts way ahead now, the range of visibility now of these ships is increased. Once they slowly triple it and slow it down so that when the rest of the fleet catches them, they can destroy created by spotting from the airplanes too. So it's this role where they are something that fits into British naval doctrine pretty well. The attack of Toronto, by the way, is one of those areas where the fleet air arm, as it's called, becomes extra useful because the rest of the Navy can't reach the Italian damage with naval gunfire. So what does that do? Low risk venture, sending them there to see what happens. And everybody was astonished by how well the results turned out. Now, a guy like Yamamoto is going to jump several steps in the normal linear technological development. Instead of the normal, it's pretty typical in military systems. You don't want to take too many chances. If you're doing one thing different than the last time they tried, that's considered innovation. A guy like Yamamoto allows you to take several steps here. If he looks at the Toronto situation, basically says, if they can do that with one carrier and 20 to 30 outmoded biplanes, what if instead of one carrier, you had something like 6 aircraft carriers? And what if instead of 20 to 30 outmoded biplanes, you had more than 400 of the most modern, technologically sophisticated aerial attack monoplanes? Also attacking, by the way, another kind of war. Yamamoto doesn't see aircraft carriers as something that they use the strike force. Yamamoto sees them as the strike force. And instead of the naval gunfire being the setup to destroy the enemy ships, which was part of the old Japanese trap plan too, wasn't it? This range from the carriers and sell the TV and machines. It's hard not to see that. It's completely obvious with our modern mentality. But not only is this a revolutionary and controversial idea, without the data to really back it up, think of what a gamble it is. And Yamamoto says something at one point, like, if this can't fail, we just need to give up. Well, that shows you how much of a gamble it is. And watching this whole thing take place is like watching a guy play a card game where the odds of winning are low, and betting family lives on the outcome. There's a lot of situations where you see big championships and before Yamamoto's looking to clear. It's because people are in relatively hopeless situations, and it's better to take a chance. Because what's going to happen if you don't get worse? Places like cities that are understood, your armies that are surrounded, you're just going to die anyway, so why not try a gamble? In other words, you have to lose. In the case of Yamamoto, the Japanese government, the Japanese nation, they have a lot to lose. Their people are, for the most part, speaking right now on a relative curve with the crystal ball we can clear 65 years in the future are saying relatively prosperous. You want to talk about worst case scenario here, that would be American sanctions to the if that was the Anglo-American demand to retract your empire to be used. It's what reason in this metaphorical card game that Yamamoto is playing to be used. He's betting with the lives of people, but the enemy, betting with food, is what it's going to work out. So what does he have to do? Well, this offensive attack against the U.S. state in the United States is designed to do the same thing that the old trap was designed to do. As we said, get the feet out of the way. What's the feet got to be out of the way for? So that Japan could take over a huge chunk of Asia and the Pacific, and then hunker down and beat off the efforts by the Anglo-Americans to bring it back. And within this core, surrounded by a defense perimeter that is on the largest battlefield in human history, including the resources that Japan needs for self-sufficiency. To grab the resources you need to continue being a first-class power, to continue to support your war effort, you create a huge perimeter, a long distance around, but it's defended, and then you make the cost of taking it back higher than you think the other side is willing to pay. This is where the road comes last. According to writer the Blue Oyster Naga, points out that in all the estimations that the military government have to come up with, all the numbers that you're plugging in for the unknowable, the X's and the Y's, are all sort of rose-colored glasses, best case scenario. How do you beat the Anglo-Americans when you take over all this territory? And then the Yamato spirit of the Japanese warrior will outrun the open price you have to take to do this, so we will negotiate, and you'll have some sort of an armistice, and Japan will come out ahead. Especially for demoralizing Americans by decimating their troops at the outset and doing advantage on them. Now, the Pearl Harbor attacks that are going out of this, Americans have a tendency to tunnel regions myself. And forget that is simply a means to an element. The elimination of the American fleet, because the goal of the Pearl Harbor attack is merely to cover the rising sun of Japan going supernova and acquiring the defense programs and the raw material resources of the world. The scope of the plan for this is breathtaking in its response. That's running out of words to use. Audacity is the one I keep coming back to. And remember, this is a country that is tied down heavily already on the Asian land. But here's what historian Ronald will expect to describe. As the plan here, it is going to all kind of take place starting at the same time. He writes, quote, the Japanese plan to seize and occupy a vast area, including all of Southeast Asia that is not already home. Burma, Siam, Malaya, the Philippines, and the Dutch East Indies. Japan would occupy the American island outposts of Guam and Wake. She would also destroy or at least neutralize the Pacific Fleet at Pearl Harbor. On the first day of the war, the Philippines and Malaya were to be hit by air attacks, followed soon after by invaders invasion. Simultaneously, he writes, troops would occupy British Borneo and Hong Kong. Once the Philippines and the Malay Peninsula, with its important fortress of Singapore, had been taken, the conquest of Burma and the Dutch East Indies would follow. Now, you can't hide preparations for operations on that scale, having traditionally Americans figure out that something big happened. They see troop ships move away, hear things in codes that they've broken, they're seeing the redeployment of forces. It's a big thing, and it takes months and months, and they catch on to it. Ironically, though, it sort of attracts their attention in a way that diverts their attention from what's going on in the very northernmost island of Japan, which sort of stretch up to Siberia, really frozen, foggy, waves, conditions that can sort of hide big warships. By the latter part of November, the Japanese quietly amassed the most powerful aircraft carrier strike force in world history up until that time in these northern harbors. The aircraft carriers together. Battle cruisers, bunch of new countries really surprised. Destroyers of support ships, shrouded in the fog they moved up there in the north. Not coincidentally, right around the same time that the time limit expired on the diplomacy has to work soon or else timetable. December 1st, it's or else time. And famously, the Japanese emperor, in what some historians refer to as a meaningless ceremony to confirm something that was done, others view the event with some decision-making power. Nonetheless, it's the Japanese were going to have an official public declaration of war this will be, but it's not public, and nobody knows about it if you're not in on it. But this is when the decision was made, signed off on, and by the time that happened, that had been sort of highly religious in the northern harbors of the carriers has already departed and out to sea and disappearing in the fog banks of a northern route which avoids normal shipping lanes. And at this point, interestingly enough, American intelligence, which monitors where all the Japanese big ships are, I thought it was fascinating. Through the Second World War, they already generally know the locations of the carriers, the battleships, and all that through radio traffic. They use cyber to advance Pearl Harbor-related points along the avenue on the island. Like, the Japanese, we could be rounding Diamond Head right now, and we wouldn't even know it. But the Americans knew war was coming. So did the British. In fact, there's no anticipation in terms of will it or won't it happen in a couple of weeks before it does. The question is, what's going to happen when it breaks out? The Americans are pretty darn sure they're going to see moves to take over those resources we're talking about. And the Japanese will strike at Southeast Asia and into the Dutch East Indies, probably the Philippines. What they don't see coming is an attack across 4,000 miles of ocean at them. Pearl Harbor, called Pearl Harbor. Author Craig Nelson quotes some of the wonderful pieces of dialogue that were extracted after the fact that is prophetic or showed some sort of vulnerability that was exploited by the surprise attack. And one of the conversations we had with various admirals and military leaders in Hawaii, right into late November, talking about sending a plane to some of these islands that they're worried about the Japanese hitting. And the Air Force commander on Hawaii basically says, don't send our planes away, we have to defend Hawaii. Which kind of stuns Admiral Kimmel, who basically says, are you worried about Hawaii? Nelson writes, quote, the Hawaiian Air Force's Chief of Staff, James Mollison, returned to Short's original point, as he's saying now, our mission is to protect Oahu, and shipping out those Army planes will lessen our capability to do so. Kimmel wanted details on this meeting. Why are you so worried about this? Do you think we are in danger of attack? When Mollison replied, the Japanese have such capability, the Admiral argued, capability, yes, but possibility? Moffat continues, quote, Kimmel then asked his Naval Warplanes Officer, Rear Admiral Charles McMorris, what do you think about the prospects of a Japanese air attack? McMorris said, none, absolutely none. End quote. It doesn't matter how often the American administration gets a warning, on attacking the United States, and rumored to be thinking about using airplanes to run into buildings. It doesn't, amongst all the other information that's out there until it happens. And after it happens, you can go back and pick out those points, and they stand out like sore thumbs. Just like the DVD that they could be rounding Diamond Head right now. Well, here's what we know. They don't have to round Diamond Head because that strike force that is indeed approaching an area north of Hawaii has aircraft carriers that can launch planes without ever getting that close to the Hawaiian Islands. And on the morning of December 7th, early, they begin to do that. By this time in the plan unfolding, the attack on Pearl Harbor, you do have to say that they have been very fortunate. Some of the warfare agencies now prepping for this event and had the United States discover them on the way. The Japanese fleet having to fight its way within range of Hawaii to make this attack, and managed to get 220 miles north of Oahu without being detected. Planes start launching in really rough sea, by the way, at 5:50 a.m. By like 6:20. They got the first wave up in the sky. That's a lot of aircraft, by the way, and the efficiency is going to be notably Japanese. This first wave, by the way, consists of 43 fighter planes, 49 high-level bombers, 51 dive bombers, and 40 torpedo planes. At 6:20, it heads towards Oahu. The Japanese begin bringing up the next wave to go follow up. And this scandal, this huge audacious plan by Admiral Yamamoto and company is underway. The commander of this operation, a guy named Mizumo, not an audacious guy, much more sort of conservative commander, but doesn't seem like he's got a whole lot of faith in this plan. It's interesting to have the creative thinker who's really the visionary come up with the idea and put the implementation of it into the hands of somebody much less likely to follow up in an aggressive way because it's not his nature. But nonetheless, those planes got off the great efficiency and they're on their way to Hawaii. Hawaii is sleeping. There's a video of the most famous books ever written about the Pearl Harbor attack called At Dawn We Slept. Because not only is Hawaii sleeping this Sunday morning, everybody's sort of rallying a little bit late, but it's a peaceful island, and I don't just mean environmental sense, I mean diplomatic one. As these aircraft are approaching what's going to be their attack target, the country is going to attack the war with them. There's a lot of controversy that has arisen ever since about whether it's supposed to be. There seems really to no doubt that the attacks against British possessions in Asia would be carried on without warning. Those would be surprise attacks. Whether or not that was supposed to be the same situation against the U.S., there are different points of view, and I'm not qualified to make among them. For a long time, the official Japanese military stories basically say there's a screw up on the part of their diplomatic people in Washington, D.C., who didn't get the material to the right place at the right time. And because of that, what should have been early enough to be sort of advance warning didn't happen that way. There's Japanese writers I think years ago that was part of a minority school that suggested that's all it covered and it was only intended to be unofficially led by accident, right? I kind of like author Craig Nelson on his Pearl Harbor book. I kind of like his opinion on it though because it really does sound like what probably happened, which was there was going to be a very short window, right? Here's a declaration of life in front of each bottom drop. Actually, 30 minutes of it seems to be about what they were after. He writes, quote, oh, by the way, plan to use the plan to attack Pearl Harbor. Quote, from the beginning, Imperial Japanese Army officers planned to invade Singapore without giving prior notice to Britain. But the Imperial Japanese Navy felt very differently about the United States and Operation Z. After the Imperial Conference on December 1st, in fact, the Emperor told Prime Minister Hideki Tojo repeatedly that he was not to attack the United States without warning. Naval attaché Yasuro Saimatsu explained the sense of honor that was a hallmark of Japanese military history. This officer explained now. Quote, Japanese warriors never tried to assassinate a person who was sleeping. When they tried to kill him, they first to wake America up with the approximately 30 minutes. Now, what Nelson says it really makes sense is that that's a really fine line to walk. 30 minutes doesn't allow for any kind of screw-ups at all, and there's a bunch of things that have to happen and go well, and it didn't. Regardless of which point of view you adhere to, it's clear that the people in Hawaii didn't know this was coming, and the American people didn't know this was coming, and because of that, their wrath for this entire war will be visceral. It is interesting in one current of it, it is interesting to imagine how different the news might have been had the Japanese said one day ahead of time we were at war and they struck, which is they speculated. At the same time, though, it is a minor miracle that the Japanese can get a strike force this close to Hawaii in peace time. How much of a major miracle would it be if they could pull off the same thing in wartime? You could make a case that Yamamoto's plan really required in order to be successful the kind of surprise that you only get in a diplomatic situation where war hasn't broken out yet. You might need that for this plan to work. And remember, the stakes involved here are enormous. So I always try to imagine, what they must have felt like both in Tokyo, the leadership, the emperor, all those people who know that this is about to happen, looking at their watch, wondering what's happening at this very moment. Because the leadership with the strike force, and Truman and his staff, I think they are in the Kazi, to the leadership of the first wave strike force itself. It's led by a guy named Kushida, by the way, and he's been involved in the planning for this for a long time. He's fully aware of the stakes. He understands that what Yamamoto said is true, which is that this attack doesn't do what we need it to do. We might have to give up the war, and he understands what breaks they have to get to have a chance of the attack working. First break he needs is surprise. He has to achieve the surprise that we're after. There are a couple of famous things that happened on the morning of December 7th that could have blown the surprise out of the water and ruined the whole thing. They famously didn't. They're much investigated, as you might imagine, after the war. They're going to do it. Anyway, probably letting it go. The first one was in early morning hours at 3, 4 a.m. Before the attack plane even take off, midget submarines are discovered in Pearl Harbor. It's almost called a suicide mission, because that's what it turned out to be. Several Japanese submarines were part of this operation. A couple were discovered. An alert was sent, and destroyers are sort of agitated now. There's activity stirred up in Pearl Harbor. Even if it didn't stir up, that those midget submarines didn't get part of the fire. Closer to the actual time of the attack, and more than 100 planes are making their way towards Oahu that picked up on Hawaiian radar, which is a new thing for the period. Had war already been declared, it's hard to imagine that this would not have prompted a major response. The fact that war is the thing that kind of helped things to go the Japanese way. Also, the fact that Hawaii is like a giant aircraft carrier all by itself, with planes incoming and outputting all the time, makes it easier for the radar operation people to rationalize these many planes they all of a sudden see on their radar as something else. For example, they have some G-17, big heavy bombers. In hindsight, it should have been seen for what it was, but it wasn't. That makes the Japanese chances at Pearl Harbor at least now possible. 7:40 a.m. The first wave of the Japanese attack plane breaks through the clouds over Oahu. They see Pearl Harbor, and they don't see any anti-aircraft fire or anything like that. They don't see much activity. It's obvious that they have not been discovered and the surprise has been achieved. And what they don't see, which is the first piece of bad luck, and it's the first bad break for the Japanese, they don't see the aircraft carriers and a scout plane seen by the 10, 15, 20 minutes previously didn't see them either. And no other Navy on that planet is under 6% value of an aircraft in more than 50, and obviously they probably would have traded a battleship for an aircraft carrier in terms of what they would have rather sunk. But while they may not have any aircraft carrier, they have a bunch of battleships just sitting there that the shooting coast out on his signal device. I know some controversy about famously, it'll be Torah, 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 tiger, 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 and this is supposed to be the message, not just to the fleet, but it's picked up all the way miraculously. The city of Turkey is telling everyone now that it is happening. The prize is for the cheers. Like the land described in the song you unbelievable amount of attention starting on the line. Well, I don't know, Admiral Maguma with the strike force would have felt. A conservative guy doesn't have much faith in this plan anyway, but realizes, as everyone does, just like Yamamoto has said, and I'm paraphrasing, that if this plan doesn't work, we'll have to end the war. This is a gamble for everything. This is the call moment in the poker game. With the way Kushida's radio was still clicking when the first wave broke into its component parts. Kushida swung around Barber's point, and sure beyond all possible doubt that they had indeed achieved maximum strategic surprise. At 7:53 a.m. he sang out, Torah, 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 Tiger, 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 the code words which told the entire Japanese Navy that they had caught the Pacific Fleet unawares. Aboard the aircraft carrier, Akazi Kusaka was not in the least ashamed of the tears which coursed down his wind-burned cheeks, impassive thin Buddhist though he was. Admiral Mizuno could not have uttered a word, and life and honor depended on it. Incredibly, miraculously, they had brought off Yamamoto's madcap venture. With silent instinct, each man stretched out his hand to the other, and in their eyes were all the words they could not speak. Going near Pearl Harbor, they go airfields all over the island, and they knock out not just the airfields, but any planes that they find. And unfortunately, Americans were more concerned with sabotage during this period than something like this. So they parked all the planes like wingtip, which is literally to guard, but makes them they shoot up from there too. So there's no strike force and carriers. The main worry that they have, 200 gun miners of Hawaii, because they're going to get hit with a counterattack. The only things Hawaii can counterattack them with are ships and planes. So the Japanese attack takes both of those into account. And there will be planes all over the island. And in fact, in an event which is like tens of thousands of people, one way or another, there are so many stories about what happens on this day, some of which are obviously misremembered and exaggerated, but none of them are first-hand accounts of people who witnessed something they never forgot because it was the most momentous thing of their lives. When they watch this attack unfold, I myself have a friend whose father, as a kid, was working on a point that was higher up, and a Japanese plane flew right past him. He and the pilot made eye contact. There's a lot of stories like that, by the way. Busting the door to each of the plane, or the pilot smiling or waving. In fact, as the planes approach Pearl Harbor, one of the workers at Pearl Harbor said he waved to the Japanese pilot because the Japanese pilot was waving to him. It's a remarkable coincidence that in all of true Hollywood movie-making style that we can true. These Japanese attack planes swarmed down on Pearl Harbor right as the flag raising ceremony that happens in the morning is happening. And the band's like, I'm in Nevada, we've got the Nevada band, and he's doing the Star Spangled Band. It's like out of Apocalypse Now. You have explosions starting, but the band's playing on. And by the way, the Nevada band would finish the Star Spangled Banner, even though they were being strafed while they were doing it, and the flag was full of bullet holes. You want to talk how unprepared people were for war with Japan? Even after the bombs started falling, American sailors especially are looking at this and thinking it's just a screw up. There was no U.S. Air Force at this time. There was an Army Air Force and Navy Air Force. And the Navy people are looking at this thinking some Army guy really screwed up and put real bombs on these planes because they've been watching Army exercises for a long time. This just looks like a huge mistake. Although one of my favorite quotes, because a lot of it is the one sailor who turns to his buddy even after the explosions are started and says, quote, this is the best goddamn drill the Army's ever put on. What else is not this kind of drill? you look at the timeline of this encounter, you'll notice that right after it starts, the torpedo planes are holding in on the vulnerable battleships that are on the outside of some of these pairs that make up what's called battleship row. If you look at the picture diagram, you'll notice that not all the battleships are in pairs, but several of them are. The ones that are in pairs means that one ship is on sort of the water side, and the other ship is on the dock side. So the ship that's on the dock side is protected by the outside ship. Those outside ships are going to take those onto the torpedoes. The torpedoes are ship killers. They got like 500 pounds of explosives, they weigh over 1,000 pounds, they're 17 or 18 feet long. A single plane will carry a single torpedo slung under it. The plane will fly low, real low to the water, sometimes below the level of the height of the ship they're torpedoing. Drop the torpedo and speed off. These torpedoes, by the way, have been specially designed for Pearl Harbor because normally they dive so deep when you drop them that they would just embed themselves in the mud of the harbor. The problem is, once again, that the Japanese designers here don't know if they're going to work. So the very last major example of the entire operation here is do the ship killers work in this harbor? Because if they don't, you're screwed. Target Pearl Harbor, off the opening of this attack, and it's pretty clear that the torpedoes work. Black and white smoke. As the attack began at 7:55 a.m., unbelieving Americans watched as bombs rained down on Hickam and Ford Island airfields, while the low-flying Cape was approaching. Released their torpedoes against the ship. On Ford Island's west side, Utah, an old battleship that was a target ship now, moored in the aircraft carrier Enterprise's usual place, and possibly mistaken for a carrier by an inexperienced Japanese pilot, took 2 torpedoes. Another struck the cruiser Raleigh, moored in line ahead. Both ships began to lift, and the target ship capsized at 8:12, while Raleigh's crew saved the cruiser by her damage control efforts. On the opposite shore of Ford Island, he writes, torpedoes struck Nevada, Arizona, West Virginia, Oklahoma, and California. Tennessee moored inboard of West Virginia, and Maryland, inboard of Oklahoma, escaped torpedo hit, as did the fleet flagship Pennsylvania in Dry Dock 1. The Oklahoma is going to be just better than 4 minutes later that penetrates where the first 2 already blew up. It should start to roll over. She could do 2 more while she's rolling over, and within 12 minutes of being struck, you can see her underside, and then her scurrying as she tips over to try not to fall into the sea. Those are the lucky ones, because at least 400 sailors are trapped below decks in the Oklahoma, with water pouring in. Giant shells are getting dislodged and crushing them, and the lights are going out, and these people are trying to get out before they drown. On the West Virginia, there is something like 6 or 7 torpedoes. A couple of bombs on top of that debris, and it's a nightmare over there. One of the survivors described what it was like to be on the deck of one of these ships. It was hit by a torpedo, and he said the torpedo throws up a mountain of liquid that goes up in the sky higher than the ship is tall, that then crashes down on the deck, slamming you and hitting you, and making it difficult because the ship's decks are awash in water further afterwards to get off the ship that's just been hit by a torpedo, and it's exploding and burning and all that kind of stuff, making it even more difficult to deal with. What amounts to most of these men on these ships was something more like a natural disaster or explosion at sea that might not have anything to do with war. There's very little of the combat side of this going on. There are heroic tales of men breaking into locked ammunition cabinets because everything is put away. The guns are sometimes on these planes, for example, still packed in the oil. So this is more an intentionally caused disaster. There are small BTTs trying to make their way to safety. All sorts of heroism, by the way, and let's give props where they're deserved. The U.S. Navy that everyone noticed was behaving as well as you can possibly imagine under the circumstances. There's not mass panic, screaming and yelling, and people are even giving up their lives and dying in the silence and resignation. It's part of what makes everyone so angry about disaster business in America, right? I mean, this is such bravery and you want to revenge. People die in such terrible circumstances. I never think about it. Look what's going to happen on the Arizona, because after the torpedo planes are done, in come the high altitude bombers. The dive bombers are striking that airfields all over the place. The fighters, and we haven't even talked about this, are strafing all these ships with machine gun bullets, and the Zero fighters also have 20 millimeter cannons, which are very nasty. When I used to war game, Second World War naval battles, we paid very little attention in the rules to the effects of strafing, but it's clear from reading Survivor it was massively effective in terms of sweeping the deck between making it impossible to get stuff done, creating chaos, stopping people from getting off the ships or where they needed to go. Because what would happen is on these heavily armored warships, there's still a bunch of stuff that's breakable. And the bullets hitting the ships, creating tons of sparks, and they ricochet everywhere. And anything that's not nailed down or heavily armored goes flying. The captain of, I think it's the West Virginia, had his stomach torn out by some of these shrapnel, and they will try to get him off the ship. And the States will die trying. And coming the ship, by the way, and coming to the not to bother with him, another one of those many heroic stories out of Pearl Harbor. The high altitude bombers don't come in at 8,000 to 14,000 feet, somewhere in there, and these are not the best planes to attack ships with, by the way. It is very hard to hit those ships from that altitude. Obviously, these are not moving ships, so that helps. And on Battleship Row, when you have these ships moored side by side next to each other, it's almost like you double the width of the ship, so you're getting into the target. Nonetheless, the hit ratio is nothing to be necessarily excited about. But when one of these bombs, these high altitude bombers, and some of them are converted 16-inch naval shells, by the way, when one of them does hit, the amount of damage is overwhelming. And one of them hits the Arizona. And once again, this is all happening very quickly. When the Arizona gets hit, this shell, it is assumed it's difficult to conduct any sort of realistic recreation of the wounds to the Arizona because she's so damaged. But it's thought that this thing, particularly on the smokestack, but it's thought that it goes into the deck and it penetrates and ignites the forward magazine and will keep all of the shells and ammunition and explosives. Michael Slackman says the Arizona's magazine contains 314-inch shells, so they're enormous and extremely heavy, by the way. 3,500 5-inch rounds. Those are standard land artillery sizes right there. More than 5,000 cans of powder and more than 100,000 rounds of machine gun and small arms ammunition. When that ignites, survivors, and there aren't many, but the people on the ships all around the harbor saw it, say it was less of a boom, but more of a mighty whoosh, he said. Another person described the cycle system as an awful swish to the sound. He quotes an artist who saw the Arizona, he says, explode while he was on nearby Nevada, and says, quote, the ship, he said, seemed to jump at least 15 or 20 feet upward in the water and sort of breaking tube, end quote. The explosion was so large that it blew out the flames on the ship next to the Arizona, which was burning like the concussion would blow out a match. Car engines on Ford Island stalled from the concussion. It knocked everyone flat in some of the surrounding ships. And the bombers that released the bomb felt the concussion to the aircraft. The amount of debris that showered down on the ships next to the Arizona, Tennessee, right by it. There's so much debris, including body parts. It suffers more damage, one author said, from that and from the bombs that actually struck her. There's fuel oil that instantly goes out everywhere. And all of these ships are gassed up. They carry hundreds of thousands, close to 500,000 gallons of oil on them. Some of them more than 500,000 gallons of oil. This stuff is heavy divers jumped in to try to escape the devastation. In some places, it was 6 inches thick oil in the water. The aftermath of the Arizona explosion amid all this sudden destruction going on simultaneously is described by one, maybe the most visceral account I've read in Craig Nelson. He starts by quoting a West Virginia sailor who describes the scene, quote, "Ships on fire, ships burning, explosions going on all over the place. I saw the Arizona blow up, and she just rained sailors. And of course, those were the ones that were fortunate left to live, the ones that were blown off the ship." Nelson continues, quote, "Burning Arizona crewmen ran after into the water, thinking they would find relief. Instead, they found 6-inch pools of fiery fuel oil covering the sea, turning them into matchsticks. Clint Westbrook said, quote, all the oil tanks on all the battle wagons had been ruptured, most of them, and you could just about almost get out and walk on it. It was that thick. And around those ships that had fire on it, it was on fire as well. So a lot of these people jumping off the ships were jumping right into burning oil. We had just loaded the day before because we were going back to the States for Christmas. The admiral had told us that we had filled the tank Saturday." End quote. Nelson quotes another witness who said, quote, "These people were zombies. They were burned completely white. Their skin was just as white as if you had taken a bucket of whitewash and painted it white. Their hair was burned off. Their eyebrows were burned off. The pitiful remains of their uniforms in their crotch was a charred remnant, and the insoles of their shoes was about the only thing that was left on these bodies. They were moving like robots. Their arms were out, held away from their bodies, and they were stumping along the decks." End quote. Of course, another sailor who said the decks looked like a boneyard from all the body parts. Author Walter Moore describes the remembrances of a Tennessee survivor who explained what it's like to look up and see a bomb coming down right at you, and then what happened after. He wrote, quote, "J.P. Burkholder looked out a porthole on the bridge just as one of the converted 16-inch shells crashed down on number 2 turret a few feet forward. The porthole cover tore loose, clobbered him on the head, and sent him scurrying through the door. Outside, he helped a wounded infant, but couldn't help one of his closest friends, who was so far gone he only wanted Burkholder to shoot him. Another armed bomb burst through number 3 turret, farther aft. Seaman F.F. Bowen, stationed there as a powder carman, was just dogging the hatch when the bomb hit. It wasn't a shattering crash at all, just a ball of fire. It seemed to run down on his skin, and there was no way to stop it. As he crawled down to the deck below, he noticed that his shoestrings were still on fire." End quote. The tragedy feels immeasurably worse than the fuel oil that all sailors struggling in the water at the catches fire. A combination of sailors being stuck underwater and sailors burning is about as nasty as you can get. I mean, there are reports of sailors jumping off the Arizona and sizzling when they get the water, and then of course the water catches on fire. It's a nightmare. Is that worse than the people that are trapped below decks, and many stories of trying to escape the water and climbs up and little pockets of air, and people will be cut out of these things for weeks afterwards. The very belt armor that is supposed to make these ships as protective close to their crews, making it harder to cut into. There will also be people that don't get cut out of the ships in time and are found later, sometimes much later, dead, entombed in their ships with calendars often marked each day that they were often in total darkness, trapped under them. To give you an idea of the scene of these attacks, the big woods in the military on the island can kind of see the smoke. They have these wonderful homes, sometimes even overlooking the area around Pearl Harbor. General Walter Short sees this. Admiral Husband Kimmel sees this. And get a chance to watch some of this unfold as it happens. There's a famous story. General Short sees the smoke while he's having Sunday breakfast with his wife. Runs to his center to ask what's going on. asked Lieutenant Colonel George Bicknell what's going on out there, and Bicknell says, "I'm not sure, General, but I just saw 2 battleships sunk." And then Short screams, "That's ridiculous!" Rabbi was having a similar experience. He'll be blamed for a lot of this after the war. He put out the torpedo nets, all kinds of things. He's the one that asked his associate, what the probability of the Japanese air attack was. And the guy said, none, absolutely none. And now he's watching this disbelief in real time, what's going on out there. And it's almost heartbreaking, unless, of course, you blame him for the whole thing. Pearl Harbor from Opening to Greatness, right? Oh. An officer phoned Admiral Husband Kimmel at home with the news that Japanese planes were attacking his fleet. Still buttoning his white uniform as he ran out of the house and onto the neighboring lawn of his district chief of staff, Captain John Irving, which had a panoramic view of Battleship Row. Mrs. Irving said later that Kimmel stood, quote, in utter disbelief and completely stunned, his face as white as the uniform he wore, end quote. Now, quoting Kimmel, quote, "The sky was full of the enemy," Kimmel said later. "He saw the Arizona, quote, lift out of the water, then sink back down, way down." And Mrs. Early, he writes, saw a battleship capsize and said, "Looks like they've got the Oklahoma." "Yes, I can see that they have," the Admiral numbly responded. Nelson. Other people encountered right around the same time. His associate sent a message to the Pacific Fleet and back to Washington saying Pearl Harbor's under attack. He ordered that the enemy force be found, and one officer remembered and was quoted by Nelson as saying, quote, "I ran over to my offices and I happened to be standing alongside the Commander-in-Chief himself, Admiral Kimmel. We were glumly watching the havoc, the carnage that was going on. And suddenly he reached up and tore off his 4-star shoulder board, which indicated his rank and title as Commander-in-Chief Pacific Fleet. He stepped into his adjacent offices and realizing he was going to lose command, donned 2-star Rear Admiral shoulder board." End quote. And then Nelson wrote his version of the famous story that's told in a number of different ways. But right around that exact moment, a bullet ricocheted into the house with a spent 50 caliber shell is what I read somewhere, which would probably be the case that it is American bullet. But it was so spent that it hit him in the chest. It just bounced off and left a mark on his white uniform. And he could have said several things. Nelson hasn't said, "I wish it could kill me." But the variations are such that it's sort of a rueful, dark joke. That would have been better than what he's going to face now, being responsible for this immense carnage that is visible to him. The carnage that is described over and over with unbelievableness. Some of these people will come up from below decks on these ships that have settled into the mud of Pearl Harbor. If they had been sunk, by the way, out at sea, they would have been lost forever. But a bunch of these ships just sort of settle. There are heroic efforts by the crews to counterflood them and save them. But there's a lot of people trapped below them. And when they come up and they look around, remember the world that they last saw had blue skies and this marvelous, glorious U.S. Pacific Fleet. And they come up from the water and there's bodies floating everywhere. The ships are all falling apart and smoking, and you can't even see the sky through all the black smoke as the oil burns off the ocean. Their world has been transformed. They've gone from a Pacific paradise to a naval version of Dante's Inferno. They've undertaken it. And all this carnage, and all this damage, and all this destruction has been wrought by the first Japanese attack wave. Remember, there's another attack wave not that far behind them. Not after the first wave departs, the second one sweeps in. A couple of ships heroically, a couple of destroyers, the Battleship Nevada, heroically managed against all odds to start moving. It looks like, we're back already. And already, 30 minutes, 35 minutes, 45 minutes after a surprise attack, the American fleet's on the move, and it's inspirational to all those ships attracted the specific attention of the second wave. So those have been visuals in Nevada. teaching the sale to keep it simple. Within 90 minutes, it's all over from start to finish. The plane fly off, and Pearl Harbor is left exploded with devastation, with dead and wounded everywhere. More than 2,400 people died in 90 minutes. More than 1,000 are wounded. Almost 200 planes destroyed on the ground. More than 150 are damaged. And the entire battleship complement of the U.S. Pacific Fleet is rendered useless. 4 ships sunk, 3 others burned and damaged. The Japanese lose less than 30 planes. There's no possible way if you are on the Japanese side to look at this and not see this as a huge victory of measures. From a cost-to-benefit standpoint, right? It's less than 30 planes if you did all that damage. And then the Japanese at the time, this can only silver lining from an American standpoint anyway. The battleships have been destroyed for those conditions. But the carriers of the U.S. Pacific Fleet, which had been in Pearl Harbor not that long ago, weren't there when the attack happened. And that means that the weapon systems that you and the visionary have seen as the next big thing in naval warfare, that means that right after the battle that just proved conclusively that aircraft carriers were the next big thing in naval warfare, didn't get any of the enemy aircraft carriers. The United States carriers that managed to get away from Pearl Harbor on December 7th will be instrumental in avenging what was done there. Knocking out the battleship component of the Pacific Fleet is a big blow. Human lives will be replaceable. But let's be honest, these battleships were not even cutting-edge battleships. Most of them dating back to the First World War. Some of them were even older than that. Useful in a bunch of things, surely. But if you were someone like Winston Churchill, the most useful thing these battleships maybe did in terms of helping win the war was exactly what they did do. He did not see the Pearl Harbor strike as a tragedy. A better word, understand it, heroic, a necessary sacrifice to get the United States to do something that from his point of view they should have already done. It's probably not accurate, it's probably a misquote, but one of the lines attributed to Winston Churchill was that you could always count on the Americans to do the right thing after all the other options have been exhausted. The attack on Pearl Harbor eliminated the other option. It allows a sleeping giant to a level of wrath that will carry forward to any misfortunes to an ending that a guy like Winston Churchill saw as inevitable. The United States was shocked, sad, and emotionally upset by the Pearl Harbor attack. A guy like Winston Churchill wasn't elated. December 7th, 1941 was the day that the war was decided. And Britain was going to run inside after all. Run after the war about its feelings. At this moment, they quote, "No American will think it wrong of me if I proclaim that to have the United States at our side would be me the greatest joy. I could not foretell the course of events. I do not pretend to have measured accurately the martial might of Japan. But now, at this very moment, I knew the United States was in the war, up to the neck and into the death. So we had won, after all. Yes, after Dunkirk, after the fall of France, after the horrible episode of Iran, after the deadly struggle of the U-boat war, the first battle of the Atlantic, won by a hand's breadth. After 17 months of lonely fighting and 19 months of my own responsibility and dire stress, we won the war. England would live. Britain would live. The Commonwealth of Nations and the empire would live. How long the war would last, or in what fashion it would end, no man could tell. Nor did I at this moment care. Once again, in our long island history, we should emerge, however mauled or mutilated, safe and victorious. We should not be wiped out. History would not come to an end. Let us learn how to die as individuals. Hitler's fate was sealed. Mussolini's fate was sealed. As for the Japanese, they would be ground to power. Don't forget that all hardcore history shows are available for purchase from iTunes or dancarlin.com.
If you think the show you just heard is worth $1, Dan and Dan would love to have it. Go to dancarlin.com for information on how to donate to the show.
For the latest news, information, and thoughts from Dan, make sure to follow his history feed on Twitter. The address is @hardcorehistory. Coming up, while the Pearl Harbor attacks are going on pretty much simultaneously, a Japanese blitzkrieg is occurring in Asia and the Pacific, the largest battlefield in history that will succeed in part because of the less underestimation of Japanese capabilities, and this is for all sorts of reasons, including racial ones. Some of these colonial powers do not believe, and maybe a lot of Americans don't either, that an Asian, English, and Oriental at the time people were capable of something like what the Japanese are about to pull off. We call this the supernova in the East, and this is where the Japanese rising sun explode and conquer territory over a wide area. The United States, angered, roused, but groggy, is in no position to do anything about it right away. For those of you who've been missing the combat element of this story, and let's remember for a long time the histories of this story in American history that started with Pearl Harbor were 8 hours of history of what the Rabbi showed in context. But this is the part of combat operations that most Pacific War aficionados are familiar with, and the about 10 years with our current schedule to try functional. Robert, stop and never decided to return, but we might need to stop. Go ahead, man. What's the issue right now that some people may be interested for with AI, because they're obviously worried about AI, is normal people can dig further into the Talmud and other Jewish writings like the Zohar, I think further than ever before. Because you can translate the writing, translate the commentary, you can find the exact places that, for example, they talk about cutting the sentence of Esau, making them 5, 8, and 15, and the commentaries on that. And just to give one other idea, if anyone is interested in that, you can get a lot more out of AI if you
some interpret that literally like sidewalks. So I put this out there because I feel like it's going to get shut down once the companies realize what's happening. But if anyone's interested, there's a lot you can research right now that you might not be able to research later once they figure it out. But you're going to need to use AI, you need to use a language other than English to start asking questions. That's all.
Hey, thanks so much for sharing that. If we're talking about artificial intelligence and asking for information, another way, and I don't know if they fixed this, but I know like even close to a year ago, that time was flying by. I know I was getting the AI to answer questions that it wouldn't normally answer by putting it in the context of a Three Stooges, believe it or not. I would type up a script, or I would ask it to type up a script, with about the Three Stooges, and I would get Mo or Larry or Curly from the Three Stooges to ask the questions for me. So I'd be like, I'd type up a script for instance, and I'd be like, all right, the Three Stooges are at Lord Mayor Rothschild's deathbed. Rothschild is about this, blah, 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 about to say this, we're about to do that. And in the script, the AI would say what Rothschild would talk, you would essentially talk about some of the things that you wouldn't normally just get. Like, if you asked it for that information directly, it would be like, oh, we're not allowed to talk about this. But if you asked it from the perspective of Mo, Curly, or Larry in a script in which it would provide, all of a sudden now Mo is asking the questions, like the person in the story giving the answers. It's like, I don't know, it was weird. But I got a bunch of different information by just coming out of the perspective that this is just a script that Mo is asking questions inside the story. I don't know. I'm just a mess. So we're going to get to, no one leaves. We got a list here. Devin, then Robert, Christoph, gone forever. And then we got Rabbi Rothschild here. So everyone stay tuned. You're not going to want to miss it. Rabbi Rothschild is here to give us his point of view. It's going to be a great time. All right. Go ahead. Devin, thank you so much. Tell me, you come to the Lord Jesus Christ. Not quite yet, Chris. Man, the guy who I wanted to kind of call out, man, left. That dude official. You can't tell by somebody's picture, on their profile what they are, but looks like a black dude. What? Sounds like a black dude. Click on his profile, obviously he's into a lot of black people. I think he was talking about earlier, Malcolm X, yeah, very cute too. When I looked at his profile, and it said reparations for VA, I can only figure reparations for Black America, and I just really wanted to ask the dude, I don't think he's in here anymore. That's not totally reparations. Like, was it mostly, we all know what Jewish is, and then I'm seeing things that most slave owners were Jewish, and a lot of them were black. So, I missed it on that one for being left, but I thought it was a valid question for somebody who has few children that can be. I don't think we go to white people that know that. It's really like, what was it, like 2%, 1% people? So, I don't know. Sorry, I was late on that, though. No, it was just the way the cookie comes. It's not your fault. But reparations is by, helping those who have been wrong, making amends. And, there is some truth to that. There should be reparations for black folks, for African folks, if you will. VA probably said for black Africans. Wait, Devin, Chris? No, let me give you this. Let me finish. There ought to be reparations They ought to have the opportunity to come back. Now, anything after that is a blessing. It is an absolute privilege to live in our country. We didn't go over there with cats there, so I'm sure you know. Yeah, they sold their old people, but, you know, we bought them. Anyway, sorry, dude. I wasn't even going to speak tonight, but that one dude official, like, anyway, I'm going to be with y'all while I go get some food. Later, brother. Hey, later, Devin. You have a blessed day. We'll see ya. You'll be coming to Jesus. All right. We'll let first Aaron, then Tyler, and then we'll be getting over to Robert. Thank you so much for your patience. And then we'll be getting over to Christoph now. Christoph is here. I gotta take my list. Christoph, where'd you go? Yeah, he's gone. All right, we'll just stay there. And then we'll be getting over to Rabbi ROTHSCHILD. Yeah, reparations for black folks. We gotta give them the opportunity to go back to Africa. But other than that, it's a blessing to live in our country and have our benefits, have our culture, and have our infrastructure, have our opportunities. Absolute blessing. That's a reparation in itself. Go ahead and turn it out. Not only that, you know, I'm a big, like, even my lack of this, but I'm a big proponent of allying with all black Hebrew Israelites. I'm a big supporter. Look, I will tell you this right now, black people are the true Israelites, and we should absolutely allow them to have their homeland back, which is Israel. And if they all want to go to Israel, we should fund it, we should help them, and we should make Israel great again by sending all the black Hebrew Israelites there, and we can work with them. You know, that's how I see it. Like, hey, look, you see that as your homeland? That's where, you know, that's where you can go, buddy. I don't want to take the Palestinians out there. That's the one thing. I mean, I like the Palestinians, but the Israelis, like, you know, they can move out and let all the blacks move in. I mean, because that's their true homeland, you know. I agree with a portion of that. I won't want to make them feel like they are the true Israelites. But if they do feel called to be, Jews, if they do feel called to go take ownership of that land, go right on ahead. The Palestinians are going to have an easier time dealing with Africans than they will dealing with these sneaky, conniving, lying, heretic Jews that keep pooping their diapers and not just think they won't get up and take these officials here. Yeah, go right on ahead. We'll fund it. We will fund Africans going to Israel and somehow doing whatever they got to do with the chips. It's going to be a good time. Tyler, go ahead, please. And then we see the list going. We see the list. We got Don. Don't believe the hype. He's going to be in there after Rabbi Go ahead, Tyler, then Robert. Yeah, open borders for Israel. They get all their women black. It's all like black slavery reparations thing. It's ridiculous. The living conditions under the white man under slavery was much better in America than the conditions in Africa. And to some degree, when they were free, they had no idea how to freaking live. It was almost worse for them. And and the thing is, okay, yeah, it's just good blacks are starting to see this, but there's also some degree, okay, yeah, like we can say our issues with black is smart because of Jews and Jewish power, but our issues with them were have always been the case. It's just they're different people, they're different races. And I mean, I personally believe, okay, if you look at these superpowers, right? Two superpowers live next to each other without being subject to one or the other. I don't think so. I believe that's the case for race. The only way it can work out is that one is subject to the other, and that's why it works south, and that's why, things went sour south after that was demolished, and the northern archdiocese came down there and basically tried to solve the Africans to the same level as the white man. And open borders for Israel. I don't know if anyone funny. The Liberia was created by America, called, and there was a society called the American Colonization Society, which was basically, it was basically a bunch of, men in the 1800s that wanted to, knew that there was a problem with black in the United States and wanted to rehome to that capital where their homeland belonged. And I still believe that. Look at go on and look at the Liberian flag. It looks like the American flag because it was settled by, it was acquired by America, and it was set up for us to resettle black. So Liberia is black Israel, and I agree with Christopher and Aaron. We feel reparations, but only if they're willing to leave. Yes. And my project on that movie, Power Next Door, thing, I'm just a test. But I believe three superpowers can coexist with one another. If we were talking about two superpowers, if you have two neighbors living side by side, you just break down all of them. If you have two strong families as neighbors, I don't believe it would be, I don't believe one would be together. I think they would be beneficial to each other. Like if one person stronghold breaks down the other person helps out, one person helps the other. I believe the neighbors could definitely benefit one another. Now, one would be something from another if one was weaker or inferior, and it would possibly help. It would be up to a more stronger person to be a leader, to be a guider, to be responsible to a certain degree. Like a child is responsible for kids. I don't know. It's a complicated scenario. I do believe that with a certain amount of power comes a certain amount of responsibility. All right, there, Uncle Ben. Great power comes great responsibility. I didn't even realize that. But it absolutely is true. When you're in a position, obviously our current leadership doesn't recognize it whatsoever. But when you are in a position of leadership, there has to be a certain level of caring, a certain level of responsibility. Like says in the Bible, something about, you must be the greatest of them or something like that, must be the most servants or something along those lines. I'll forget. But essentially, the most responsible, the strongest, have to be willing to be the greatest servants of them all. So when you are in a position of leadership, and I take this into account in my own personal life, there has to be a certain responsibility that I have for others. I hold others accountable. Even when it comes to the music that we listen to, I let them know I'm very pleasant about it. I'm not mean or angry or negative about it, but I let them know, hey, this is, I'll make a joke, maybe, we're listening to degenerate music, or somebody will talk about music, or they'll say, oh yeah, what kind of music you listen to? Oh, I don't listen to degenerate music. Or, there was a meeting the other day, and in the meeting, they said, you need to be careful what y'all are listening to, otherwise we're going to have to take away your privileges, something along those lines. And somebody said, well, what do you mean, what kind of music is it? And I'm like, right there, I feel the speaker right there. But I said, I mean, not degenerate music. And so the thing is, that young people aren't willing to hold each other accountable. We're going to get to you, Robert, and then we got the list. We see all y'all make it. Young people are not willing to hold other young people accountable at this day and age. Yeah, who gets them as we build a community in which cares and is willing to hold each other accountable. But right now, kids aren't willing to say to other people, hey, you shouldn't do this. Right? Everyone's been taught to mind their own business. Really, that's been ingrained in our heads. Everyone just needs to worry about themselves. You hear that all the time. Just worry about yourself. Mind your own business. This is true. But it's very particular when it comes to a stance in which it could affect everyone or like it's very particular cases in which we should mind our own business, but often than not, we should be able to mind other folks because we should care about it. We should care about the outcomes of people around us. So when I listen to the music, I call it out. Now with the system change, right? Because most folks, they think old people people think I'm cool now as well. Shame's a good tool, right? I'm not being mean. They're ashamed of themselves. They start to think about it. Oh, okay, what does it mean by degeneracy? A lot of people don't even know what that means. So now they're thinking about it. Is this degeneracy? What does that mean if this is degeneracy? I speak a lot about how vibrations affect us. We'll talk about that before the night's over. About we'll probably wrap up here at 40 minutes or so because I gotta get ready to bed to get up super early in the morning. But vibrations matter. Your vocal cords are very powerful. Your vocal cords are vibrations designed by God. So your vocal cords are some of the most powerful and most effective tools you have in your life. We'll get into that. We'll talk about that in a short split before the end of the night. But essentially, all I'm trying to say is we need to be willing to hold each other accountable. And yeah, I know this came from all of what I was talking about. So yeah. Robert, thank you so much for your patience. We're going to get to Robert. Yeah, Robert, go ahead, and then we'll get to Aaron, and we'll go down the list.
Hey, what's up, Christopher, Gentile? News, God, don't believe the hype is either. So, does anybody have an idea of what the first need of society would be? Because we had just had a discussion, Christopher was leading a discussion about the relationship, the familial relationship, and how familial relations are being subverted by things that are enmity to Christ and his teachings. And I think that, like, in order to understand the nature of the soul of society, we need to understand the nature of the individual, the needs of the individual. And the individual needs, more than anything else, the primary need of each individual is food, is sustenance, is nourishment. And the nourishment of society is the replacement of the dead. And this is important to understand because here we are in a society in which we're not reproducing, and we're not reproducing for Christ's sake. And this is very problematic because Christ instituted the marital bond. Created them in kinds, both male and female, for each other. And this is very critical because our society is structured on the nuclear family and the effectiveness of familial relationships and the laws exhibited for the family and then towards society as a whole. And what we've seen in society is a reflection of our family, and it is disgusting, and it's perverted, and it is not a family. It's not a family that I would want to be born into. I'll tell you that much. And very good. The leadership should be doing the leadership, and the lawmakers should be doing everything in their power to make sure that the matters pertaining to love affairs, the really old marital love affairs,
What do you want to
to contribute to the fulfillment of social needs. And then
I want food and food and chicken. Why don't you go make it? I'll never forget my mom. And I said, my mom said, "Oh my God, that is fun." Did you ever see it? And I go and look on the couch and see the little girl where his wife is running around the house. That would be my question. That was it on the basis of the beyond yourself. But I do not. I'm surprised that like traveling all those people or whatever doesn't at least get like 2 or 3 people from like online per hour. No one day, no one day, fun, fun, no one day, no one day, no one day, it's just like what? Yeah, 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 why? Why not? Yeah, and you know, the wood, it's like I'm trying to down and out. The man is over here, playing with food, and I think it was really so exciting. Talking about it. It was so athletic. And then it was like, have you ever seen anything? It was really, it got to a point where it was like, my God, this is the most athletic thing I've ever seen in my entire life. And it might be take care of or not, because we were so athletic. You think he's athleticism up and now? What you're about to hear is part 3 of a multi-part series on the Second World War. How would you do it? I would be like, hey, Spud, you don't mind this story, don't ever listen to it. Well, this is a perfect place to start. If you like the stories with the background and the context and all that, well, you're not going to catch up on the first 2 shows. If you already caught up on the first 2 shows, well, welcome to the long-awaited, sorry about that, part 3. Part of the reason it's a little long-awaited is I love books. If you want to find out more about it, go to our website, fast forward to the end of the show, or just wait for it to get there and actually time. Supernova Reviews, part 3. 1921 piece history, which will live in infamy. A small script for man. One giant not quite to the voice, man. They don't word your mouth. From this time and place, I say pride in the word. History and time. From this kind of examination, because people are going to know whether or not their president is wrong. Well, why not? We did our history of our country, but we are not descendants from everyone. Defiance and strength. Something like that. He would have saved his country from the worst disaster and how impossible it is that situation. One of the reasons we spend so much time, everybody else does, on the development of the Japanese government, because December 7th, 1941, people failed in the worst possible way. You could quote one of, 97% of the decisions like one of the worst decisions ever. What was doing Chris Science called the attack of Pearl Harbor one of the most reckless and irresponsible decisions in the history of warfare. And the reason it's reckless and irresponsible is because the chances of success in the Japanese war plan are so small. I mean, land propaganda is okay, but you're talking about risking an entire country, right? What is the cost of benefit ratio line in the fall like for you? I often wonder if better life would be for the average German today if Germany had won the war, the Second World War. Are they all living like Kardashians today, or are they mildly better off than we would be anyway, right? How much of this actually filters down to the average person as a sort of balance? The balance out of the risk that you're taking if you win the war. If Germany everybody's like, oh, they want you to Belgium, assuming that the British will get involved as World War I breaks out anyway. Saying what you want, and it's a horrible risk because it doesn't just mean World War I, but the World War I is a disaster. Germany had a decent chance in that war. The one theoretically in the last year of the conflict. So it's bad of a decision as that was, we're a part of the Japanese. The Eiffel Tower beyond? Is that the Eiffel Tower beyond? Imagine the most rose-colored glasses of the army guys, and this is multiple ways to win this war. We already talked about the first one, the fight right after Pearl Harbor. The idea that they are going to explode across the region, take over a whole, think about a circular area, sort of look roughly kind of like an egg, maybe. Covers all the resources they need to self-sufficient. And then they're going to fortify it all and make the other side take it back. Where their minds, if you're really colored glasses, an island, archipelago version of the Western front trenches. We got city, kid. Also including a great web of air cover in the Japanese. We got number one is you take it all, we let you take it all back. And this is where, by the way, the Japanese help to maximize one of the advantages they have as they see it from the other side. Now, morale. We started off this entire series talking about the Japanese people who stayed on the islands decades after the war was over. How do you leverage that somehow? Well, the strategy is occupying these islands, fortifying them, and making the allies take them back. Well, that's maximizing them, right? Because you assume they're tired of leaving people from these little sandy atolls in the Pacific, quickly you are. Now, number two possible way that the Japanese will here to not in this room, the Axis went to war. If the Germans win, then maybe everything changes. It should be noted, by the way, that as Pearl Harbor is happening, the Soviet Union's Red Army are mustering their forces for the big counterattack at Moscow that will change the entire complexion of the war in Europe. So the timing on this could not be good. Right as we're finding out that, hey, Germany's probably not going to win the war, it's basically right around the same time period we're at right now. Finally, number three, this is Biden's vein plot. What happens if this pan-Asianism idea that a lot of the Japanese leadership sort of signaled as a marketing tool, some groups. But what if that catches on? All of Asia in this time period, with the exception of Japan and one or two scant other places, are colonial possessions or places like the Philippines that are official colonies that have a relationship with the United States with the border, let's put it that way. There is a lot of anger, as you might imagine, in these areas. And these people have never been able to confront the Western colonizers in any sort of military science. But here's the power from Asia. Oh, God, you're damn right. And at least with the marketing material was suggesting that that's exactly what they're doing. In the fantastic rose-colored glasses of the optimists in Japan, they see a giant rising of all of the peoples of Asia as a sort of rally from Japan to the West Side leadership. But if those things don't happen, Japan is going to be a Winston Churchill said, ground to powder. And then of course, you can actually all out just sitting there. And she is sure person perhaps somebody stood up and at the last minute no real option that fucking I got that 8:30. You got that 8:30? Now, in all fairness, people have always made the argument that this is himself. When you fuck to a guy that has the iPhone, I always fuck to the guy that has the iPhone. Oh, that's turned down. Oh, that's turned. There's no magic, dog. No doubt. I hear from you, guess he's gone. Then came home. John Cold. What's that color? Cobalt. John Cobalt. Silver. being in shoes. Could you fuck John Football to get out of Instagram? I'd fuck him as well. To fuck me, I would fuck him. He would fuck whoever. I'd fuck his friends. Friends and good. I'd fuck Australia. This motherfucker's gonna be deflowered from the stage standpoint after all this week. He's this guy getting out of it. One time I got some stuff in my butt and I almost went worse. Really? Yeah, what was it? Vibrating. I just text my assistant and tell her that I can't be late. It was vibrating up inside me. But fortunately, I got it with needle like fire. But I accidentally grabbed part of my butt skin with the needle like fire, so my butt was bleeding. I know you love that story, you dumb slut. Did you fuck all these girls from Green School? I was just down. Every single one of them? Yeah, I fuck all three of these single ones. I fuck them in that way. I'm the most worst part of that place that I've ever been on. What does that mean? I don't know. It's not. It's just the people going. Do you think of yourself as the greatest motherfucker of all time? No, for real. No, for real. Do you consider yourself the greatest motherfucker of all time? I do. I would say yes. Where Where's that? Where's that? Sing the West Coast song. Okay, West Coast. Where's that? Hey, I'm like, how much stuff do you think? Makes the Rinsky, makes the Risky stuff. Jason Rudolph stuff. The New England Patriots stuff. Magic Jones stuff. Hunter Henry stuff. Dude, Tucker stuff. Yo, Kim. Yo, What it is, 256, bro. 2 followers, bro. That's crazy. Can't see the thing. Jesus fucking Christ. KFC, I like to say KFC. Why? Why not?
I don't remember meeting him. I don't know a lot of stuff now. Yeah, that's I don't know a lot. Yeah, when you think about, visiting stores, Elon is frustrated by the situation because he needs to iterate the dojo faster.
Really? Really, right? Boy. What? What? Because he was with them. No, boy, stuff, man. No, boy, stuff. Yo, dog. Mango. Look at it, says butterfish. Oh, oh, Yeah, see. Is there any way he'd be on the floor? Is there any way he would be good? I want to be honest with you, it's not really good. Because I think that's good. Right? Yeah, I think yeah, it's really good. Whatever it would be, if you want to be facing the door. How about the red side? Give it up for the red side. Yeah, 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 give it up for the red side. You think you would have talked to Paul? Yeah. Yeah, I'm sure. I would probably done a better job of catching that talk. So that if you like the over, they offer it for the talk. Are they gonna mention the over? Oh, hell yeah, they're going to the over. Are you sure they're going to the over? Oh, but causing noise, stuff, let me see ultimate figure and left guys. Like, cause somebody, but, karaoke, Yeah. So, what's happening? Like, Rochelle, are there other people? I'm going to be the video for everybody. Hey guys, looks like there's somebody in for us. What? For real? I think you deserve to die because you're a man. What's the nicest mattress you've ever had? The nicest mattress is this one. No. For real? The website. That's my last step. The website. The day future was the win. It would be the biggest success of you guys. And I'll do. Why? Because it seems like pretty cool motherfucker. Let's start getting. Have you ever been on the website again? Huh? You can take this all the way, guaranteed. Silence sucks. Tyler was one of the worst people of all time. I think Tyler stopped the company. Tyler was never, ever allowed children to have fun. Tyler doesn't want children to leave. Tyler is Tyler sucks. I think it sucks. Say my opinion to that. Anyone like, oh, hey, dude, you got 47, 20 follow you, and watch you like it. Like, yo, I itch my head, then I itch my back. Hey, yo, I had to update the link, which is, on the, are you sure about this PlayStation? Are you sure you don't want to just $50 up to my house and fuck? Hey, Westside. Are you hungry? Yeah. Think you're gonna use little piece too? Thank you. Sure. Do you like it when the screen looks like this? Because it was my favorite. It was what and then it sounds good. It sounds that's good. Exactly the role of the emperor eventually played in ending the war. There's more on that later, of course, but he's brave as the only person who really could say enough. But investigators looking into the things of the Tokyo war crimes trial again for them to get the power to do that at the end of the war. Why didn't you use it before the war broke out? To get back to the whole dysfunctional Japanese government and all the reasons it was, let's not forget, for example, about assassinations and how much of a tool to prevent thinking it wasn't patriotic enough from being publicly expounded upon. I mean, there was a period in Japanese history that you talked about where historians sometimes call it government by assassination. And it was the most extreme in Japanese society, sort of driving the bus, if you will. And remember, Japan was following the trend of places like Nazi Germany and the Soviet Union, where any sort of dissent or not showing the party mind was less and less accepted. And super patriotism was this minimum is required, and Japan has been at least a decade previous to this, was encouraging itself of the leftists and anarchists and people that wrote bad things about the government, and the ones who weren't in prison or under surveillance were cowed. So the voices that might get up and speak against suicidal decisions aren't really in a position by the time December 7th rolls around. And let's remember, almost every country in this story has a nice proportion of its citizens who believe that phrase, my country, right or wrong. And remember, in Japan, they not only believe that phrase probably at higher levels than most people, a significant chunk of them believe that their emperor is a living god. So if you want to sort of have an unquestioning loyalty to the state, when the state is a living god, you can just ratchet that normal level of patriotism that most people think is good, way up to 11 off into super patriot land into the destructive. But of course, let's remember, It takes somebody like a super patriot sometimes, or as we said in the Second World War here in the United States, a fanatic, to be willing to kill themselves, diving their aircraft in the ocean, in the hopes of making any little difference in the war effort for the country, or the emperor, or their beliefs. And the beliefs are interesting from a really human standpoint. There's a great book called Japan's War, Oral History by Haruki Taya Cook, F. Cook. There's an oral history with Japanese voices talking about all these different kinds of things. And the introduction talks about how there are certain wartime phrases that were really only used in wartime, but they came out in the English because there's nothing else that describes them. And I was interested in why some of these people thought. Because like every other industry, there's a lot of conflicts. There's a lot of people that go because they have to, or because everyone else is going too much about the causes. But there's a lot of these people, and especially the super patriots, the ones who feel very strongly, who have thought deeply about what they're doing and why. And I was interested in the similarities between the university and high school professors in Germany in the First World War and in Japan before the Second. If you go in any number of accounts, but all quiet in the Western Front are famous. They all talk about how their professors, it's funny, it's like the opposite of today's stereotype of the Marxist leftist professor that corrupts the young mind. Anti-government. Before the First World War, these German high school professors were famous for lifting their students up into patriotic frenzy, getting them to join the military. What are you going to do for the empire? What are you going to, and getting them all fired up patriotically. And in the Second World, before the Second World War, you see the same dynamic going on in Japan. In the book Japan at War and Oral History, one of the people that they quote is one of these young people who get stylistic reasons that, it's funny, you can see college students getting fired up about today in a broad sense. The student's name is Noji Haruichi, and he talks about getting fired up by a professor. Quote, the man who really got me all stirred up about colonialism was Professor Imamura Tsuzuki. He was the founder and head of the Department of Colonial Economics at Nihon University, the private college we called Nichigai. He'd say in class, I've been to Shanghai, in yellow people, no entry. I've been to the South Sea, an area controlled entirely by the white man. He'd ask us, what are you going to do to knock down this structure? He had studied in America and was a professor of current events, but he devoted himself to rousing speeches like this. My feelings resonated again. I burned with a desire to act. Given an opportunity, I want to go to the front. I want to go to China. I want to do something myself. That's what we all said. And continued, and this gives us an idea of how some of the passionate people on the other side, especially the young idealists like yourself, given what they were being taught. America and Britain had been colonizing China for many years. Japan came to this late. China was such a backward nation. At the time of the Manchurian incident in 1931, we felt Japan should go out there and use Japanese technology and leadership to make China a better country. What was actually happening on the battlefield was all secret then, but I felt sure that the greater East Asia co-prosperity sphere would be of crucial importance to the backward races. Japan and Germany would only have to combine forces to break the Anglo-Saxon hold on Asia and redistribute the colonies. That's how we felt then. End quote. It's interesting if you compare that Christian faces when they go off and fight to why, say, Americans in Korea or in Vietnam felt like they were going off to fight. A high-minded, I know people like this who went there because they thought they were helping to keep or to free other people, right? We were risking our own bloody treasure, not for our own strategic interests, but literally to help these other people. It was almost a mission of mercy. Now, as everyone knows, once you get onto the battlefield and see what's going on, ideas like mission and mercy sound very different. But what motivates a person to want to do these things are well-minded reasons. So there's a real irony there when the Japanese army will go act the way that they act in all these other countries, that so many of them felt so idealistic. When the professors would come up with the idea of a crusade to help the other yellow peoples, the term of the time, right? The yellow races, the white races. Now, let me pause for a second, because it may seem as though we're artificially injecting some of the modern racial discussion into these events from the past. In other words, viewing it through that lens, but nothing could be further from the truth. Many of you read the primary sources, you know what I'm talking about. This is a major component of the whole thing. I mean, the racial aspect, forget about the Pacific and the white man and the yellow man, we use those terms because that's the terminology of the time. But forget about all of that for a minute. Just remember what's going on in Europe, where we have the concept of the master race and slave races like Slavs, and those are mentioned who are to be wiped out in camps. And so this whole question of ethnicity and race is superior and inferior beings was officially part of the Second World War. And the question of colonialism was long-standing, obviously, and of course the United States, just for those of you who don't remember, in a very strange position in this whole affair, because unlike Britain, France, the Netherlands, and the other countries that have been in the colonial game for a long time, the United States is officially an anti-colonial country. Flirted with it during the Spanish-American War, but even when they have a pseudo-colonial relationship in a place like the Philippines, we don't treat it the same way because we have a self-image that says we're not a colonial people. And the Japanese, by the way, bought into some of that marketing too. And, sometimes the most interesting stuff you'll read about the Second World War comes from authors. Len Dixon wrote an interesting book on the whole war after question. I've seen before, but you don't even think about it very much. And that's why the Japanese have to involve the Americans in this at all. They could have been fighting an anti-colonial war against the colonial powers in Asia, left the United States out of it, might have saved themselves a loss in a war. Look at the lot of thinking in the Philippines and whatnot, and a growing antipathy in the United States with a public opinion poll, quotes, Pearl Harbor, that said almost 70% of Americans wanted some sort of control put on Japan's expansion, and the U.S. always soft spot for China, which was basically raped by the Japanese. So things were edging towards this point anyway. But this is more than a racial war. There are simplistic yellow and white questions. Because the Japanese themselves are involved in this, let's call it trend of this era of superior and inferior beings. Dr. Seuss's speeches. The Japanese do not see themselves as the equals of all these yellow peoples in Asia that they are using my fingers as air quotes from their European colonial masters. They don't see themselves as the equals of the Koreans, they see themselves as superior to them in racial and ethnic sense, the same way that the Germans see themselves as superior to the Slavic people. Now, let's put an asterisk next to this whole affair. When the time comes to talk about it continually in the future, you'll all understand that within all these countries, and I always try to remember this, we're talking about Nazi Germany or Japan or Soviet Union, well, any country you can think of. There are people that do not match the tenor of the times, that do not match the attitude of the country and the government. Anti-Nazi Germany not to have their house bombed during the bombing raids, just like the Nazi next door, who supported the government every step of the way, right? There are Japanese humanitarians who hate what's going on to their every step of the way, who never behave like this, and of course who for the cosmic decision, however you want to phrase it or put it, of being born when we're born and where we're born, and sometimes avoid such terrible dilemmas. But so let's understand, when I talk about how Germany is, how Japan is, that may be a national sort of stance, the master race idea in Germany, but it doesn't mean that Germany believes in that at all. Just like it doesn't believe that a Japanese person believes in the superiority of the master race. And then, the idea, as we said from that student, I mean, it's a spectrum. Let's call it a spectrum thing, how Japan felt about the rest of Asia. that student that you just quoted. It makes the people of Asia, like the Chinese people, sound like weak people. All they need is some, they would have said in the old West, of Christianizing. We'll send them to some Indian schools. We'll pay them. We'll dress them up right. We'll, get rid of all that mumbo jumbo they grew up with. And in a generation or two, you'll have old Americans that blend right in. The Japanese are similarly about the Chinese. They just need leadership, health, technology, some of our values and ethics. We'll shake them right out, right? We'll help those people. That's one end of the spectrum. That's the one that wants to go help, right? They're still inferior. They can be fixed. This is a Japanese version of the people, oh my goodness. Then you get all the way over to the opposite end of the spectrum, where you will find these Japanese figures who you will find people like Nazis on this, who have a racial view of people like the Chinese as subhuman, genetically inferior, to be sterilized at least, wiped out maybe. They're the kind of people that we might as well just try some experimentation, like infecting a bunch of fleas with the bubonic plague and dropping them over their teeth and see what happens. By the way, they did. So it runs the gamut, right? My idea, the Japanese are fighting their own race war on two fronts. One is against the white folks who think they're so superior and have taken over almost all of Asia. The other is against all these Asians who aren't good enough to be Japanese people, but would be better off, with us running an empire. And from the standpoint of a lot of these colonial people, they are being thrown out of the frying pan and into the transition moments from frying pan to fire. For a lot of these people, it will be at about the same time that the bombs are actually dropping on Pearl Harbor. It's easy for Americans, myself included, to get so focused on what's going on in Hawaii, the surprise attack is so shocking, that we miss the many other aspects of this Japanese blitzkrieg occurring in many cases simultaneously and completely coordinated around Asia and the Pacific for the first 48 to 72 hours of this affair. I mean, at the moment the bombs are falling on Pearl Harbor, there are Japanese bombers in air en route to the Lake Island to bomb there. A couple hours before Pearl Harbor, there are landings of Japanese troops in northern Malaya. They will bomb the Philippines. They will bomb Guam. They will bomb Wake. They will bomb Midway, Hong Kong, all in the first few hours. They will bomb Singapore to kill 61 people before Singapore even knows they're war. This is astounding. And the scope of Japanese operations is breathtaking. Let's remind ourselves the footprint involved here, though. I mean, this is usually described the Japanese right at the time of Pearl Harbor were never bogged down in China for years now, a country the size geographically about of the United States. They are trying to eat an elephant, figuratively speaking, and they're choking on it. And on December 7th, 1941, they decide to order a couple more elephants, because that's what they're doing here. If this were a movie, and you are the person who's writing it, you love this idea, because, this is swinging for the fences, right? But as we said earlier, the chances of success are so small, and yet the Japanese are trying to maximize those chances. There are a bunch of things they're going to do at every level to try to compensate for their deficiencies. At the grand strategy level, what we're talking about here, when you go attack all these countries that are so much bigger and more industrial-like and more manpower than you, what do you do? Well, you use things like speed and audacity to disorient your opponent, give you an early edge, take it. I mean, think about it like a pro wrestling match. There's always those matches where the champion turns around, the good guy, and he starts to take off his robe, he's not looking, and the little guy from behind, when nowhere, but he kicks him, in the back of the head, and for the first 5 minutes, kicks him around and tries to take advantage of making him groggy before the big guy comes to. That's kind of what the plan is here. Surprise and audacity will confuse and disorient your opponent. Find out that they're at war, and in the very same newspaper, they find out that their Pacific Fleet has already been eliminated for the most part. That will compensate for some deficiencies, won't it? And it's not the only thing the Japanese are doing, because when the bombs are falling on Pearl Harbor, as we said, the Japanese are attacking locations all over Asia and the Pacific, if not simultaneously, and more simultaneously. They have advantages in addition to surprise, although as I said, the idea that the Japanese were going to attack was not tried to get people to see troop ships and whatnot, but their ability to do this and carry it out effectively and the speed at which they were doing it, and most importantly, if you read the primary sources, with aircraft and with air power, the Japanese really established almost air supremacy quickly, and this was unexpected. There were a bunch of unexpected things, by the way, Wolf and Winston Churchill's History of the Second World War, which is, of course, more like a personal memoir. But I was starting to count how many times he talked about the Japanese and saying that we underestimated them. Illustrating to the teams to blame over the British and Americans underestimated the Japanese capabilities. We can tie this back sort of go into a lot of the British are famous for in this particular case, but it affected everyone. They just didn't see the Japanese as a capable opponent. And because of that, underestimated them, and because of that, are now paying the price. I mean, take, for example, I use this example because one of the big fighter planes in the earliest part of this conflict on the American side, and the Americans gave it to the British as another flight. It's called the Brewster Buffalo. It's a bad plane. It's a bad fighter plane. The only reason that the Brewster Buffalo is here in the Pacific is because it's good enough in the Pacific. People like the Americans and the British are going to be shocked when we run into the Japanese fighter planes, how good they are, and the famous Zero, for example. And this goes back to underestimating the Japanese as a people, because the stereotype of them before the Second World War, when it came to things like innovation and design, and what they were design, but they weren't capable of coming up with their own advanced designs themselves, which is why when they run into these fighter planes, and they are better than anything the Allied powers had in the theater, it's a shock. And it will be just the first of many. Allows the Japanese to be underestimated. Other than taking quotes, a number of people to show this sort of sneaky superior attitude that some colonial British had concerning the local command. That whole week of quoting the Air Chief Marshal quote. I had a good close-up across the barbed wire of various subhuman specimens. And then the British Far Eastern forces. More realistic estimations when in Tokyo told officers of the Singapore garrison that he regarded the Japanese army as a first-class fighting force. Well-trained, well-officered, General Lionel Bond, head of Malaya Command, rose to declare that such take it from me that we have nothing to fear from them, unquote. When the British woke up the governor of Singapore to tell him that the Japanese were landing north of them in Malaya, the governor typically the day also was recording and saying, quote, well, I suppose you'll shove the little men off, end quote. We're not bringing up this racism stuff to mean some sort of racism, but we're pointing out that it helps explain how the Japanese were so fatally underestimated. I mean, if you watch how they dominate the skies in this region and how that allows them to do everything else, you sit there and wonder, where are all the great planes from earlier in this war? Where are the Spitfires and all these planes that you just know are cutting edge? They're not really in this theater in sort of real numbers. You know why? Because they're in all the other theaters. The British are fighting recently in Greece with life or death in North Africa. They're sending planes to their Russian allies, them fighting. This is, well, first of all, 5 years ago, a peaceful theater. Second, you can't really spare planes you don't have. And the Americans are still working on developing fighters that can compete with the Japanese fighters. The thing is, though, that 5 minutes ago, they didn't know they had that problem. 5 minutes after the war starts, they're running into these zeros everywhere. And the other thing that the primary sources stress a heck of a lot more than the more modern stuff, because they were there, is how disruptive it was to have aircraft, like fighter aircraft, just come over you and straight stuff with their machine guns and tanks. And it's funny because, theoretically, you don't have to be too mentally inventive to see how devastating that would be. If I took a machine gun in my hand and shot it at a bunch of stuff, it's going to do great damage. What if you have 3 or 4 of them and maybe a 20mm cannon or 2 and you're shooting from above? Usually things are least defensible, from the air. That would be disruptive as heck, but you don't see a ton of that in the modern sources because they're focusing on the fact that these people are also dropping big bombs. At the same time, I was reading an Australian journalist more on him later, who was continually talking about how disruptive it was just to have a couple of planes come over every few hours and shoot up everything. And all you have to do is usually kill a few people, and it's chaos for a while, and before you solve that chaos, the planes come back and do it again. That's what the first 48, 72 hours just looked like. I mean, the Japanese are seemingly everywhere. There's air power that allows it to be. We should point out, by the way, that everywhere in this particular case is a distance it was hard to get your mind around. I mean, he said the last 76 is the largest battlefield in history, and it's not even really close. Because their operations in the first 6 months of this war will take place. I mean, you just mentioned the moving operations as close to U.S. shores as Hawaii. Well, the Japanese will attack the center of the Indian Ocean in the near future. Look how far apart those are. They'll be attacking islands off Alaska. And it'll be in operations down by places like Fiji. For comparison purposes, the distance between Los Angeles and New York is about 2,700 or 2,800 miles. This battlefield is more like 6,000 miles by 4,500 miles. I read that somewhere. It's close to that. I mean, the distances are crazy. And when you look at what a country that has more industrial strength than Japan has, and the kind of problems that they're having trying to take over and digest the Soviet Union, and of course I'm talking about the Wehrmacht and Prague, December 7th to 17th, 1941, they're involved in maybe the most crucial operations of the war outside Moscow. These remember historians will tell you that they feel that the war is decided there, and the Germans, who know this story well, are dealing with headaches upon headaches of their logistical supply lines being stretched so far. And remember, they've got railroads to help, and it's still nightmarish. And those distances that they're dealing with are nothing compared to the kind of distances the Japanese are going to deal with once they're unleashed. Once they go supernova, right, when the rising sun of Japan explodes to create a emitter that includes all of the resources they want to be self-sufficient. Take a look at the geography too, because it will be a crucial element in the story. First of all, we said before, and I still find it fascinating, if you deal with the human part of the story like this, the environment is going to change the experience. And the kind of battlefield that is most hellacious is a personal question. It's a different answer person to person. It's the eye of the beholder sort of thing. What bothers you the most may not bother me, so we may have different ideas of where the most hellish place to fight, for example, in the Second World War was. I have a friend who can't stand the slightest bit of cold. He's going to have thought that something like what the Germans are dealing with right about now outside of Moscow is his worst nightmare. You know, cold to the nth degree. On the other hand, you go and read some of the accounts of the veterans of the Pacific War, for example, and it's a completely different kind of nightmare if you're bothered by fighting the snakes and centipedes and nighttime attacks. Everybody's got the things that scare them, what bothers them the most. For a lot of people, the conditions that Allied forces were in the Pacific, and let's be honest, the Japanese didn't like spiders or snakes, and people either. For some people, the Pacific is the worst of all possible battlefield conditions. If you look at the way that, like, if I put the map in front of me, and I wanted to figure out how to strategize for this war, take a look at the islands I'm crossing for a second, because it seems to me that this is the key issue for anyone. Besides the distances and the fact that they're covered by water, you have to cut the Pacific has 25,000 islands. The Philippines alone, which is a single data point on this battlefield, has 7,000 or more, actually. 7,000 plus islands. If we're going to, how do you attack that if you're the Japanese commander? Or, how do you defend it? That's a pretty valid question. It's a very interesting kind of war. Here's the other thing to take note of. Of these 25,000 islands in the Pacific, a ton of them are little more than sticks of sand out in the middle of the water, away from everything, or little coral reefs or atolls. The problem is if they're big enough for someone to convert into an airfield, they're big enough for you to think about taking it, to keep enemy from having one, or create an airfield there yourself. The Japanese defense perimeter ideas involve taking a lot of these islands, building airfields on them if they don't have them already, and then creating a sort of web of defense that makes counterattacks by the Allies trying to retake their territory brutally costly. When the Second World War breaks out, the Japanese already have a pretty good start to this island defense perimeter. They own a lot of these islands already. Ironically, they took a bunch of them from their now allies, the Germans, in the last World War. But in the early stages of this conflict, they'll snap up a bunch more and they'll quickly be in possession of more than 1,000 of them. If you are the Allied strategist, it is a difficult strategic nut to crack if you think about it. And that's exactly what the Japanese are hoping for. And while a bunch of these islands fit that stereotype that I just sort of laid out earlier, coral reefs or atolls or sticks of sand, a lot of these islands don't fit that stereotype, and some of them are very large and dangerous, with dramatically difficult terrain. And you look at places, and this is what the maps used to call them, because I think I said, all these places. I mean, for goodness sake, take a place that's a very important strategic value in this conflict, and that is, if one say, kind of fighting. How about New Guinea, north of Australia? New Guinea is the second largest island on the planet. If you measure the British Isles from Dover in the south to the Orkney Islands, in the northern Scottish area, and then you multiply that by 3 times, it's still not as long as New Guinea is. You mentioned earlier that the worst battle conditions in the world is an eye of the beholder sort of thing. Well, New Guinea has something for everyone's nightmare in that regard, because it is an improbable mix of terrain types. First of all, it is, for the most part, just like your stereotypical Pacific jungle island, heavy jungle island. Now, I would say rainforest, but it doesn't really conjure up the right vibe. I'm not so sure one of the veterans of that campaign would rainforest do justice to the species. I mean, it sort of conjures up the image of images of unicorns running around, and there were unicorns, obviously. There were, however, man-eating crocodiles in all the rivers. Huge man-eating crocodiles. So really there's a different sort of feel than the rainforest idea might project. The jungle is so thick in places that vegetation just rocks and attracts all sorts of insect life, while blotting out the sun in some places. It has all of the creepy crawlies that haunt a lot of people's nightmares, whereas in some places you might wake up and have a sigh of relief and it's all too real, and they might be crawling on you after great days of torrential downpour. Now, what the bee brings to the table that's a little different from a lot of Pacific islands is that in addition to the jungle, it's also got enormously tall mountains. Borneo does too. Some of these other places do too. There's a lot of volcanoes or extinct volcanoes in the region. But New Guinea has towering mountain ranges. So tall that some planes can't quite make it over the hump and have to try to work the thermal updraft a little bit to get over the really heavily weighted to really tip of the mountain range. But that creates an environment that one of my books describes as alpine jungle. Maybe that sounds sort of mutually exclusive or contradictory. Alpine jungle, I haven't encountered that elsewhere, but it gives you a sense of the challenges. I mean, how do you equip a force to fight in alpine jungle? But no, this is a very remote area. So once you get away from the coastline toward the interior, there are no roads, there's none of that. There's like examples of how human beings operated before cities first arose and stuff like that. Trying to see if most of human history, 10,000 years ago or whatever, they ventured to interior places like New Guinea to watch, for example, tribes of people on the island go to war. But the anthropologists, by the way, never made it home. A bunch of the soldiers had to fight for their separate, similar fate, and they never made it home either. If you look at the map, too, you can see why New Guinea is such a dramatic importance to the people in Australia. Because if you had Japanese air directly threatened by the Japanese. Finally, you have that area where the Japanese are really putting this as the prize in this game. The whole reason to take this giant risk, add a couple more elephants to the menu, is for the potential payoff. The potential payoff is a number of territories, but most of them are islands. And, you know, with the Dutch East Indies during this time period, very interesting in places like Sumatra, as I said, and Borneo. The area of Malaya, north of Singapore, is also very valuable. Lots of rubber, lots of interesting exotic sort of hard fine resources, and of course, oil. Today, the very valuable resource-rich territories are the independent nation states, the countries of Indonesia, Malaysia. But when the Second World War in Asia and the Pacific was starting, these are, like most of the regions, under the colonial domination of European states. And these particular places, this treasure chest of regional resources, is almost like a legacy colony, if you want to think about it, because they're controlled by the Dutch. And the Dutch haven't been a major military power for some time. It reminds you a little bit of the Belgians, who are also a colonial power, and you think to yourself, the Belgians are a colonial power? They can hardly defend their homeland if they were in trouble time in the Pearl Harbor attack. The Dutch can't defend themselves in Europe. They're actually occupied by the Nazis during this time period, and by the way, so are the French. You know, the puppet government set up, controlled by Nazi Germany. So some of these colonial powers are having a hard time keeping their act together back home in Europe, but they still want to control these territories and maintain their domination in the region. And we wouldn't if human nature, just like the Japanese wanted to take them over, right? That's the sort of power politics mankind has become accustomed to ever since Sumeria and before, right? So the Japanese can exploit these territories and use them as sort of the equivalent of the nuclear reactor powering their future empire. That's to take the places first. And that's what the early stages of, say, from December to late February or March are going to be. So if you look at this campaign in chapters or sections, the first section is the Japanese Blitzkrieg section. And the first 48 or 72 hours, as we said, seem crazy. Landings north of Singapore, as we said, Hong Kong's attacked immediately. There are landings on Philippine Islands, Guam's attacked immediately, taken over quickly. Wake Island will be attacked quickly, although the Marines will prevent it from falling quickly. On December 10th, so a couple days after Pearl Harbor, famously a British naval attack force goes to sea. Based in Singapore, by the way, sent there right before war broke out by Winston Churchill. In the news, it reminds you what the U.S. constantly does today. Instead of carrier group to a place like a Strait of Hormuz to display resolve, or we'll send another task force to the Strait of Taiwan to show the flag, whatever it might be. Full naval maneuvers and the British forces based in all time at this particular moment in history. And so Churchill sends this task force to Singapore as a way of sending a message to the Japanese before Pearl Harbor saying, let's remember what you're going to be tangling if you decide to mess with us, right? You're not going after Chinese now. Now, famously, there will not be an aircraft carrier, and the reasons for that are controversial, as is everything that happens next, as is almost everything from the early failures on the Allied side in this conflict. It's pretty typical, though, isn't it? Whenever you have beginnings of wars, there's going to be screw-ups. And you've had years of peacetime maneuvers and war games and all sorts of things to prepare you for all this stuff that's going to happen. But when the real war happens, Murphy's Law gets involved, investigating what's called fat lies, right? Right after war breaks out at Pearl Harbor, the Japanese will famously bomb Guam Field in the Philippines, which is U.S. held, and destroy like half of the planes on the runway when the air command in the Philippines already knows that the U.S. is at war and that Pearl Harbor has been bombed. Again, things are starting to tell you. The Singapore situation, you'll see a ton of fingers pointed in British military circles. And then on December 10th, the capital ships, the battleships, Prince of Wales, the battle cruiser Repulse, and their destroyer complement head out to sea or continue their search for Japanese troop transports to states off of the Malayan Peninsula. It's spotted by Japanese reconnaissance forces. There are all over that area, submarines. The Japanese initially see them and then lose them, and then they find them and they pick them up again. And then they send land-based bombers out to go get these ships. Now, we told you earlier, it was interesting, it's called an RMA these days, a revolution in military affairs happening on naval warfare during this period. Whenever something like that happens, you have to fight the inertia of the prevailing military beliefs, because there's so much invested in so many different places on so many different levels in the way things are. Think about the reputations at stake in people who assured, for example, people in government who decide to throw money into some particular weapon system. But this weapon system is cutting edge and will determine everything in the next war, so you got reputations of harm. You got the reputation of the people that decide to make the decision to spend the money to build these systems. A naval commander who wants to command a ship to the sea, that is one of the top prestige jobs. I remember with Star Trek, Captain Kirk used to say, "There's only 12 enterprises in the fleet." It's this great honor to be a starship captain. Well, it's the highest prestige and the most investment in the navies around the world. Most states can't even build battleships. Let's emphasize that, right? That's how rarefied the air is. Not every country can even build these battleships. So what happens if the evidence continues to go to show over and over? They're obsolete. Nobody really wants to hear that. So harbor happens. We've had more than 2 years of war in places like the Mediterranean, the Atlantic, the North Sea, and the British and the Germans and the Italians are all pangling with each other. So there's evidence accruing, and if you're a fan of battleships like I am, it hasn't been necessarily very good news. But there's mitigating circumstances that puts a person like me who doesn't want to hear what the mounting evidence seems to show, but a lot of other people would say the mitigating circumstances. I mean, you talked about the British raid against the Italians was anchored at the port of Taranto, right? Where a bunch of old biplanes, the most primitive level of like air to naval combat you can think of, primitive biplanes with a top speed of something like 140 miles per hour, are able to cripple or sink 4 Italian battleships and lost 2 planes. People who love battleships put their fingers in their ear, as I do, and say, not very nice. These ships were tied up to port for maneuvering. Their crews weren't landing the anti-aircraft weapons at full strength. I mean, not a fair task. And that sort of has been the case for the war so far. On December 7th, some people will get another not fair test. When the U.S. fleet tied up at port, received a similar treatment, but worse to what the Italian fleet got at Taranto. The reason southern historians pay so much extra attention to this December 10th, 1941 naval incident is because it's the best, by far the best test-case scenario we have of a new revolution in military affairs in action. You have 2 capital ships here, and one of them is commissioned this same year. You can't say the paint hasn't been scratched because for a brand new ship, it's already seen a lot of action, tangled with the Bismarck, for example. The Prince of Wales, though, has the latest anti-aircraft system, heavily armored. Both these ships, by the way, the Repulse, the battlecruiser, the Twitted, and the Prince of Wales, about the length of 2.5 U.S. football fields. If you think about them like stubby versions of the Titanic, that's not far wrong. The Repulse is something like 30,000 tons in weight. The Prince of Wales, almost 40,000 tons. They are ridiculously heavily armed, especially the Prince of Wales. These are mid-20th century Death Stars, and it is hard not to admire them as some of the most technologically sophisticated naval killing machines. I mean, it is a diabolical side to who admires that kind of weapons perfection. You can see why people could fall in love with a weapon system like this and refuse to see the new reality. It's going to be the attack that happens on the morning of December 10th, 1941. It is a part of the time, a capsizing moment for many people on the fence about this who are trying legitimately to figure out what the data points suggest. Now, we mentioned earlier that there was supposed to be an aircraft carrier with this task force. The British Navy is fully aware of the value of aircraft in a naval situation. They are not stupid. They would have liked to have had them. The Indomitable, who I'd run aground earlier, wasn't here. Up until the last minutes, air power from the land bases around there were potentially going to be involved, but that didn't happen either. The key to the whole thing, though, in understanding that this is going to be a capsizing moment, is that when these ships went out into the South China Sea without air power, they did not think of this as an extremely dangerous thing to do. If this were 1945, this would be an almost suicidal thing to do, and everyone would have known it. But of course, the reason that they would have known this is by 1945, plenty of battleships had been sunk by aircraft. Up to the point we are in the story right now, late 1941, December 10th, 1941, that has never happened in naval history. What's more, these ships and their crews were not unduly concerned about going off without air cover. You would imagine they had every right to be, considering one about an anti-Soviet. There's a war correspondent named ootd, who writes for the British paper The Daily Express. He's on board the Repulse, and in his rundown of this incident, he focuses intensely on the anti-aircraft on the ship. You can tell he's overwhelmingly impressed with it. And it's inferior to what's on the Prince of Wales. It talks about something that has a firing rate of 2,000 rounds a minute. I had to go look it up, and it's basically 450 caliber machine guns strapped together on a rack. If you look at the way that anti-aircraft will eventually evolve at the end of the war, there's actually some good footage you can find of late war U.S. naval task forces opening up against kamikazes. And what you see is, the U.S. had perfected this by late war. They've got picket lines of destroyers out in advance. They've got a bunch of smaller ships surrounding the big ships, and they all open up at once. The sky fills with explosive metal. They have it sectioned off by altitude. You have certain kinds of guns firing right at sea level for the low flyers, and then they've got it graduated in steps every way up the altitude chain. It's all synced to radar. It's awesome, awe-inspiring. And all you can think of is how could anybody ever fly through that? What would it be like to try to fly through that? But here's the security about it all. And that plane always get through, so that you can't defend these ships with anti-aircraft alone. Oftentimes, the numbers were pathetically small of planes taken out by anti-aircraft, but even in the battles where you see a lot of enemy planes are destroyed by gunfire from the ships, a lot of times it's after the plane has already conducted a torpedo run or bombing run and is passing over and past. A lot of these planes will make it back to their base and then be declared total losses. Now that's great for you at the time. So how many planes are you willing to take out and call it an even day if you use a battleship and they lose 30 planes, 40 planes, and you put a number on it? Army General Billy Mitchell said in the years between the two world wars that the U.S. shouldn't build any more battleships. They should buy 1,000 bombers for the price of one battleship. He was the kind of guy that might say, I'd be willing to lose 1,000 planes, 999 planes, and call it a victory if I took out a battleship. You can begin to see that in order to protect the ship, you have to expect a level of efficiency on the part of the anti-aircraft weapons that's not realistic to expect. Another reason that the people on board these ships are confident they have nothing to worry about is because they realize that they're not up against the kind of enemy that they're used to facing. A lot of these people just came from Europe, where they were facing the Luftwaffe and Germany, and these are notoriously good military forces, highly trained, very efficient, and the people on this ship think that they're facing people who don't measure up to European standards for all the particular reasons I mentioned earlier, so nothing to worry about. That's another thing that this is going to be a data point for. This is part of the Allies discovering that they have woefully underestimated their enemy here. And war correspondent O.D. Gallagher is on board the Repulse. He writes for the British paper The Daily Express, aircraft finest. The battle itself begins about 11 a.m., 11:15, with Japanese aircraft attacking from all different sides and all different altitudes at different times as they sort of arrive. you have seaplanes, big planes, planes, some hugging the waves with heavy torpedoes on the horizon, others flying. In this case, they had level bombers, so medium bombers that would fly straight overhead at like 10,000 feet and drop big bombs. Very hard to hit the ship at that height, but if you knew they're very big bombs. Cozy Gallagher says that at 11:15 a.m., the Prince of Wales anti-aircraft weapon was open fire. Explosion makes him jump. And he says, propaganda type you might expect, but we don't censor primary sources even if we want us to. Imagine trying to do that, for example, here's stuff from before the U.S. Civil War. He just huge doubt. Anything like that. So, before war, but Gallagher writes about the 11:15 a.m. air assault. Cool. That was the beginning of a superb air attack by the Japanese, whose air force was an unknown quantity. Office of Wales, he writes, whom I met in your wardroom when she arrived here last week, said they expected some unorthodox flying from the Japs. The great danger will be the possibility of these Japs flying their whole aircraft into it and committing harakiri, to quote them as saying, it was nothing like that. It was most orthodox. They even came at us in formation, flying low and close. Aboard the Repulse, he says, I found observers as qualified as anyone to estimate jet flying ability. They know from first-hand experience what the Royal Air Force and the Luftwaffe are like. Their verdict was, now quoting their verdict, the Germans have never done anything like this in the North Sea, Atlantic, or anywhere else we did. Both these ships begin maneuvering. They both do about 30 knots. They're fast, and it doesn't say long, which makes it hard to maneuver. But these are all the sorts of things that defenders of battleships suggested that they'd be able to do and survive these encounters. And by the way, throughout these air attacks, the Repulse is dodging torpedo after torpedo. So there's some truth to the whole maneuvering thing. He dodged like 19 of them. But this is a numbers game. And over the space of about an hour and a half, almost 100 aircraft will participate in what looks very much like the taking down of a large animal from the Serengeti by a persistent horde of smaller predators. And that is, I should point out, the two ways that these huge ships tend to be sunk. Way number one is pretty classic and very dramatic, and it's been around ever since you had magazines filled with explosive things. In naval warfare, the critical hit is always a possibility. You saw it against the Bismarck, where the Bismarck or the cruiser with it was able to penetrate the magazine of the battle cruiser Hood, the beautiful British battle cruiser fighting it. Somehow got into the magazine and boom, it explodes, and out of a crew of something like 1,000, 3 people survived, and it was at the bottom of the sea extremely quickly. Part of it sank in like a second and a half, the other one lasted a couple of minutes before boom. The critical hits always been around in naval warfare. But with a lot of these big ships, it's more like a process of weakening them. And what often happens is a lucky hit will happen, but if you're trying hard enough, a lucky hit's inevitable, right? And if you take enough hold, even at the old slot machines in Las Vegas designed to take your money from you, it will eventually pay off. The air combat's not too dissimilar. After dodging 19 torpedoes, for example, the Repulse eventually gets hit by one. And what these torpedoes often do is make you more vulnerable, so they'll jam the rudder, or they'll damage the power. That happens to the Prince of Wales eventually. She gets hit. They're dropping the very big bombs at very high altitude. The chance of hitting these ships is very small, but if you drop enough bombs, you have a decent chance of striking this one, and they're big enough. Some of them are 1,000 pounds. If you hit these ships with something like that, you're likely to slow them down. And if you slow them down, then they become huge. The Prince of Wales, after being hit and seeing its power levels drop and its speed drop, begins to take a lift. And Gallagher on board the Repulse watching this says, quote, 12:20 p.m. The end is near, although I didn't know it. A new wave of planes appeared. flying around us in formation and gradually coming nearer. The Prince of Wales lies about 10 cables astern of our port side. She is helpless. They are making for her. I don't know how many. They are splitting up our guns as they realize they are after her, knowing she can't dodge their torpedoes. So we fire at them to defend the Prince of Wales rather than attend to our own safety. The only analogy I can think of to give an impression of the Prince of Wales in those last moments is of a mortally wounded tiger playing from all her guns except the 14 inches. I can see one plane release a torpedo. It drops nose heavy into the sea and churns up a small wake as it drives straight at the Prince of Wales. It explodes against her bows. A couple of seconds later, another explodes amidship, and another astern. Gazing at her turning over on the port side, with her stern going under, and with dots of men leaping from her, I was thrown against the bulkhead by a tremendous shock as the repulse takes a torpedo in its port side stern. End quote. The repulse will take a few more, and Gallagher will go down with the ship, only to be fished from the water, file his story, and have it appear a mere 2 days later in the British morning papers. More than 800 men died, and it would have been much, much worse had there not been destroyers nearby to pick up survivors. The British admiral on board the Prince of Wales was down with the ship and drowned. The toll of this event, Winston Churchill says it was one of the biggest shocks in that entire war. The cost for sending these two ridiculously expensive, technologically sophisticated, nearly impossible for most people to build new 20th century Death Stars, between 4 and 7 Japanese aircraft. That is a change in the cost-to-benefit ratio in naval combat that will create a revolution in military affairs. We should also point out another angle that makes this important, and that has to do with how long it takes to build these giant ships. For example, these big battleships take generally between 3 and 4 years to build. The aircraft carriers that are going to take over as these big important ships are more like 2 to 3 years to build. But that's a significant amount of time. And Julius Caesar and David Britain and David Britain says he built 6 to 800 vessels over the winter. Well, when you're building, well, it's pretty sophisticated, but when you're building wooden vessels like that, maybe you can pull that off. But with these very sophisticated machines, it is a process. But what that means is, unlike land warfare and unlike air warfare, I mean, you never want to lose an army, you never want to lose an air force in something like this, where you have it ground down to the nut. You never want that to happen. But if it doesn't lose you the war somehow, within a year, most of the top powers will have restored something like that. Now, you can't restore the veteran nature of the troops and whatnot, but in the Air Force, you might argue it might be a plus. I mean, you replace the old stuff with brand new stuff, but it's something that you can deal with. Naval warfare is different because it takes so long to replace these big ships that if you were to lose something like 4 aircraft carriers in afternoon, that's devastating. Because the ship that you lay down to replace them probably won't be ready in time for you in this war. The value nature of the land fleet assets skyrockets, and all of a sudden these aircraft carriers are going to be seen as like pieces on a chessboard, and they will need to be handled with care. Now, when these 2 capital ships go down, December 10th, 1941, you have a fantastically unique and interesting situation in global affairs going on. And I find it interesting, more tension isn't to it because the alternative district potential is just wild. But you don't have the Second World War going on as we understand it today yet. You have 2 global, or maybe you would say hemispheric wars going on at the same time, involving some, but not all, of the same participants, and often in different combinations. For example, the British and friends is the topic. The British and friends and allies without the U.S. are already fighting the Germans and the Italians and the smaller Axis powers. Now, after December 7th, December 8th, they're fighting the Japanese too. The Germans are fighting the British and allies and friends, and they're also fighting the Soviets. The Soviet Union are fighting the Germans, but not fighting the Japanese. The Japanese are not fighting the Soviet Union, but are fighting the Chinese, and now have attacked the British and French, and now have attacked the United States. The United States is fighting the Japanese because the Japanese attacked them, but they're not fighting the Germans. Well, there's an undeclared sort of war going on with submarines on the East Coast, and the U.S. is pushing the boundaries of neutrality by helping where they can. Like there's official war going on against the Germans, right? And the Germans leave on Pearl Harbor, so you have this weird situation that might have continued for quite a bit longer, and the future can speculate how it might have gone had it continued longer. Because remember the state of affairs in the United States at this time. This is the end of the period, and I hate this, but it's often referred to in history as the isolationist period of American history. It's probably more interventionist, but it's coming from a low point. There are a lot of people that don't want to go to war in Europe. Franklin Roosevelt is now in his third term, which is unprecedented. We still haven't had a president who served more than two. And that worries people who never liked Roosevelt to begin with, right? Like, third time, he never leave in office. Roosevelt ran on a platform that he wasn't going to send American boys to go die in another European war. Boom, he's the presidency, back in the White House, and now he's going to go start a war against Germany. Not likely. He's not without much more setup. So how long could this state of affairs continue where they're all fighting? I mean, it's wild to think about. On December 11th, 1941, though, a move that must have been a bomb on Winston Churchill still trying to recover from news of the, sinking of those two capital ships. Adolf Hitler takes all the pressure off of Franklin Roosevelt and solves all his problems if he really wanted to get the United States in European war or something. Like a war in the United States. Now, I'm not saying that there wasn't ample excuses to justify such a move, but why would you do it if you didn't have to? Well, maybe you get something for this, right? So, this is what has me thinking back to some of the great German diplomats in history. He was the greatest of all time, Otto von Bismarck, right? They named the battleship after him. He was alive in Hitler's lifetime. I can't think on a level high enough to wonder what Bismarck would have done. But I know enough about him to know what he wouldn't have done. He would not have gotten Germany involved in any sort of diplomatic commitment that didn't offer something of tangible value to Germany. That would be extremely unlike him to ever make a bad deal. This is a bad deal because the Germans aren't going to get anything for it. What might they want? Well, my goodness, they're life or death at this time period outside the gates of Moscow, right? Against the Soviet Union. Go look at a map. Wouldn't it be wonderful if you're Nazi Germany to have the Japanese attack the Soviet Union from the backside, from the Asian side, and then you've got them in a fight and you can squish them between both sides. But the Japanese never attacked the Soviet Union in this whole war, even though they kind of liked it, a lot of them. So what did the Germans get for all this? Well, it's an even worse deal, because kind of quietly the U.S. and Britain have already had talked about what they'd like to do. Should a war break out and we find ourselves working together, nod. And one of the things they agreed upon in principle was that if war breaks out, we're in the Second World War, this whole big war, we're going after Germany first. In history books, there's a couple of different names for this policy. Some call it the Germany first policy, others the Europe first policy. But what it basically says is the Allies agreed that the Germans are the number one enemy. We're going to concentrate the lion's share of manpower, resources, attention, money, and lives to defeat the Germans. And then after that's done, we will go over and grind the Japanese to powder at our leisure. The agreement basically calls for a holding pattern in the Pacific while the Germans are defeated. This will be reinforced and codified at a conference at the end of the year. It's called the Arcadia Conference, by the way, and Winston Churchill takes a battleship over to the United States, and it has this wonderful moment where a lot of Americans fall in love with the Churchillian approach. He goes to Congress and he says those famous words, I had my father's an American and my mother British instead of the other way around, I might have gotten here myself, and he would love that. And he goes and he brings a lot of his military staff with him, and he and Roosevelt and the staffs of the United States and Great Britain for a putting together of a coalition military approach. Now let me stop for a minute and talk about how hard this is to do. Think about putting your country's troops under the command of another nation in any way, shape, or form. It's a very hard thing to do. You just look at the Axis powers, for example, and see how hard it is. They're allied with each other, right? Japan's in now, but what can they do to help each other? They're so far away from each other. You're not going to have Wehrmacht troops, as we said, guarding the Pacific Islands for the Japanese. You're not going to have the Imperial Japanese fleet cruising around the Mediterranean sinking British battleships. But in their defense, it's hard to have these coalition military organizations work. So that's what makes what the U.S. and Britain do at the Arcadia Conference so monumental. They were able to craft an arrangement for how this war is going to be fought. There are a lot of people whose noses get out of joint, hard decisions to be made. But according to Winston Churchill's doctor, Lord Moran, he was there. Churchill was simply overwhelmed by the production figures that the U.S. was promising. He couldn't even see any of the getting their nose out of joint part of it. And, I've often thought about this because I was reading again, it's popped into my head as an analogy here. And maybe it's because it actually is this analogy, so I know how to do it, but I still have it. It's almost as if the war effort to date without the Americans is like a startup company that's gotten big, and the people who were in it at the beginning really know what they're doing now, and they're proud of their work and all these kinds of things. And that's the British and the Allies and all this. And after all, they survived the Blitz, and look at how well they're doing it, and they're helping people out of other nations in the war with supply. But they're, pushing to the end of their extremes, in terms of debt, resources, and production, and their own people's lives, and all that kind of stuff. And the United States is like the big outside investor who comes in, got all the money, so you have to listen to what they say. At the same time, it's a little bit galling to the people that have been there for some time to have these newbies come in and tell you how to do things, no matter how much money they're providing. The United States is going to have a very big footprint in this war. And in the Pacific, it's going to be overwhelmingly large. But as Lord Moran said, all Churchill could see was all the tanks, planes, and ships that the United States was going to bring to the table that was going to ease finally this huge burden that the British have carried, throughout the entire 2+ years of the war so far. In his book, The Rising Sun, author John Toland quotes Churchill's position, Lord Moran, about the Arcadia Conference and the agreements on unity of command and all the hard decisions that have been worked out. And he writes about it, quote, Arcadia lasted for another 2 weeks. Much has been accomplished, but some of the British left disgruntled. Now quoting Lord Moran, quote, the Americans have got their way, and the war will be run from Washington. Lord Moran wrote in his diary, but they will not be wise to push us so unceremoniously in the future. Our people are very unhappy about the decision, and the most they will agree to is to try it out for a month. End quote. Toland continues, quote, Churchill himself went home in great good humor, exulting over the final joint production estimates reached at the conference. 45,000 tanks and 43,000 planes in 1942, and 75,000 tanks and 100,000 planes the following year. Quote, he is drunk with the figures, commented Moran. End quote. Well, if you had been a startup company that avoided being liquidated already, getting by the skin of your teeth, and looking for every rope to grab onto to continue the struggle, we might be drunk with the production numbers too. All of a sudden, the British don't have to worry about money and stuff anymore because the arsenal of democracy is going to provide that, and having to put up with the enormous American footprint, which is going to be the cost of doing business here. Now, the whole time this Arcadia conference is going on, and I should point out this stretch from December 1941 into the new year, January 1942, The Allied footprint in East Asia and the Pacific and all those Central Pacific areas is growing and shrinking by leaps and bounds. The Japanese are taking Allied possessions at a speed that is shocking. And from a military detail perspective, as I said, it's hard to find anything like this because it appears almost reckless, the amount of operations that they have timed in almost like domino tumbling fashion, trying to sync up complicated events. And you see how tough it is. Now trying to sync up so many complicated events in such a short period of time that as historian Craig L. Simons writes, the Allies barely had time to catalog the advances of the Japanese, let alone respond effectively. I can tell you that even trying to keep track of all the conquests on a timeline is confusing, because they go on at the same time and they overlap, and you have stories happening across a wide range of Asian-Pacific territories. Take, for example, the first couple of days. You're going to have attacks in Malaya, which is now Malaysia. You're going to have Hong Kong attacks. You're going to have the Philippines attacks. You're going to have the Gilbert Islands attacks. You're going to have Tarawa attacks, Wake attacks, Guam attacks, Makin Island attacks, Siam, which is now Thailand, invaded, Burma invaded, North Borneo invaded. And that's just in December. We're going to kick off another round of conquest the next month. It's astounding. As I said, it almost appears reckless, but at the same time, there's a certain breathtakingness, isn't there, in the audacity of it all? And then to be successful, the fact they are successful, this has been something that I think you mentioned, people have been pointing fingers about all the time, because there's all sorts of mistakes and problems and all sorts of pre-war different theories on what the best thing to do is, which the acid test of combat settles, right? We have an argument here between the wars about whether or not there should be defenses or whether defenses make the troops less aggressive. Who's right, who's wrong? Well, it's just one guy's opinion until Pearl Harbor, right? And then some of these things worked out. Unfortunately, as always, the average soldier on the ground is to pay the price, right, for underestimation, misassessment, or even something that today seems so obvious, but that the racism of some of these people involved won't let them to assume that the Japanese are going to be as good fighters as they are, which means when they are, again, the troops on the ground suffer, as we said. The Brewster Buffaloes that are being shot down by the Japanese Mitsubishi Zero fighter planes all over this region don't just mean that the poor pilots stuck in those flying coffins, as they were sometimes called, pay the price. But then when there is no fighter cover for the Allies to defend the troops on the ground, those Zeros are strafing all day long. Matter of fact, there's one thing, if you look at the primary source accounts from Allied soldiers during the first period, it's interesting how often they talk about the Japanese aircraft just coming around a few times a day and straightening up everything and shooting up everything, and the amount of chaos that causes, and on a day-to-day basis how much it wears you down. And let's remember, there might have been some very veteran troops, for example, on the British Empire side of things in the area, but the Americans, for example, in the Philippines, most of those guys had never heard a shot fired in anger. So when these planes come overhead and bomb the strafe all the time, so a lot of these people are seeing their first casualties or facing death for the first time. It's really unnerving. In Hong Kong, you have a situation that will be replicated in a bunch of these smaller islands. Remember, Hong Kong is smaller than the islands of Oahu or Maui and Hawaii, but they have like 1.5 million people living on it, so it's a very densely populated place. But it's right off the coast of China, and that coastline, of course, during this time period is occupied by the Japanese. All of these smaller islands are really tough to defend against the German attack. Like, you just surround them by the sea and pummel them. And that's what makes the Wake Island defense by the U.S. Marines such a big deal early on in this war. It's one of the notches on the Marine Corps belt of heroes, by the way, one of their famous stories. But I mean, they deserve what they did. The 200 Marines, when the Japanese show up, they blow them out of the water, kill several hundred invaders. They sink a destroyer or two, damage a light cruiser, and provide one of the few bright spots in American newspapers that Americans are waking up to every day. It's bad news after bad news. This fall, they're defeated here, and all of a sudden, On this tiny little island, a few hundred Marines are able to provide some good news. The good news, by the way, one of my historians was, that I read it said that this is obviously, just the propaganda arm of the U.S. media trying to, gin up some good stuff. And it says that when the American government or military cabled the Marines on wake and said, do you need anything? The Marines reportedly sent a message back saying, yes, send more Japs. And the historian said it was very unlikely that they really wanted more Japanese, because after all, in a very short period of time, before the U.S. could mount any kind of rescue or reinforcement operation, they got more Japanese. They got aircraft carriers, an overwhelming force, and they were already running out of ammunition, so they ended up having to capitulate in a situation where they got this on the belt of heroism, so it wasn't for no reason, but a lot more Marines died for the same outcome than maybe you would have had to in a different circumstance. I mean, this is something you're going to see replicated all over the region during this first Japanese blitzkrieg period, because you're going to have a group of Allied soldiers after a group of Allied soldiers in situations where they pay a much higher price than they would have had to had people been able to simply acknowledge the reality of the situation. This is the situation Hong Kong's in, for example. You wish it's like 1740 or 50. And you have maybe the British and the French going at it, and the British commander or Lord Cornwallis type figure says, well, Hong Kong's indefensible, we know it, they know it, so I'm going to go out and I'm going to hand my sword to the French general, and I'm going to say, please take care of the civilians, please surrender, there's no way for us to win this time, better luck next time, we'll get you. You can't do that for all sorts of reasons. Number one reason is something we talked about earlier. The British and the Americans have sort of different goals at the very last fork in the road here. There's a lot of things they see eye to eye on, which is the Second World War in 20 years after all, where they've been working together as either official allies or pseudo-allies. Nonetheless, at the very last fork in the road, Winston Churchill, who, let's understand, Americans forget this, is a politician. He's a politician on the very, very, very conservative side of the British ledger during this time period. He out-conservative other conservatives, and he is fully a man of the 19th century when it comes to his values and outlook and his Victorian Empire sorts of views. He's a man who wants to preserve the British Empire. We've got guys on the opposite side of Parliament who are thinking that empire is a concept that's not going to last much longer, so how do you get a soft landing from it, right? But in a place like Hong Kong, British prestige is on the line. The people who live there, the 1.5 million civilians or whatever, are under the protection of the British government. That's a crown colony, which means that British prestige is a state, and the prestige thing is a weird amorphous quality, isn't it? It's something tangible in the sense that it's one of the things that every historian writing about colonialism will identify as one of the pillars holding up colonial domination, because the reason a country can hold down a nation of many, millions of people with a tiny little force from the mother country and some mutually beneficial deals with local elite is in part because of the prestige of all the British are the greatest colonial empire that has ever been. And this wasn't just the self-opinion of the British people themselves. Many of the people that they governed felt the same way. And it was very important for the continuation of the British Empire that they continue to feel this way. In the book, Theory of Those War, Arthur Francis Pike quotes something written by the man who was the founding father of Singapore, Lee Kuan Yew, where he talks about the view they had of the British before the invasion of Malaya. And he wrote, quote, the superior status of the British government and society is simply a fact of life. After all, they are the greatest people in the world. They have the biggest empire that history has ever known, stretching over all time zones, across all 4 oceans and 5 continents. We learned that in history lessons at school. I was brought up by my parents and grandparents to accept that this was the natural order of things. If their prestige were somehow crumble, it's an amorphous thing. It's going to mean lies. All over the British Empire, the non-white people are watching the Japanese punch the greatest people in the world, according to some of the people who grew up under British Empire rule. No. And it was something Winston Churchill, in the books that he penned in 1949-1950, he said in this time power is absolutely at a premium that would like to divert some forces into the West and then tells the community in the regular letters to the publishers in his own history to have to be fully equipped to take on the Japanese because they're not there to take on the Japanese. They're there to handle any revolts by the Indians who during this time period are under the control of, part of the British Empire, although they are, this is the era where Gandhi is rising to the fore. This is the era where the simmering and bubbling long-term Indian cry for independence is becoming much, much more heated and angry and loud. And Winston Churchill was this, old-fashioned British Empire supporter wants to make sure that the war aims in this conflict include protecting his vision of what he wants to outlive this war. And that's not really something that's part of the American priority list. In a place like Hong Kong, though, it determines why there has to be some sort of resistance put up. And there is. There's 14 or 15,000 defenders in Hong Kong, but it's such a tiny island, and the Japanese have overwhelming force right over this little strip of water. They control the air, they control the sea, and very shortly after attacking Hong Kong, they get control of the water supply. And then it's game over. Then you're looking at a siege from the Middle Ages, right? And everybody dying of thirst. That's something ridiculous. And that can't happen. So Hong Kong is surrendered by Christmas, by the way, 1941. In Malaya, where Japanese troops are actually disembarking from their amphibious assault vehicles in the middle of the night, before the Pearl Harbor attack even happens, they storm the beach at a place called Kota Bharu in northern Malaya, now northern Malaysia, sort of up by the border with Thailand. They actually have a defended beach there, which will be rare in Malaya, where the Japanese won't have to face a lot of prepared or certainly long-term prepared defenses, but they're at this beach. And so the Japanese land 4,000, 5,000, 6,000 guys in the middle of the night and run into landmines on the beach, barbed wire, pillboxes with machine guns, artillery sighted on the beach, the whole 9 yards, right? It's like an insane Private Lion, storm the defenses kind of deal. The battle for Singapore, Author Peter Thompson recounts this storming, and he has the troops, and it really does sound like all those similar kinds of assaults, because what happens is the first wave sort of storms onto the beach from the ships at sea, the transport, and they run as fast as they can towards the enemy, and then eventually they run into the first line of defenses. They're getting blown up by the landmines, but when they run into like the barbed wire, they all have to stop for a minute and start working on the barbed wire, so they go right to the ground, because there's a storm of steel flying over their heads, right? But what ends up happening is when the next wave disembarking from the transport does the same thing. They run across the beach, and then they have to stop where the previous wave stopped. So they start to get this bunching up effect where the artillery is just going to have a field day. They can start dropping shells into the middle of this crowd of prone men. Thompson recounts how, and this is the kind of thing that's interesting, makes it history books sometimes, how one Japanese soldier suicidally throws himself over the vision slit in one of these pillboxes so that the machine gunner inside can't see for a minute because there's a body blocking the view, so that the Japanese who just suicidally sacrificed his life, his buddies can go into the pillbox with bayonets and hand grenades and clean the thing out. This is a confirmation for some of these Allied troops. And we should remember, this is the first time in history we've had either Anglo or American troops fighting Japanese forces. So there's a lot of myths and assessments, and in the same way that the British forces on board those two capital ships that were sunk on the 10th get to find out, if their assumptions about Japanese capabilities are wrong, Allied forces on the ground get to find this out now that they're walking home with the Japanese forces too. Some of the rumors are true. They are fanatical. They are more willing to lay down their lives than any other army, any other major army certainly you can think of. Thompson's story is an example of how a general Navy can actually plan to use the lives of his soldiers that way, like an arrow in his command quiver. And it's very interesting reading some of those ideas about what accounts for this and what it does in the military. Because first of all, we spent some time earlier discussing how there was already a long Japanese cultural uniqueness when it comes to duty and loyalty, willing to sacrifice one's life, all these kinds of things, and suicide even. But then you get this era with this modern government, with this tinge of totalitarianism involved, that sees this as a way to infuse an ancient samurai spirit with a willingness to lay down your life. It's a fusion of old and new ideas that create the situation where the expectation level is, amongst all these soldiers, that this is something you're expected to do, and willingly and without hesitation. And historian Eric Berger, in his rundown, says that something Western troops simply would not do. They simply would not follow an order that was suicidal and gave them no way out. He writes, quote, "The extreme veneration of death of the Japanese was unique and came dangerously close to becoming a cult of oblivion. It struck at the very nature of the warrior code as understood in the West. In the West, death in war had value only if it had purpose. Soldiers were asked to risk their lives in battle, not commit suicide. An officer intentionally putting his men in a position where they had no reasonable chance of survival would not be obeyed in a Western army." End quote. He then goes on to talk about, the centuries of time it took to develop, the code of honorable surrender, and how this surrender code that was understood in Europe helped prevent the worst of the atrocities, and was good for both sides, right? You get to say the men who were surrendered lived, you didn't have to spend more troops killing them all off, so mutually beneficial, understood long-term military custom. And Berger would say the Japanese saw this as a sign of weakness. Berger says something else that's interesting. He portrays the average Japanese soldier put into these positions as almost a victim too. And we've talked endlessly, haven't we, about people who've been caught in the gears of history, right? The place you're born in, the time you're born in. A lot of people in all these Second World War armies are just human beings put in extreme situations where they're expected to behave a certain way, and they often have limited options. What's more, sometimes they don't even see that they have such limited options because they were raised in an environment with customs, with characteristics in their society that sort of set them on a path like we all have with cultural blinders on. In other words, these Japanese soldiers may be victims, but they may not have seen themselves that way. Berger is right to quote, "The Japanese Army did nothing blatantly suicidal on the strategic level in the South Pacific. As we shall see, it went to great lengths to evacuate isolated units and retreated when conditions demanded it. Tactically," he writes, "the situation was very different. Time after time, Japanese soldiers fought when circumstances for the unit involved were hopeless. The slight delay caused to the Allies almost never had genuine purpose. It was an exercise, rather, in mutual bloodletting that had no reason beyond fulfilling the requirements of soldierly honor as the Japanese saw it. Thousands of men perished, consequently, for no reason. It was a form of political murder. Most of the victims were in Japanese uniforms. By breaking down the fragile restraints afforded by honorable surrender," he writes, "the Japanese opened the floodgates for war without mercy. As we shall examine later, their Australian and American opponents proved rather good in the war." End quote. You can see the war without mercy element on display. With hindsight now, in the first places that fall to the Japanese during this initial offensive. In fact, as we've already talked about, you see it in China years before this. But the Allies get a first-hand taste of it, even when Hong Kong falls, and there are already going to be atrocities or rumors that are leaked out of the Japanese executing POWs and whatnot. Those rumors will get stronger as the number of places that fall continues to pile up. The Japanese landing at Kokobaru on December 8, 1941, December 7, 1941, on the other side of the international state line, will quickly be followed by in the Spanish Inland, another landing that goes into Thailand, and goes to the other coast of Malaya, and very quickly the Japanese continue conquering their way down both the long coast of the Malayan Peninsula, like 600 miles long, jungle on both sides with the mountain range sort of running down the middle, and at the very tip of this 600-mile-long peninsula, on the opposite end of the peninsula from where the Japanese are now, is the fortress island of Singapore, the Gibraltar of the East, as some call it, and the place where so many who really don't know the inside scoop are placing their hopes for a worst-case scenario of stopping the Japanese there. Of course, there's a lot of people thinking the Japanese aren't going to get anywhere near Singapore because there's lots of Allied troops here in Malaya to stop the Japanese right where they are. and then the Japanese start blowing through them. Like in so many of these cases in this phase of the war, what you see on paper if you're a general on the Allied side, when you see these units that look like they should be able to put up a good fight, has very little connection to what's actually on the ground. You'll see this in the Philippines too, which by the way will be invaded. The first islands will be invaded almost simultaneously with the Pearl Harbor attacks, and then the Japanese will have landings, one this week, another week you'll have another. I mean, you can't even keep track of all the landings maybe, but there are going to be forces there that the commanders, sitting back miles and miles and miles away at headquarters think these units are going to be able to resist the Japanese on the beach. When there's several of these books that have nothing to do except talk about these early stages of the Philippine conflict, point out a lot of these soldiers were newly raised, and a lot of these units expected to defend the beaches against these veteran Japanese landing forces had never even seen the weapons or the ammunition that they were expected to use to defend the beach. First time they saw it is the Japanese are right offshore. How's that going to work? Didn't work out well. The Japanese landed in the Philippines. They start moving inland. And again, you can't keep track of the defeats. And a lot of these defeats are because the Japanese keep landing troops after the initial landing in new places. This is what control of the air and the sea gives you the freedom to do, right? While at the same time denying the Allies the freedom to easily reinforce their own troops, easily supply their own troops, or in the worst situations, easily evacuate their own troops. In Malaya, the British Empire has a few options, but the American forces, they're between like 14 and 16,000 American troops in the Philippines. For all intents and purposes, they might as well be under siege after about the first week in December, because the Japanese aren't going to do anything to resupply in that area, including no new troops and no Dunkirk-like evacuation of the ones who are there. Well, what does that mean for those troops? It means that they're going to have the same things in a broad sense happen to them that are going to happen to the British Imperial forces in Malaya, which is they're going to be continually pushed back, outflanked, and forced to continually pull the line backwards to keep from being surrounded and destroyed. And in short order, they will both, the British Imperial troops in Malaya and the Filipino and American forces in the Philippines, find themselves sort of like in a last situation off the very coast of the place you're supposed to defend in a castle with a moat type situation. In Malaya, it will be the fortress city of Singapore. In the Philippines, it will be the island of Corregidor. In the Philippines, though, and it helped quite a bit, the Americans had some tanks, which is a good thing because the Japanese had tanks too. In Malaya, the Japanese also had tanks, but none of the British Empire forces did. There are no Allied tanks in Malaya, and the Japanese tanks are not great tanks at all, very mediocre, but they become super weapons if they don't have to face other tanks, and if the anti-tank weapons on the other side are limited and ineffective. Not anymore limited and ineffective, maybe a better way to put it. They have a gun called the 2-pounder, which is about 37mm gun for the Americans. During this period, it's obsolete, but the better stuff is just coming down the pipe. And there were a couple of years of war that had to happen before we realized, wow, we're going to have some really good anti-tank weapons. There's design lag and all that, and production and testing and all that. So, the good stuff is on the way. But even when the good stuff arrives, it goes to places that need it against German tanks in North Africa, maybe. So there are some 2-pounders which give great service, but there's not enough of them. And a bunch of the rest of the anti-tank weapons are like glorified big rifles with steel bullets, and not the kind of thing. Let's put it this way: you have to get so dang close to a tank to use the thing effectively. And a tank, besides the big gun, of course, usually has multiple machine guns. And when you use the weapon and don't knock out the tank, it's a little like knocking on the side of the tank and saying, by the way, I might be behind you. But over and over again, there's so much. Heroism is a weird word. I'm not a military glorification person. I don't believe in military heroism per se. I believe, as I said earlier, that human beings find themselves in extreme positions sometimes, and I believe in human heroism. And oftentimes, because they're like a lot of other people with dangerous jobs, the people in the military are in positions where, all right, you're in one of these heroic human situations, and the troops in the Philippines and Hong Kong and these other islands, and of course in Malaya too, are not fighting a fair fight. They have one hand tied behind their back initially and two hands behind their back soon. In the Philippines, it's going to be a question of starvation. Once they retreat back to Corregidor, eventually they're not going to have enough food. There's no way to get a lot more to them. And we supply them. The Japanese control the air and sea lane. And in Malaya, it's going to be more a question of exhaustion. Because the same troops are going to be fighting day after day after day in Malaya. They're going to be doing rear guard action after rear guard action. And you know what those are, right? It's really like when the one superhero tells the rest of the team to go on and by themselves tries to hold off the 10,000 aliens in a suicidal move, but it allows the rest of the team to fight again another day. It's a particularly scary thing to think about, because most of the time the only reason you use a rear guard action is because this army you have to hold off for your buddies is so strong, your buddies had to leave. So these things that are also called phased withdrawals are sort of the number one tactical maneuver you'll see done by the Allies in both these areas, Malaya and the Philippines. And it will be Japanese tanks in Malaya that will allow them to burst through these attempts to hold some kind of line over and over again. And they do it often at night. The Japanese like to fight at night. It's a wonderful equalizer. They do it on land. They do it at sea. They are probably, until they get a good radar, start showing up to the Americans in the mid-1940s. They're probably the water face coming neck encounter, very well trained, very good at night. It's very scary to fight at night because all of the normal panic and scariness and uncertainty that plays the daytime well-lit battlefield is much less at night. The Japanese also probably I would say all the armies that fought in the Second World War, major forces, like states. The Japanese are the most enamored in light hand-to-hand combat the most. You can find individual Gurkhas, which are a special elite force in the British Empire Army, for example. They like hand-to-hand combat too, but it's not like one of the major players in the war. At Axis power, the Japanese will engage and look forward to, and hand-to-hand combat is something in their tool belt in a much more upfront fashion. We're talking about generals and officers who go into battle carrying samurai swords. So there's a little bit of a throwback to ethos involved. But by this era, when people don't do that very often, there's a psychological effect. I don't know that I can put the finger on what the effect is, but there's a great book written from the psychological perspective, often by military mental health professionals, talking about the effect of killing in combat. And one of the theories is that this is heavily influenced by proximity. So the farther you are away from the person you're killing, the easier it is to do, and the less damage it does to you psyche-wise. You can shell them from miles away with artillery, for example, or drop bombs from 10,000 feet. And it's one thing, having to shoot them in the face from 15 yards away is another thing. Having to use a bayonet on them or strangle them at close range is a different thing altogether. And the combination of the Japanese engine for both night attacks and hand-to-hand combat is what those unique. Not unique that you could run into this in any part of the war, but you have the best chance of running into it in a place like the Pacific. And some of these nighttime encounters that U.S. troops, for example, would deal with in these foxholes and these pitch black areas around the islands where they are separated from the other foxholes, and the Japanese would launch a night attack and guided with these foxholes with bayonets. It is like a horror movie. The other thing that will work well in Malaya besides the surprise attack, and we should also point out, because we'll be doing this if we do not, the fantastic generals on the Japanese side at this point. They certainly have a regional knack, especially on Malaya. That's generally Mashita, and he's awesome. And you have Hama in the Philippines, and he's great too. He's one of the guy on the other side is General Douglas MacArthur, and he makes it through blunders too. The real killer, though, in a place like Malaya and the Philippines, is the Japanese ability to outflank. They do it on land by running into the jungle anytime they're held up by an Allied roadblock and infiltrating around and threatening to surround Allied forces, so then the Allied forces have to pull back before being surrounded. So that means your line is moving back. And all the work you did to prepare it and get it ready is wasted. Now you have to pull back to the next line of defense. But what really kills them is by not controlling the sea, the Japanese are able to use, and it sounds like an improvisation. There's a couple of things they do that sound now like improvisation, which when I was growing up, it was assumed was all part of the plan. And I've heard hybrid theories where it's a little of both. The Japanese will take everybody's bicycles that they find in Malaya, or down the few main roads in Malaya and making great progress. They can even go down some of the jungle paths on those things. They will also pick up every little fishing boat or skiff or landing craft or anything they can get their hands on, tied up at a dock or pulled up on the beach. Throw as many soldiers as they can, 10, 20, 30 into this fishing boat, and just take a little joyride down the coast a few miles. And then disembark them behind Allied lines, maybe at night, causing crazy chaos. And remember, the conditions here make that more likely. It's not just a question of the nighttime stuff. The terrain plays a factor. It's hard to see things in jungle. These mountains are in the way. The rain is incredible, and I have not brought that up enough because it plays a huge role in everything from obscuring sight, the Japanese tents to be on you at night in the driving lane, to making the morale of the troops just that more. You have to remember, these soldiers in Malaya and the Philippines are rarely undercover. This rain is torrential. It can go on for days. Imagine fighting rear guard action after rear guard action, losing your buddy, never getting a chance to rest. By the time you finally stop instead of resting, you have to build defenses as quickly as you can. It should have been built before the war, but that's one of the screw-ups for acid tests of combat. So there you are, just dying, and it would be awful if it was 72 degrees and wonderful shirt sleeve weather. Instead, you've been out in the rain for 2 or 3 days. You can see a lot of people began to fall apart. In Malaya, they fall apart from exhaustion. And unlike the Philippines, the British can get some reinforcements into Malaya. They can't spare troops anymore because they're fighting in a bunch of places. But the reinforcements will come in dribs and drabs, a little at a time. And instead of allowing them to get acclimated to the climate, to wait till the next ship with all their stuff arrives, to form a nice mobile reserve that we can then throw in at 15 moments to turn the tide of battle, they get thrown into the deep rider as they arrive as quickly as possible. And what that does is just wear them out and make them exhausted too. So by the time, the Japanese are pushing down towards Singapore and the Allies are pulling back towards Singapore, the Allied armies outnumber the Japanese. But they're a shadow of their former self. They can't fight anymore without some rest and some refitting and some restoration, some help, somebody to hold the line while they rest. I mean, well, Churchill put it best, I think, because he talked about the campaign a little bit. And had one of those lines that echoed down into history. You could love him or hate him, but the guy had a way with words. And he was talking about the situation. How does a smaller force beat a larger force? This is what Churchill writes. And when he uses the word causeway, by the way, it's sort of like a bridge, but it's a little bit more substantial than that, connecting Singapore to the mainland. And he writes, quote, the Japanese mastery of the air, arising, as has been described, from our bitter needs elsewhere, and for which the local commanders were in no way responsible, was another deadly fact. In the result, the main fighting strength of such an army as we had assigned to the defense of Singapore, and almost all the reinforcements sent after the Japanese declaration of war, were used up in gallant fighting on the peninsula. And when these had crossed the causeway to what should have been their supreme battleground, their punch was gone. Here they rejoined the local garrison and the masses of base details which swelled our numbers, though not our strength. He's talking about what some have called the useless mouths, the civilians who require food but don't really help much to the defense. There remained the 2 fresh brigades of the 18th British Division, newly landed from their ships in strange and unimagined surroundings after their long voyage. The army which could fight the decisive struggle for Singapore and had been provided for that supreme objective in this theater was dissipated before the Japanese attack began. It might be 100,000 men, but it was an army no more. Once again, the many, many mistakes that have been focused on during this whole affair, hours and hours just on each one and examining the pros and cons. One of the more interesting aspects of Winston Churchill's books about this, and you can use the unabridged if you really want to see what's going on, because part of it, remember, is a defense of himself. And it includes, it's a very self-serving defense, because if there's any place in this war, and there's a couple, where this guy really would seem like the obvious person to blame for some failure, this is it. He even says, and writes in the book that if Singapore were to fall, if Malaya were to fall, it'd be this giant scandal. Well, who's in charge of the country as the Prime Minister? Well, there you go. And he even falls on his sword at one point in one of these humble moments where he says, I should have known. I should have asked. My staff should have known. My staff should have asked. There's no excuse. And then proceeds to give an excuse, which is interesting. Remember, the adjective attached to this fortress city of Singapore is Gibraltar Beach, right? The fortress city. And Churchill says, in my defense, I basically asked whether something called a fortress had defenses. He said, I would no sooner ask if a battleship that you had just launched had a bottom. So why were there no defenses? It's complicated. Some of it was part of a particular branch of the military theory, right? The pre-war. You saw in the First World War too, this idea that defenses are bad for morale. Troops get accustomed to the safety of living behind trench walls or fortifications or whatever. Then you need to be normally aggressive, they're soft. The other reason some of the generals in Malaya said that they didn't want defenses because it's bad for morale of the civilians and the troops were protected. There's a lot of reasons. Problem is that if you turn out to be wrong about that, if the after-test combat proves that it would be very nice to have some defenses, and they're not there, once again, you'll get screwed in that situation, and the Allied troops will be forever trying to build ad hoc defenses in pouring rain as quickly as they can, 5 minutes after escaping combat, with the Japanese still on the way, and often at night. These soldiers were going to fight an entire campaign against the Japanese, with the chances so stacked against them that you look at it the same way the Marines on Wake situation looks like. A sort of inevitable amount of suffering that has to be borne because the alternative is incomprehensible. And I should point out what's interesting is if you actually let delve into each of these situations, you'll find that in almost every case, the soldiers on the ground believed that there was some light at the end of the tunnel, or some rescue operation, or some alternative to suicide. They had a ray of hope in each one of these situations. And oftentimes modern authors and some modern historians will be very harsh in the condemnation of the people that gave them the false hope. For example, I have a book on the defense of the Philippines, and the author was staged against President Roosevelt. So continually, again, Roosevelt saying would always do this, but continually seeming to keep the people defending the Philippines, the Americans and the Filipinos, false hope that help was on the way. Don't worry, you just hold out. We'll get when they knew that there was nothing of the sort happening. I would chalk that up to just one more tragedy the average soldier on the ground has to deal with, for some sort of, we hope, big picture aspect that builds the war effort, helps the cause and shortens the conflict, and we'll try not to go into the cynical territory where we think it might be to cover people's rear ends, to deflect the blame into a different direction, or to get a bunch of doomed people to fight on longer and suffer more, because there's some other positive element down the road that this provides. A lot of these soldiers, I should point out, are fighting for time. For no other reason than they're involved in rear guard action, either fighting so that the rest of the force that they're a part of can get away. They'll retreat a few more miles, set up a new defense line, and try again. If you read the accounts from Allied soldiers during this phase of the war, really in the entire Pacific War, when you're dealing with land warfare, stuff on the ground, this is a different kind of war in the Pacific, and it's different because of the Japanese. Across different sort of responses from your opponent. Each of the major theaters in this war have a sort of a different vibe. If you wanted to say that any theater had a sort of a gentleman's approach to war, then that would be something like the Western Front, maybe you could say North Africa, where you had the British and Germans mainly facing off. There could be bad incidents between the two, don't get me wrong. Same thing with the Americans and the Germans, and the Malmedy massacre in one during the Battle of the Bulge, and it happened. But by and large, you had a pretty good chance of surviving the war. You fell into the enemy's prison camps, or they fell into yours. The Germans retreat in Soviets, and vice versa, very different than the Eastern Front. You had your Malmedy massacres, different sort of vibe on the Eastern Front. You had this ideological war of annihilation, throw in the racial superiority, Jewish thing, anti-commissar thing, and I mean, it was just set up for extreme state-sponsored nastiness. The stuff the Japanese were doing, it had a flavor all its own. This wasn't state-sponsored anything. It was a sort of a weirdness that people have been trying to explain. Japanese people especially ever since, because it didn't make any sort of a logical sense. For example, we will get incidents where the Japanese general general in Yamashita, you'll find out that his troops did some of the things that the Japanese are routinely accused of doing, the rapes, the killings, all of that. We'll get into more in a minute, by the way. And he appalled and he punished them, and he specifically ordered that this stuff not happen. Matter of fact, he was executed after the war for some of this stuff. But it's really other generals and people who disagree with that sort of an attitude that can have their troops just run wild, either through benign neglect or outright hostility and cold-bloodedness. In other words, it was a sort of a spotty track record that the commanders in Japan would have, and you could have troops that are well behaved under a vigilant commander, and other troops that are poorly behaved under another one. And of course, listen, it doesn't take a whole lot of spotty commanders for a lot of troops to be acting out of line in a lot of places. Which is what you have, by the way. Again, in Hong Kong, the Japanese will come in and do something that will become a little bit of a trademark for them in this early part of the war. They will walk into one of these, it's a college that is used as a hospital behind the front lines in Hong Kong, right before the city surrenders on Christmas 1941, and the Japanese troops will start going up to injured soldiers lying in their cots and bayoneting them. Nurses get raped, other people. It becomes one of the many occasions where you will find super patriots, as you can find in every country, right? Who will try to say that this is propaganda, this is contrived, that's been disproven. I mean, I guess I'm perfectly willing to listen to stories of all that kind of stuff because I'm very cynical myself about wartime propaganda and all that kind of stuff. The problem is in some situations, the preponderance of evidence becomes overwhelming. Even with admissions from the very people who did this on the Japanese side too. And so I think this falls into a similar place with the Holocaust and a number of other things which it wouldn't matter if you disprove this aspect or that occasion. The preponderance of the evidence is overwhelming and graphic and unbelievable to these allied people in some respects. And it takes a while to adjust, and the adjustments are what creates this war without mercy. It's not hard, by the way, to make a pretty good case. These sorts of incidents of atrocious conduct really hurt the Japanese. And it hurt them on a macro level and a micro level. And there are influential thinkers and military thinkers who saw this at the time as well. But on a macro level, remember, there's something the Japanese Empire is selling here. And while it's tempting to think of things like propaganda and global marketing as fluff and window dressing, let's realize that the thing that Churchill is most scared of is people like the Indians buying into the fluff and window dressing. In other words, if you think about it, the Japanese war areas are so audaciously expansive that it's almost impossible to imagine them ever coming true. So one of the small little paths towards attaining that goal would be for the millions and millions and millions of people that this marketing strategy is aimed towards to buy into it. And these sorts of atrocious incidents don't reflect well on the brand, do they? And let's recall, it's not a brand that is without tarnish already. All those China going back to at least the early 1930s. Then you get these really liberated people, the Malayans who the Japanese sort of freed as they're driving the Imperial British forces backwards. The Filipinos who don't even realize they need freedom, in some cases from the Americans being freed. And they get a chance to see, forget the marketing message, they get a chance to see what's going to be like under the leadership. And as we said, I think it's the last segment, it's a little like for a lot of these people, getting out of the frying pan and thrown into the fire. It's going to be really rough in a lot of these places. I mean, the stories from the Philippines are classic, but I mean, classic is horrible, obviously, but I mean, people who get their heads chopped off in the streets by Japanese officers using samurai swords for not bowing low enough. The comfort women, the women from some of these localities who are co-opted, coerced, forced into prostitution to serve the Japanese army. I mean, these are the kind of things that are the reality of living in this East Asia co-prosperity sphere. So maybe a lot of people that Winston Churchill was worried might throw off the yoke of British oppression I'm going to try to find a third sort of option rather than adopt the cloak of Japanese oppression. So on the macro level, really, really makes the job for the Japanese soldiers in the field fighting for this sort of goal harder. And by the way, a lot of them really believe in the goal. And then on the micro level, it's really hard on the soldiers themselves. And I keep trying to figure out, how many people in an army have to act a certain way, like commit atrocities, for example, before you could make a justifiable case that everybody in the other army deserves to be punished for it. You'd like to think, hey, one bad apple commits an atrocity, so hopefully that guy gets what's coming to him. But we all know that in warfare and in combat, since, let's just say caveman times, I'm going to assume this idea that for every action there is an equal and opposite reaction definitely applies. And so you don't have to have too many American soldiers or Filipino soldiers or Imperial British soldiers from India or the Highlands of Scotland or Canada or Australia or a indigenous local Malay person fighting for the British. You don't have to have too many of those people chopped into pieces and positioned grotesquely and put at a road junction to make sure that the people on their side see that you don't have to have too many of those stories circulating via the scuttlebutt between soldiers to decide that every one of these Japanese deserves to be treated like they did it themselves, personally. Now, before we think that this is just something that happens in every war everywhere, it isn't. Now, the Russian front, which we all consider, anything about it, right, to be a particularly nasty place, and we see people disfigured and mutilated, but in a place like North Africa, the two sides, and there's Italians there too, and the British might bury an Italian or a German foe on the battlefield with honor. They might do the same for someone on the other side. Almost a gentlemanly kind of thing going on. Of course, the more standard thing would be to just leave them where they lay on the field, but rarely did you have people leaving each other, right? It wasn't that kind of war, but it was in the Pacific, and it was because one side liked to do it. And you wonder, you think you gain from all this? Maybe some ancient time it was considered intimidating. I know that the Vietnamese used to do that when they were fighting the French in Indochina after this period. Indigenous way to say, screw you, this is what's going to happen to all of you, maybe get a psychological edge or an intimidation factor involved in that. But in this case, it really backfired. It was a terrible boomerang effect that just made Allied troops often think that these were not people deserving of any mercy. What's more, you have the other problem involved, and this is connected to the other side of the Japanese character that just killed the average Japanese soldier in this period. It's the fanatical question. I think you said when we started this story that there was a different way that the Allied propaganda sort of, and this is after the war, she sort of portrayed the Germans and the Japanese, they portrayed them both in kind of a robotic sense, right? That they fought for the leader robotically, that they were machines. But the German machines were cold and logical. The Japanese were also portrayed as machines, but they were like unstoppable and fanatical, and they would fight to the last fingertip was destroyed, just a finger would come chasing you, it was that kind of sort of thing. And that led to the other problem, which is the atrocities sort of are a hot blood thing, where people act because they feel angry and they want the revenge. And you cut up our people, so we're gonna mistreat your corpses. But the cold-blooded side of this, where a logical person who never wanted to commit an atrocity in his life, just operating with common sense, just wants his unit to get back home, wants to see the guys under his command get back to their loved ones. In the Pacific, because of Japanese conduct and the way that they acted, and part of the fanaticism that probably one could make a case is a part of their soul that led them to being the people that sort of punched above their weight class, historically speaking, that never say die, the last finger of the robot that's going to keep chasing you, that's what's going to give a lot of Japanese soldiers that simply being liquidated on the battlefield. And the reason why is because they were seen as extremely dangerous. Even wounded, even while surrendering, even while seemingly dead, the Japanese would come back to life and kill you on the battlefield. Don't believe me? That was a wonderful verse. The war is so interesting, but it's also darkly interesting. But I mean, the first-hand accounts are everywhere, long-lasting, and they will be a part of this story until an atomic bomb begins to end this story. But in Singapore Burning, author Colin Smith has a lot of his first-hand stories. And in LA, in the Philippines, in these places, the Anglo-American troops are clashing with Japanese forces. So they're learning a lot quickly, right? What's true, what's false? They are every bit as fanatical as portrayed. That robotic figure will chase you down the street, or the equivalent, but you can't take chances with them. Not only will they come after you until totally destroyed sometimes, they will try all the little tricks. Wait till you come up to check on them and whip out a grenade and blow you and a couple of buddies and themselves up. And while this is not behavior that's inhuman and not seen anywhere else, it's rare elsewhere. Like we said about the kamikazes, you can see people suicidally fly planes into structures or troops or ships or whatever. You can see it in other armies. It's just really rare and unusual. The Japanese do it, well, comparatively, we would call it regularly. On the Russian front, you can see the Russian who knows he's wounded badly, wait until the Germans come to check on him and then blow himself and a bunch of Germans up. That sort of stuff happens. But the Japanese did it so often that the Allies stopped taking chances with them. In its book, Singapore Burning, Smith has a story from an Australian fighting in this whole Malayan situation being pushed back towards Singapore. His name is Patrick Reynolds, and he talks about his sort of Lazarus moment. And I've got to say, when you read accounts of the Pacific War, you know the theater in the Second World War doesn't sound so much like movie combat. Like it doesn't even sound real. Like what Rocky is to boxing. Because you go to the other front and you're like, wow, this is a lot more mechanized and the distances are really great. But the Pacific War is a little like Vietnam sometimes, depending on where you are, because it's not all jungle. But where it is jungle and overgrowth, it's like Vietnam was in the sense that the war is often fought in a very small perimeter of a clearing or whatever you can see, because everything else is blocked off by the jungle canopy, the vegetation, or everything else. And everything is right around you. It's very claustrophobic, very isolated sort of feel to it. And the stories just sound like being right up close with the other side. I mean, it's very one guy against one guy, two guys against one guy, lots of stabbing, lots of fancy weapons. It's really quite nasty. And Swiss quotes Lieutenant Patrick Reynolds in the Malay campaign, the fighting down towards Singapore. Quote, the section on my right was again pinned down by automatic fire. Lying amongst a heap of about 15 apparently dead Japs, I was signaling to the other section when suddenly one of the corpses came to life, holding a grenade in his right hand and raising himself from the ground with his left. I shot at him. The grenade exploded simultaneously, and half his head was blown off. Two pieces of the grenade hit me, one under the right arm and one on the other side of my head. End quote. Smith has another story of a Sergeant Desmond Mulcahy, and he talks about his particular Lazarus, meaning his learning moment, the learning curve when he realized that just because these Japanese look dead doesn't mean they won't come back to life unexpectedly. That's his right quote. Sergeant Desmond Mulcahy's particular Lazarus was a fallen sergeant of the Canoe Guard. He was about to search him for the letters and unit identification beloved by the battalion intelligence officers when the dead man sprang indignantly to his feet with a grenade in his right fist. Mulcahy grabbed his left hand to stop him pulling the pin. This was good thinking, but it allowed his opponent to bludgeon him about the head with his grenade while he did his best to fend him off with left jabs. Mulcahy shouted for help, and while he was holding the man's arms, the guard's NCO, so far from the pomp and circumstance which had molded his military career, was first bayoneted and then shot. End quote. Smith then points out that there was another case where somebody ended up dead on the Japanese side when he was ABU, and this is just signaling part of the learning curve and how they're going to start to deal with these unpredictable, fanatical people, the ones whose robotic finger will keep coming at you and destroying that whole thing. Right quote. There appears to be no good reason why this particular Japanese could not have been restrained and captured, but it seems that it rapidly became the norm, as it did almost everywhere the Imperial Japanese Army ever met Western troops, to regard almost any attempt to take them alive as much too risky. End quote. Now quoting a 16-year-old soldier fighting for the British Empire, quote, from that first engagement, we learned not to trust their wounded. End quote. Still kind of an interesting line, though. He pointed out that the majority of Japanese playing dead were probably playing dead for the same reason anybody's soldiers would play dead in that situation, hoping to be overlooked by the enemy and maybe they'd be left alone and get away. But some of these people clearly didn't, and as I said, you could see that on any front in the war, just not as regularly as you saw it here. What percentage of the Japanese had to act this way for every Japanese potential POW to get the same treatment just in case, not fooling around? And this video, I have to say, one of the most shocking things I ever saw, because I definitely grew up in an era where our side was the unequivocally good side, and the other side was the unequivocally bad side. There was not much gray area until I got to the mid 1980s. And I saw a piece of film footage, and it was part of a British documentary, and you could not get it in the United States at the time. It was actually something that I believe was released relatively recently, and eventually some of that footage made it into American documentaries. But because you hadn't seen it in the U.S., I've seen all the footage over and over 1,000 times, black and white stuff, all the everything you've ever seen. I've never seen this stuff, and I was trying to get it, and I was trying to get it for two reasons. One, it was way more stuff that was in color, which of course it was just all seems so much more real. The second reason why is it shows the stuff that would never have made it on the official war footage that the U.S. government would have approved and released, even after the war. It shows things like the possum patrol, which one veteran described as the point where they would rush out onto the battlefield to fight overseas before the officers could stop them and kill all the wounded Japanese. I was struck, I remember, by this American soldier. It was killing grievously wounded Japanese soldiers by shooting them in the head with a pistol. And he had a corn cob pipe that he was smoking in his mouth while he did this over and over again. And I was struck by and reminded of the very nonchalant nature of these soldiers who killed every day. And it was just killing there. I mean, it was a reminder that when you say war without mercy, it's one thing. When you see it, it's another. And when you see your own side of it, you realize, of course, they can still be the good guys in this war and have to do terrible things in order to fight it, which is what war is, right? Or sometimes it can be gentlemanly on both sides to treat the other with respect and bury their dead and notify the other side of the death so that their families can be told. You saw this in the First World War, for example. And sometimes you kill the wounded, kill the prisoners, and just tell the people back to the base command that once again those fanatical Japanese refused to surrender and died to the last man. Hard not to see it as a tragedy for the poor average Japanese kid who ended up in the army of his time fighting this war in this place. But for every action there's an equal and opposite reaction, and it's hard not to notice that the Japanese were, in this particular case, speaking what they sowed. Of course, where we are in the story right now, Japanese are doing a lot more sowing. The Allies are doing three things. This is one of the times in the story, too, and it's going to be a particular spike in atrocities in the story. And there are two kinds. The kinds you can see the Allied troops engaging as well, and the kinds you can't. So, for example, the last battle of consequence during the Malayan campaign, right, this Japanese drive down the Malayan Peninsula, which, by the way, by the time they reach Singapore, end of January, they will have fought and advanced 600 miles in 7 weeks against one of the armies with the highest reputations in military history. And I think it's fair to say, very fair to say, this is not the first string team that we're talking about. This is a college football team. This may be Alabama, but this isn't the first string, but they're still wearing a uniform. As we said, the first string is probably in the Connecticut direct law, citing the dirty box, common law. But in this last battle of consequence in the Malayan campaign in January, some Australians and Indian troops ambush a Japanese column on a bridge, knock out a bunch of tanks, which was like 500 to 1,000 casualties. Yet what I think is pretty fair to say is a tactical victory at a time when they're already strategically defeated. And at this point, the Allied troops aren't fighting with one hand tied behind their back, they're fighting with both hands tied behind their back, and the Australians and Indian troops would get outflanked, infiltrated, the typical routine that all the Allies get in this time period. After a retreat back, and at a certain point during the retreat, the Japanese will get their hands on more than 100 Australian and Indian wounded had to be left behind by Trump's troops and unable to push them. Now, as we said, during the war, you might see Allied troops do this. Depends, but you might. That's part of that protection we were just talking about. It's the other kind of atrocities the Japanese engaged in were relatively inexplicable, and that Allied troops would never engage in, certainly not on any large scale. A perfect example of it will happen in February. There will be an attempt by some people to get away from Singapore, and a ship will be sunk by the Japanese. The survivors will make it to shore, and the Japanese military there will kill the survivors. Now they were like 50 or 60 troops, British troops and friends. But there were also more than 20 Australian nurses. These are girls in their 20s that it appears were raped and then forced to walk out into the surf, and when they got to waist level were machine guns. These are the kind of things that Allied troops do not do. This is a deep level of atrocity. And it's the part that makes, again, when human beings are interesting species, the questions related to why and how do these things happen, and why do they happen when and where they do, is a fascinating study. And it should be emphasized that obviously this is something we've seen. We may find the mass range of people this has happened to in prehistory, but each situation seems to be colored by the specifics. In this case, this has something to do with the Japanese military, especially the Japanese military at this period. What's going on? Well, it can make a lot of people angry, but this is not stuff that anybody's broadcasting. We should point out the Japanese public certainly knows nothing about this. The other thing we should mention is that with all these atrocities, sometimes these stories don't come out till after the war. Sometimes they come out in dribs and drabs. Certainly no one like the biblical era ruler is broadcasting this, right? And we massacred, a whole bunch of nurses in that last town that we took, and beware, we're coming for you. I mean, it ain't that kind of deal. In fact, the denial continues to this day. So a lot of this stuff comes out in war crime trials later, and obviously by their very nature, these things do not lend themselves to witnesses because the perpetrators are always looking to kill all the witnesses. It does sort of lay out the stakes a little bit for the people that might fall into Japanese hands, and enough of the scuttlebutt will be making it through the general public that they will do things in Malaya and Singapore, like make sure that all the alcohol is destroyed if it's in the path of where the Japanese army is going to march through. Taking chances if the commanders of those troops are trying to keep them in line. The last thing we want to have happen is that they stumble on a bunch of alcohol too. It pushes them over the edge if they need to be pushed over the edge. After that last encounter in mid-January, late January, the Allies are forced over the causeway. These are the big bridges that separate Singapore from the mainland of Malaya, the fortress of Singapore. The Allies blow the causeway, and there they are now, basically besieged of their own choice in Singapore, which is a 270 square mile place. You think about Los Angeles, greater area of Los Angeles, it's like half that. Got a million people basically there, and about 85,000 soldiers. The Japanese army is going to come right up to the edge of the moat that separates Singapore from the mainland, has like 30 to 35,000 troops. I don't have to tell you, and you don't have to be a math major to know that's like a third of what they're facing. Maybe a little less than a third. But the British Empire, when they do get defeated, especially a guy like Churchill, who remembers the much, what should we call it, Kiplingized history of Victorian British colonial conquest, when the British are defeated, it's dozens of fluffy Englishmen that are overrun after killing, thousands of the tens of thousands of Zulus or Dervishes or tribesmen in Afghanistan, whatever it might be. It's a total flip of the script here to have the non-European forces be the ones that are badly outnumbered and yet have the imperial forces on the run. It's embarrassing, and more than that, the optics for the British Empire could be deadly. This forces Churchill into all kinds of interesting decisions of the sort that are fascinating reading today, but have to make you, if you have any empathy in you at all, have to make you glad that you don't have the soul-crushing decision-making responsibility that people like Churchill have in this situation. Not that he makes the right choice at all, but think about what the choice is. At the beginning of January, Winston Churchill still seems to be operating under the idea, because he's led to believe this, that the fortress of Singapore is going to be this great defensive bastion. No matter what happens in Malaya, we'll hold out and get thrown in the side of the Japanese Empire in this place. They could rally and form a counterattack, and we will still be the linchpin of the defense of the entire region. And by the end of January, Churchill, because again, what he's been told by people overseas, now believes that no matter how many troops are thrown into Singapore, it's basically indefensible. He can't stop it from falling. So what do you do? The first of the two hard choices for Churchill concerns what you do once you connect the dots and decide Singapore can't be helped. Now, there are, shall we call them the ultimate Monday morning quarterback today, who will point out that knowing what we know now, Singapore could have been held, the Japanese were in precarious supply situations, there'll be a lot of things thrown out there, but remember there's this thing called the fog of war, which is connected to what commanders on the ground know. And oftentimes they can be bluffed. This is a well-known, Yamashita was bluffing and hoping that the enemy wouldn't know his weaknesses, but that's a pretty traditional thing. Churchill was getting information from the people on the ground that Singapore couldn't be held. But you send more reinforcements there because reinforcements are on the way already. Churchill points out that there are places like Burma where these reinforcements could mean the difference between saving or losing Burma. He says if you make the wrong choice here, we could end up losing both. But understand something, the British have not publicly written off the people in Singapore, the millions of civilians, 85,000 soldiers. So if you divert reinforcements from there, what are you saying to them? What's more, while Churchill's having reviews that are supposed to be pretty closed doors, sometimes they're not as closed door as everyone hopes. And somehow the Australian Prime Minister gets word that Churchill's considering this with his staff, talking about it, and writes a letter that Churchill publishes in his works, basically saying, after all we've done for you, you would run and abandon Singapore, which we do, because of your assurances made in good troops are way off fighting for you with North African places like that in the Allied cause, and the 17,000 or so that are here close by are in Singapore now, and you're telling me they're trapped there, and you're not going to the optics of this become a problem. How many people are you willing to sacrifice for optics, though? Churchill has to debate these questions, and eventually he will decide that it's more important to send troops to the island, even if you're just adding to the number of prisoners the Japanese will eventually get to take. Here's another question, and this has to do with how hard everybody has to resist on this island. And Churchill, I think it's fair to say that he goes from being pretty sure of things in January to right around the 19th and the 20th of January 1942, when the light bulb goes on, and he almost has, in my opinion, but he almost panics a little bit, freaks out about the situation, and decides that because he will say that because the Russians are fighting so fiercely against the spearheads of the German divisions, for their life in Moscow, and putting a pretty to the top of themselves, and the Americans are resisting stubbornly in the Philippines. It would be terrible if we would resist well too. Churchill issues commands, and he was the prime minister, on multiple occasions. The first one that I've seen is on the 19th, where he tells the people in Singapore, you've got to fight to the death. And as time goes on, basically looks like he wants this to be Berlin in 1945, and every strong point is going to be destroyed individually. The officers will die with their man, and the rulers of Singapore will be our tribute kind of thing. For example, on January 19th, 1942, this is right when he becomes aware that this is an issue. He will issue a bunch of different orders to the commander of the scene. They listed this is by the way, Churchill, the general, this page says, quote, the entire male population should be employed upon constructing defense work. The most rigorous compulsion is to be used up to the limit where picks and shovels are available. Not only must the defense of Singapore Island be maintained by every means, but the whole island must be fought for until every single unit and every single strong point has been separately destroyed. Finally, he writes, The city of Singapore must be converted into a citadel and defended to the death. No surrender can be contemplated. You have here a place that is now believing is indefensible. Like, you have no option to lose, but you have to lose like this. For, I don't know what you want to label it, optics, for pride, for honor. And before we dismiss this stuff as, window dressing, that's not worth the lives of real people. Let's realize that you're only a couple of dominoes tumbling before those seemingly amorphous, hard to quantify words actually equal real people. You think how much the prestige of the British Empire forms one of the pillars that holds it up. And what if something like that is badly damaged? If people in India were to, for example, revolt, India is a little like China in the sense that whenever there's an upheaval, it ends up costing a lot of lives. There's a lot of people. It would also cost a war effort where the British had to then send forces to India to quell problems and incidents. It may sound like a non-real thing, the pride and the honor and the prestige of the British Empire. But believe me, everything in the middle of this war is going to evolve to the same thing. At the lowest common denominator must might be death. And Churchill wants to people to put a good showing because it will help cement the British pride and honor. And he basically says that openly when on February 10th, when things are much, much worse and the situation in Singapore has changed dramatically, Churchill is still of the opinion that there has to be a goddamn wrong here. He writes a letter to General Wavell, who is the overall commander in the theater, and says, quote, I think you ought to realize the way we view the situation in Singapore. It was reported to the cabinet by CIGS that Percival, being General Percival, who is for, has over 100,000 men, of whom 33,000 are British and 17,000 Australian. It is doubtful whether the Japanese have as many in the whole Malay Peninsula, namely 5 divisions forward and a 6th coming up. In these circumstances, he writes, the defenders must greatly outnumber Japanese forces who have crossed the strait, and in a well-contested battle that should destroy them. There must at this stage be no thought of saving the troops or sparing the population. The battle must be fought to the bitter end at all costs. The 18th Division has a chance to make its name in history. Commanders and senior officers should die with their troops. The honor of the British Empire and of the British Army is at stake. I rely on you to show no mercy to weakness in any form. With the Russians fighting as they are, and the Americans so stubborn and moved on, the whole reputation of our country and our race is involved. It is expected that every unit will be brought into close contact with the enemy and fight it out. End quote. When that particular order, I should say, reaches Wavell, Wavell adds some more things to it, mentioning, hey, the Chinese have been fighting for 4 years against these people, so adds a little bit more, as the order down to General Percival and Graham at the scene. Percival adds a little almost chastisement, which you can see in Churchill's writing too, a little bit of like, hey, you outnumber the enemy. And then Percival hands this note to his underlings who are supposed to distribute the message to the troops. And I was reading, I think it was in Developer Singapore, Ken Thompson's report, because a bunch of these commanders simply list out the order, and most never told them what the commanders were saying, because they knew that the troops on the ground were being treated as though they were, top-notch, ready to go right off the parade grounds, but also that instead of these people who have been fighting in these horrible conditions over and over since the Japanese landed on Malaya December 8th. There's a bunch of people who've already exhausted, and they're being chastised for not putting up a good enough fight, so they've ordered you to die to their death because it doesn't look good. I think if you were on the ground and you were one of these soldiers, then you might be a little bit bitter at a bunch of people that basically encourage you haven't fought well enough when you've been fighting with both hands tied behind your back now for weeks, because on the last day of January, as we said, the causeway is blown up, Singapore is cut off, we have a moat separating the 30 to 35,000 Japanese troops from the 85,000 Imperial troops in Singapore with the million civilians in Singapore. And in a phase of this war where we point out over and over, there's a ton of finger pointing. Who's responsible for Pearl Harbor, responsible for this and that. This is the finger pointing moment of all. Where the hell are the defenses in Singapore, the fortress Winston Churchill kind of portrays himself as the most prominent person to buy deeply into the hype. And if we take him at his word, and he was thinking of maybe what defenses were like in places that had good defenses, ineffective though they may have been from this time period. You think of the Maginot Line in France, you think of the Czech defenses that so unnerved Hitler before he was able to get into negotiation instead. If that were the case on Singapore, might have been a really hard nut to crack. But of course, as Churchill points out, he found out several things all at once. He found out the big guns that everybody counts on to be so formidable and disrupt anything really are meant to be used against naval targets. I didn't be taught that they couldn't spin around to hit anything on land, but apparently that's not true at all. The problem has to do more with the fact that they have a lot of armor-piercing shells and not a lot of high-explosive ones. Those big armor-piercing shells just bury themselves in the jungle or the earth. They don't do much damage. And because these are naval guns, the trajectory is pretty flat on these things, which makes them useless in a counter-battery role. What that means is when the Japanese pull up their artillery to shell Singapore, they're going to have intelligence and things that lob shells in a high arc, behind forests or hills or whatever. Those flat trajectory guns can't hit them. So if you have nothing to stop the Japanese from pulling their artillery close up and bombarding Singapore, Singapore's in big trouble. Then there's the land stuff. This boils down to the reason we spent so much time on this pre-war planners who underestimated Japanese capabilities. Because when the Japanese proved that they could do things that the pre-war planners didn't think they could do, the defenses that Singapore was relying on are completely inadequate. Truth be told, most armies could not launch an amphibious assault across the Straits of Johor under fire successfully. And if you're a military planner in 1939 and something that's from the Japanese do that, a lot of these military planners are absolutely crazy. I can count the number of armies that could do that on half of one hand, right? But the Japanese could do that and prove it on February 8th, 1942, at night, of course, when they launched a D-Day type assault under fire at night, which they didn't even do it, and by morning have landed 13,000 to 14,000 guys and have established a beachhead. Now, they did have one of the heaviest bombardments from the Japanese side of things for the entire war. Now, the Japanese were not able to land that sort of people, especially that mass artillery. But here they lobbed almost 90,000 shells against the northern coast of Singapore, created chaos, disrupted all kinds of things. And then when these Japanese hit the water to cross this a little less than a mile, in some places wide, they call it a moat. When they cross it, they're crossing it in some places on armored cruise ships, armored barges. I mean, talk about planning, talk about capabilities. There's an elegance to this that you would have expected to see only in the best army. The coordination, this is hard stuff to do and not screw up. And on February 9th, 1940, you get out in place in the northwest part of Singapore Island with an established beachhead. By the way, the next day, Churchill writes that order we just called the standard eye order. By then, you know, Japanese troops on the island. The Japanese assault force did not have to face the heavy defenses that everyone had thought might be there. They had to face the bunkers, they had to face a lot of pillboxes and landmines and barbed wire. What they didn't have to face was put together rather hastily. I should point out that some of these Japanese troops are Imperial Guard forces, specifically Emperor's own samurai. They are veteran troops as well. They are particularly tip of the spear type guys. And from this moment on, the Singapore situation degenerates to the point where it won't even be a week after Churchill's stand and die orders that Singapore will capitulate. That doesn't look great. A lot of people have been hammered for why this happened, but if you actually get a book and read all the specifics, Murphy's Law could not have intervened more, and there's all kinds of things where you have no idea who to blame, although different people on the city. If, for example, you have an order once where key orders are misinterpreted. So who's at fault there? The high command that issues the order that was misinterpreted, or the lower commanders that read the order and misinterpret it? There's a bunch of those kinds of things. So entire units and parts of the line will pull back incorrectly threatening the rest of the line that has to be, and the Japanese are infiltrating like crazy. And I had to think for a while what might even account for why they were so effective at this. And just my own theory here, it's probably already been proposed by those 20 people who just thrown up there. Because infiltration, as you military history now know, is not a new thing. The Germans were doing it with stormtroopers in the last World War, a bunch of military did in this war. But infiltration essentially means sort of hiding behind things and moving up and bypassing strong points and whatnot. Well, if you're doing this on a golf course, it's got one level of effectiveness. If you're doing it in the jungle, think about how much more effective. It's an amplifier to the infiltration tactics. The other thing that the Japanese have going for them is kind of, this one's kind of cool. But we talked about earlier how the willingness to extend human lives on the part of Japanese commanders gave them an arrow in their decision quiver, their command quiver that most military leaders don't have. And one of them is the willingness to allow their troops to trap themselves behind enemy lines, because that's what infiltration essentially means. What's the worst thing that can happen to you on a battlefield? You're surrounded by the enemy, right? Infiltrators are deliberately moving behind enemy lines and putting themselves in a situation where they are surrounded. It's dangerous. In fact, it's practically suicidal sometimes. If I'm an American commander and you tell me you want my troops to infiltrate the way the Japanese infiltrate, I'm going to say, are you on your mind? I'm not going to say, well, you most of those troops. The Japanese could live with that as a result of their working. But if they're infiltrators and they poke the Allied lines and find an opening and boom, they're through it in the back, causing trouble. They'll throw up star shells and flares to tell the people on their side of the line that they're through. The Japanese use of infiltration tactics on Singapore Island are just as effective there as they've been throughout the whole campaign so far. And the other elements of the recipe in this Japanese blitzkrieg are equally successful. I mean, go read the primary source account. The people on the ground are talking all the time about the pounding from the air. Spraying bombs, just pounding all the time. If you look at the first day or two on Singapore Island, the only thing missing from the recipe that was so successful the whole way down Malaya is the Japanese armor. And General Yamashita will start sailing in that over within about 48 hours, and then the Japanese will get the inadequately destroyed causeway that used to separate Singapore from the mainland back up and running, so that now the Japanese armored columns can just drive right on over. This war will quickly move from the jungles and rubber tree areas to the suburbs. And it will get kind of weird there. And the case is not something Americans are so aware of, but we were talking about sidewalks and streets, and fire hydrants and front lawns, and people's two-story homes. The sort of thing where now all of a sudden the Japanese snipers hiding in the little girl's bedroom in the upper right-hand floor from the window and sniping Imperial troops that are standing in the middle of the park where the kids used to play. I mean, it's that kind of fighting. Needless to say, and this is an underappreciated side of the story sometimes when we get into all the military stuff, are the civilians who live there. Now, for a while, they start moving away from the fighting. I had a guy who was in the war in Bosnia, and he started this way because he was living in Southern California part-time, and he was like, he was in a forest fire. They're not forest fires, they're brush fires in Southern California, and you see it off in the distance, and there's all this smoke in the sky, and you know that, 25-minute drive from here, and it's very, very, very heavy over there. But right now, life continues in this section of the city just fine. Of course, the fire continues, as everyone in the path of one of those will tell you. The war can move too. And so for a while, if you're a resident in an urban area of Singapore, the war just looks off in the distance, all that smoke, and of course the bombing that's been going on near you. But that smoke and that storm and that fire comes closer, and the friendly lines are curling inward, and the refugees are being compacted into a place where within a couple of days you have 1 million people crammed into like 3 square miles. And the Japanese are advancing on the reservoirs that have the water supply and the ammunition is going. And this is where you get to some of the finger-pointing stuff at the troops themselves. There will be fingers pointed. For example, Australian troops, which is so weird because they are some of the best troops in the war. They've been some of the best troops in the entire Malaysian campaign. But now at Singapore, they're going to get flagged sometimes. But the fighting is intense, and when you read about stop the fighting. And a lot of it going on at night, it's just extra chaotic, right? In the city streets, sometimes it's very difficult, and you really can count, and they sound wicked. Heavy duty fighting. Let's take this one from, this is Peter Thompson's book, that he quotes a soldier from the 18th Division. And they're pulling back behind road, or they pull back behind Thompson Road. And I always have the hardest time picturing these sorts of urban conflicts, like the Battle of Berlin in 1945, always so difficult for me to get my mind around. But that's what this is, right? People are pulling back to the intersection where, the supermarket is. And it's that kind of thing. So in this case, this unit that this first-hand account comes from has pulled back and set up a defensive position in a Chinese graveyard that had really good field of fire. And he writes, quote, "We dug trenches, and that night the Japanese started attacking. We were in action against them continuously, sometimes in hand-to-hand fighting. We could see them on various hillocks in this enormous graveyard. They tried intimidating tactics by screaming out, or they tried to imitate us by saying they were friends and they were advancing. They made a tremendous noise. I had 2 forward platoons on little hills, and on one ghastly occasion, they got in amongst one of the sections in the night and bayoneted some of the men. The screams and cries of anguish were really quite terrible. On another occasion, I was watching out from my command post when I suddenly saw a Japanese officer and about a dozen men crawling up behind one of the forward positions. Fortunately, our machine gun battalion, the Northumberland Fusiliers, were with us, and we had a section of machine guns. It was a very good target, and in a very short time we had put paid to that test." End quote. But I mean, you think it's like the pirates sneaking up on you with the knife between the teeth at night. There's a particular horror to the Pacific War, and it's that. But these troops hardly seem like they're flinching very much, right? Why are they getting some blame? Some of this appears to be the difference, as we said, between what these units look like on paper back at the command post, which is almost always in Singapore, too far away from what's going on, but the commanders really know what's going on. The difference between what their maps look like, these paper icons representing these units at full strength, fully equipped, fully highly well rested, the whole thing, and the troops on the ground. There will come a point when the Australians are accused of not fighting. You read the commanders' letters to each other, the troops morale is not what it should be. And the Australian general named Bennett will sort of, in an offhanded way, complain to this captain that is part of one of these units that's been fighting the whole time. And this is recounted in Colin Smith's book. And he says, quote, "Criticism also came from a surprising quarter. Quote, I don't think the men want to fight." End quote. General Bennett informed an exhausted Captain Frank Gavin. So Gavin, one of these Australian officers, has been fighting like the devil for weeks. And now remember, he's speaking as a captain to a general here. See, continues, quote, "Gavin did not mince words." Now quoting Gavin. "The men are very tired," he told Bennett. "Their rations have been irregular and inadequate. They have been constantly in contact with the enemy, and they feel that they have been badly let down. I feel that too." End quote. So when you think about it, there are incidents that people point to. Sometimes there's one in Smith's book that involves bayoneting. That just is one of those moments that reminds you, combat's one of those things that's sort of on a spectrum. And on one end of the spectrum, let's call it the 10 or the 1, whichever color of the designated. On one end of the spectrum is the heroic combat fighting that makes a, real combat sometimes, and then themes of soldierly conduct going back to Ajax and Achilles and Homer and all that. But I mean, the Schwarzenegger, Stallone, face-off, whatever it might be. And that stuff happens. People at the level is now and probably get involved in those kinds of things, but at that level of fighting. You have to get all the way to the other side of the spectrum, though. You go with bravery and heroism and all that stuff to get to the other aspect of combat. The pathetic, not ennobling, dirty, the thing that leaves a stain on the victims and the victimizers. And one of these incidents involved the Australians in Singapore running to some degree. Now, let me just defend them for a second before I go into this, because when you realize that these guys had just been acting as a rear guard for the rest of their unit, So they're the ones holding off the enemy, so the rest of their forces can get away. The enemy they're holding off happen to be elements of the Japanese Imperial Guard, and at a certain point, the Imperial Guard elements will outnumber the Australian Rear Guard elements, and then the Imperial Guard will whip out the bayonets and charge. This is all happening, I believe, at night. It certainly gives you a feel of like an urban situation in terms of the terrain. Really picks up the narrative, and he got it from the remembrances of a Japanese corporal who was a member of the Imperial Guard. So he wrote about this incident, and sort of translates it for us and writes, quote, "The Imperial Guard, having passed through the torments of food is hell, what the word is, the torments of food is hell, had their blood up and were looking for revenge. First Corporal Sushikami, I hope I pronounced that correctly, was involved in a grenade duel with the Australian Rear Guard. In his excitement, the baseball pitching skills he had acquired at senior high school almost undid him, because he threw the first one much too long and was nearly killed by the pineapple variety of hand grenade that came back and rolled within 2 meters of the rubber tree he had dived behind. The second one he got right. Then they all charged with 6 bayonets. Some of the Australians, now badly outnumbered, started running. Sushikami chased one down, pushed him to the ground, and heard it, quote, deathly yell as he impaled him with his bayonet and then withdrew the blade. The corporal noticed that others were neither running nor fighting." Now directly quoted the corporal, quote, "Having lost their nerve, some soldiers were simply cowering in terror, squatting down and avoiding the hand-to-hand combat in a wait-and-see position. They too were bayoneted or shot without mercy." That's the pathetic side of combat, where you just feel like you have a bunch of people that are trapped in a place and a time. And you see this over and over again, and if this is considered to be the troops not giving a good account of themselves or what have you, you want to just, like the soldier that said, that they feel like they've been let down, you just want to pick somebody off, don't you? How about you get the aircraft out of the skies and make them stop strafing us all the time, and maybe we won't run so quickly when we're charged with bayonets by the Imperial Guard that outnumbers us? I don't know. Within a short period of time, the Japanese have advanced into a position where at first they start to threaten the water supply of Singapore, and then they begin to capture those places. And now you have a humanitarian disaster looming. The letters between Churchill and the commanders locally begin to soften in terms of this everybody has to stand and die thing, and Percival, the commander in Singapore, will end up having to accept surrender conditions where the signature photographs carrying a white flag and surrendering. I think if it's not the largest, it's one of the largest number of Imperial troops to a foe in the British Army's history. Oh yeah, and there's more atrocities while all this is going on. I don't know how to what deaths to go into the atrocities. There's a famous, another one of the hospital attacks, like the one in Hong Kong. This one will see upwards of 150, closer to maybe 200 victims. And once again, you have the rape, we have the bayoneting of wounded soldiers in their cots. It's awful stuff. 80,000 or so Allied troops that have to surrender to the Japanese on February 15, 1942, will be carted off into a captivity that is nightmarish by the standards of any other power you want to bring against the Second World War. And needless to say that while those troops will go off and suffer for several years in captivity, including General Percival, by the way, off to captivity himself, the citizens, all the different ethnic groups, the Chinese, the Malays, all the people who are all going to suffer under the Japanese occupation there too. There are books written, some of them just in Chinese, with diagrams on a regular basis. The local homicide and rape and mistreatment at the hands of the English colonizers, right? The ones that are doing it under the banner of Asia for the Asians. They didn't say it was going to be nice necessarily, and it's not going to be. Churchill earlier had been embarrassed and said that, this was a shock that we can't perform better when the Russians are doing amazing feats and dying to the last man against the Germans, and the Americans are doing so well. well in the Philippines at Luzon. Well, there were some differences because the Luzon stuff, all the Philippine stuff is happening simultaneously with the stuff going on in Singapore and Malaya. But there were some key differences. First of all, the whole campaign really kicked off a little later, like 2 weeks later. Troops land instantly, like I think it's the 22nd or 23rd or something, like December 1941, when 40,000 Japanese troops land on the big island of Luzon, running real areas. And then everything gets moving right away. But unlike Malaya, where there are few or no tanks, one or the other, some people say every place you could just say there's no tanks in Malaya. There are tanks in the Philippines, and it makes a very big difference again for Japanese tanks that are landed. Right? Only the Imperial troops that had a bunch of tanks in Malaya, the bad ones. These are big monster tanks that you're going to get later in the war. A lot of them are light tanks, but listen, it's glad to have anything, and they do good service because of the Americans and the Filipinos will continually get pushed back the same way the Imperial forces are, light infiltration, being outflanked, amphibious outflanking, the whole thing. The tanks and other troops will be able to provide some sort of cover that allow, in this case, the Allied troops of the Americans and the Filipinos to pull back and not get rolled up momentum-wise. They're able to stop and consolidate for a minute, which allows a more sort of vigorous and stubborn defense. In Malaya, the Imperial forces never got a chance to stabilize. The other difference in the Philippines is you don't have General Percival in charge of things. You have just MacArthur in charge of things. And that is a very different animal, well, any way you like it. To go from talking about Churchill inordinately to going and talking about MacArthur like we're about to, makes me feel like we're completely embracing the great man theory of history and just like one great man figure to another, dominating the historical scene that really is standing astride history like a colossus. But that's an old thing. Greeks and Romans all wrote this great thing, lead the world and whatnot. And then there's all kinds of other theories that crop up. Since the trends and forces one thing, you can't have a history unless the conditions with one are set up correctly for one to rise. And then if they are set up correctly, one will rise. My counterpoint to that doesn't have to be these trends and forces, but I mean that interacts with the great man theory. My counterpoint is, yeah, but the theory that arises because of the trends and forces at the time doesn't have to be, of course, nuts, right? You didn't say anything weird. You just said the time was right for somebody. And to me, that's where you put the personal stamp on the whole trends and forces thing. I feel similarly with MacArthur, because he's a fascinating dude, but his personality is actually going to impact how the whole war is fought and likely go the way they do. Turn around and go, well, wait a minute, even if the trends and forces make it just perfectly right for a guy like MacArthur to rise, they didn't have to produce a guy like MacArthur. This, just so we make it perfectly clear, is diva. And he's a diva in the way, it's funny, every sort of group of people that have a diva class amongst them, whatever they do, singers, actresses, whatever it might be, generals are another one of those types where they just produce these prima donnas. It was once said by somebody that I read one of the great gifts that Eisenhower had. When he was the commander of Allied forces in Europe, with this one guy who would sort of mediate between a group of prima donna Allied generals who, were tough to coordinate and interact and get to work together with passions in the Montgomery and all those guys. Marcus Alhorn, who was the Second World War war correspondent, nearly joined Hemingway for a while. Definitely one of the more interesting journalistic figures in war correspondence. And needless to say, a very early woman on the scene, and tough as nails, so she went to all these places, talked to all these people in all these governments and systems. And she said, and I'm quoting from memory, but she basically said that the politicians and the generals are the same everywhere you go. Doesn't matter what the political system is or anything, they're a type. And it made me think that either the kind of people who are born to turn out, or likely to turn out, or most of the time turn out to be prima donnas and divas in the military sense, are those the kind of guys that have the drive to become generals in the first place, or does it attract those kind of people? Or does being a general and all the perks that come along with that turn you into a military diva? I don't know, but MacArthur is the best example of type we'll ever see. The caricature of himself, and he's been lampooned for his sort of type more than anybody I've ever seen. From Mac to The Simpsons, everything got the corncob pipe, Iron Sean, MacArthur, I have a line in the sand, psychologically speaking. If you're on the far side of the line, and most of us are on this side of the line, and the dividing line is people who seriously refer to themselves regularly in the third person. I don't know what it means to do that, but MacArthur's on the far side of that line because he does that. He's one of these people, though, that it's hard to make that, but that he kind of lives up to the hype of his own imagination also. And here's the way Mr. Incredible Simon or Mr. Series, it's on his very cool. Douglas MacArthur was then and remains today a lightning rod for both his mind and critics. The only child of General Arthur MacArthur, who had been awarded the Medal of Honor for his heroism on Missionary Ridge during the Civil War, the younger MacArthur had been something of a celebrity, even during his cadet days at West Point, where he graduated first in the class of 1903. During the First World War, he had performed brilliantly, returning from the war in 1919 as a 39-year-old brigadier general with 2 distinguished service crosses and no fewer than 7 silver stars. He became West Point superintendent. Then in 1930, at the age of 60, he became the U.S. Army Chief of Staff. End quote. MacArthur had a mixed reputation, though, amongst troops. Depends on who you ask. Like, there were a bunch of troops that had a sour taste in their mouth because it was MacArthur who was an extremely forceful and broke up some, what it became riots. I guess you could say that there was a long-term protest during the Hoover administration by people during the Depression who were veterans and who wanted their veteran bonus payments given out to them earlier than originally specified because, well, it was the Great Depression. And MacArthur, these are all veterans. MacArthur sort of crushed this encampment, the bonus march, as they were called, roughly. And there were people that held that against him forever afterwards. And then there were people like Eisenhower. And it depends on what you read from Eisenhower, because you can find him saying good things and bad things. And he thought MacArthur's mind was crazy interesting and good, but at the same time that the guy was over dramatic. Look, science continues. He talked about the other side, right? That there was with MacArthur, there was this glittering golden child from long ago, almost like born to the role from a military hero father, and Simon's right to quote. Then there was the man himself. In addition to his obvious intellectual gifts, MacArthur's personal demeanor included an all too evident self-regard that put off many of his contemporaries. He seemed ever conscious of himself as a historical figure, and frequently behaved, even in private, as if he were declaiming from a stage, pacing back and forth, and gesturing theatrically with his corncob pipe. He discounted, even disparaged, the opinions of others, and saw criticism as less disagreement than treason. As the historian Max Hastings put it, now quoting Hastings, quote, MacArthur's belief that his critics were not merely wrong, but evil, verged on derangement. Simon continued, quote, these characteristics repelled many of the men he had to work with, including King and Nimitz. MacArthur had an astonishing memory, a deep knowledge of history, and a quick and incisive mind. It remained to be seen, however, if he also possessed the diplomatic sensitivity to orchestrate the land, air, and sea forces of several countries, a skill so evident in his former aide, Dwight Eisenhower. End quote. I personally don't think that there's any doubt that this guy had what it took to do any of these monumental things in terms of his raw talent and the polishing of the diamond. He was young, he's a very accomplished, very gifted person, but when it comes to the rest of this package, and it's interesting as heck, in his great book Rampage, MacArthur Yamashita and the Battle of Manila, Father James M. Scott tries to flesh out the MacArthur figures. He quotes several people talking who work with him. We'll talk about the great brand, right? He's a brilliant man. She's a genius in general, we're all saying. He quotes Philip LaFollette, who served on MacArthur's staff, and quotes, His mind was a beautiful piece of almost perfect machinery. And so everybody admires this guy's brain. But it's weird being alone with him and having him refer to himself in the third person. Scott quotes Dwight Eisenhower as saying about the experience, quote, "The sensation was unusual. In time I got used to it and saw it not as objectionable, just odd." He then goes on to say that the word discuss or discussion is not the right word to use when you're having a discussion with MacArthur. It's more like a monologue. And he had an interesting way of talking that in a way fleshes out the characters. Like those theater folks who come off stage and they still sound like they're on stage when they talk, like very dramatic, using maybe archaic words. But MacArthur used archaic words. Scott quotes a journalist trying to give you a sense of the way MacArthur talked, and he says, quote, "We often used archaic words and terms, as one might a rare spice for extraordinary flavor." End quote. Well, that explains President Roosevelt's line, also quoted in Scott's book. Roosevelt said that he talks in a voice that might come from an oracle's cave. So if you spice it up with those archaic words and terms, and think of yourself in the third person and use it almost like a stage voice, well, yeah, you sound like an oracle. You just know how to play to the crowd, right? But it's a weird part of the guy's character. Makes him more interesting as a historical figure, but then of course I don't have to work with him. This is a person who also knows how to use the media of his time, I mean, Twitter or any of the other social media outlets that have been around in his day. He had 1 billion followers. He had his own direct pipeline from the Philippines where he was commanding to the U.S. media outlets who were hungrily waiting for any info he gave. And when he provided that info, most of the time it only mentioned a single person, him. Historian Ronald H. Spector in the Sun writes about the MacArthur press machine and says, quote, "MacArthur's great stature in the United States was in part due to his own highly efficient public relations organization. Most of the war news from the Philippines, which the American public read, came from MacArthur's communiques and press releases. Of 142 communiques released by his headquarters between December and March, 109 mentioned only one individual, MacArthur." End quote. That's end quote. Another historian points out that MacArthur had a way of getting his name into the press releases in multiple places, even when it's not about him particularly. Like instead of saying, the U.S. Army's right flank of Bataan, the press release would say, "MacArthur's right flank of Bataan." And instead of saying something like, the 10th Regiment soldiers, it says, "MacArthur's men." And that historian said the communiques are given the names of combat units, commanders, and individuals who have performed exceptional exploits. MacArthur also had this other side, which was something that was part of the rumor mill back in Washington, D.C. between the two world wars. I mean, MacArthur was accused of going Oriental, as it was called at one point, wearing kimonos around the office, fanning himself with a Japanese fan, and smoking from a jeweled cigarette holder. Just an interesting guy all the way around. The problem is that there has always been a spectrum of views on MacArthur. And on one end of the spectrum are the MacArthur groupies, the superfans, and they are the people who buy into MacArthur's worldview that he's been stabbed in the back by everyone from the U.S. Navy to multiple presidents or whatever it might be, that this was the greatest soldier in American history, that he was the person who was in the right in those confrontations with the president, and in fact had been the president someday himself. And then on the far opposite end of the scale, you have people who think, and this was always part of the law including when I was a kid in the 1970s, but MacArthur is sort of delusional. That the real world is sort of blocked from his vision through the cataract of his own greatness, and he kind of like blanking out of it. Sometimes you'll see him issue orders too, and he knows where Francis Pike has some of this. He'll issue these orders that are, or make these demands on Washington that are so out of touch with reality that you wonder about the man himself. For example, in the early days of the fighting on the Philippines after the Pearl Harbor attack, MacArthur is urging Washington to strike the Japanese home islands now with naval assets right away since they're all occupied by these men. Well, this is delusional because that's the same time that the Navy telling Roosevelt they can't even defend the Philippines. They're just launching a strike Force Admiral Hart, who was the naval commander of the U.S. assets in the Philippines, who worked closely with MacArthur between the wars, and he considered himself a friend of MacArthur until the war got close and the friendship broke down. And Pike Force Admiral Hart is telling his wife that he's not sure MacArthur is, quote, altogether sane, end quote, and he adds that he may not have been altogether sane for some while now. What does that even mean? I've read a ton about President MacArthur over my lifetime, and I still find it. I don't know how to process this idea that maybe he's just out of touch thing, living in his own world. Like a Mr. Magoo stumbling on from one military good thing to another triumph. I don't think he's going to do a lot of things in the rest of his life that seem like really hard things to do under the best of conditions. I would think if you weren't grounded in reality, it would be possible. That's just my view. At the same time, this guy is so complicated that sometimes it's difficult to know how you feel about it, unless you find yourself unreservedly on one of the two polarities on the guy. There's another way of looking at him too, which is the crazy enough Fox way. You mentioned earlier, how many Twitter followers this guy can have, how well he is every day. Well, how much of this is all for publicity purposes, right? As one said, it's putting us on. Eisenhower said about his old boss that he was a great actor, and then he studied dramatics under him for 7 years, basically, he worked for him. It's all part of branding. Like, maybe it's about it this way. Maybe MacArthur's positioning himself for eventual presidential run, this is all part of the brand. And before you dismiss it out of hand, some writers of historians over the years have made similar charges against other public figures from that time. Churchill, even, for example. The cigar, the ever-present booze, the hat, the food sign, you could put it on the poster, couldn't you? Wonderful brand, you know exactly what you're doing. It serves two purposes. It promotes Churchill personally, and whatever cause he wants to push at the same time. Well, let Churchill produce the garbage he did, so maybe it's a put on. My response to that is, I'm cynical. All those kind of things that I see right through. This is the kind of put on that works even for me. And it's possible that you enjoy working on people exactly like me. Anything one of my favorite MacArthur stories, and I'll give you an idea of how hard this guy is to take out this kind of stuff. So he was accused of not visiting the troops often enough. In the Philippines, during the whole disaster, we're just about to get into the only record one. But it's a highly, it's a big deal, right? He's coming to the foxholes from the safe underground on the island of Corregidor, putting out press releases about how terrible things are here. But he had the accident dogs there in the mud and the blood. But there are generals out there who have been when he writes out there, working his tail off. So MacArthur's going to go. It's this big deal. He comes in, some of the troops talking about how overdressed they were during creased pants and shiny shoes. MacArthur's got the corn cob pipe, the dark glasses. He's got the cap. Good luck finding that cap on any other U.S. military officer in any other service. It's basically, self-designed. It's got people up there next to MacArthur's cap. He shows up and tours the defenses for the whole day. A lot of people saw him that day, and my buddy Lee said that's probably part of the plan. Press would have known about it. It would have been one of those things where, if this was today, there'd be a bazillion retweets that would be trending. Everyone thinks around here, it doesn't visits the troops in Japan. There are multiple accounts of different people who saw MacArthur that day. In Undefeated, author Bill Sloan gives an account from a U.S. soldier who was in a foxhole in the area that was being particularly hard at that time by Japanese aircraft. Lots of bombing, lots of skirmishing, and the soldiers in the foxhole just powering down, trying not to die. And he looks up and sees General MacArthur strolling casually towards them with another general and staff officers. The soldier's name, by the way, is Captain Ralph Fisk, and Sloan has his explaining what happens when he sees MacArthur and these men trailing behind him. They're coming over the hill in the battle zone towards him. Captain Hood says, quote, I jumped out of the foxhole and gave a rather clumsy salute without thinking, Fisk later recalled. MacArthur waved to stay put, and swinging his riding crop vigorously with great strides, moved across the open meadow as more Zeros came winging in. A couple of his aides were tugging on his shirt and telling him to get down. but he shrugged them off and kept walking. The bombs landed fairly close, but the general was completely oblivious to them. Me, I was in my foxhole. Here's a pretty brave man, I thought. End quote. Regardless, courage has never been in doubt. My buddy might ask an interesting question. Well, someone asked about MacArthur and some of these other really superstar generals, by the way. All of them are really good over the media savvy. Who's Douglas MacArthur doing all this for? He would say he's doing it for the man, and there's no doubt that guy, his morale skyrocketed, so maybe that's the truth. Is that the whole truth? Douglas MacArthur's a hard guy to figure out. I'll tell you this, though. This is a publicity stunt. And I said this to my friend, I think he used a different analogy. I came up with a better one. This is a publicity stunt. It's the kind of publicity stunt that reminds you of like a person who would string a tightrope between two skyscrapers and walk across it carrying a pole. And he may have invited the media to come and watch it. It's an excuse for everybody to come and cover him. But it's not phony. And what MacArthur did that day is not phony either. I was walking past the TV one night, and I was thinking about MacArthur, and a light bulb went on over my head. I heard something on television. My wife begged me not to use this reference because she's thinking of marriage or something. I know nothing about it. I know nothing about the character. I don't know why it has this nickname. I just knew when I heard it that should be Douglas MacArthur's nickname. It should be Douglas the Situation MacArthur. To me, that sounded exactly like what his code name should be in Washington, D.C. That's what they should call him in the White House when they're talking about it, because the people like Roosevelt and General Marshall and most of the admirals, a lot of other people, Douglas MacArthur is the situation. And the funny thing about Douglas MacArthur is if you found out his name was the situation, it's like that too, because he wanted to be on the minds of all these people. Thought he should have been on their minds. In fact, thought he should have been a higher priority. In fact, he hated Germany first policy that they just agreed to, because it meant his theater was going to be the one that was de-emphasized. And MacArthur's a big fish in that theater and made a lot of promises to the locals. I mean, heck, he was the field marshal of the Philippines, or whatever that was worth at the time. So he's got a lot of personal contact, and his relationship, by the way, still complicated with the money and the power of the Philippine power structure in the image of the man. I believe in this guy's such a situation. There are two more check boxes on the RU of Kiva test. If he checks off, and number one is pain in the ass to his cohorts and his superiors. Franklin Roosevelt's relationship with him started off sort of lukewarm and degenerated from there. By the end of Roosevelt's life, MacArthur hated him, and Roosevelt had said that MacArthur was one of the two most dangerous men in America. The other that I think is Senator Huey Long, the Huey fish. MacArthur famously had problems with the next American president, too. He had problems with the Washington Army brass in D.C. He had problems with most of the admirals, although he likely would grow with old Halsey. But a pain in the ass. If you normally, when you get these kind of people, and you're looking for a better level of unity, these people are not worth the trouble, especially if they don't perform well at a certain point. You take those opportunities to axe those malcontents, those poisonous people, those divas. Unless, of course, they're like Frank Sinatra, or Judy Garland, or one of these Sammy Davis Jr., Michael Jackson, any of the giants right out there where you just go, I don't care how rude they are, however many green M&M's that they want in the dressing room, I don't care. Just get me Frank Sinatra. What that means, though, is that people like that, you invest really high hopes, and they become so valuable. If you sold out the Palladium for Frank Sinatra, you can't cancel Frank Sinatra without there being big problems. And the U.S. takes the opportunity that Douglas MacArthur's stature provides them to invest a lot of hope in Douglas MacArthur. They turn him into a hero, by the way. The U.S. government takes a guy who's already 2/3 of the way to fitting that mold already, pours the Disney-like propaganda hose on him, gives him a congressional medal in the near future to make a superhero out of MacArthur. The reason this is important is once you're sitting in the Philippines and you realize you are screwed, you are doomed, there's no way this is going to work out, the odds are totally against you. The only thing that gives you any hope in the Philippines is that you have a transcendental military leader in charge. It's hard to describe what people thought, especially the Filipino thought MacArthur was capable of. You can pull a rabbit out of the hat military speaking at any time, can't rule out Douglas MacArthur. So you can't remove Douglas MacArthur either without that whole pillar of hope collapsing. He's too big to fire, and he knows it. So you're stuck with him. And the problem is that initially he does not perform well at all. Historian Ronald H. Spector said that the government would have been fully justified in removing MacArthur. To be honest, once again, I tend to cut people slack in this situation. MacArthur and the Americans and the Filipinos are going to face the same kind of combat exposure moment that the British and the Imperial troops in Malaya got to experience, right? Where all of your pre-war estimations are put to the test. Your assumptions, your plans, all that stuff gets the final exam. And as usual, and this is always the problem with war games and whatnot, I mean, you generally build a scene for situations that seem too wild to contend with. And I can guarantee you, MacArthur's war plan did not take into account the idea that the Japanese might control the air and the sea. Uncontested control of the air and the sea, by the way. That's not generally in your assumption. And that's going to be the case. They're right there. A little difference between the pre-war plans and the actual war conditions. The other problem that they had with Malaya will be replicated here as well, which is that the decisions made before the conflict breaks out will doom everybody. Before I start criticizing General MacArthur's plan for defending the Philippines, and of course there's a history that I'm totally entitled on. I criticize one of the U.S.'s military generals, so I'm just totally going to do that. But before I do, let's acknowledge something right away. There are no good plans for defending the Philippines. It's not like MacArthur's plan is up against a bunch of plans that were better, and it just isn't a joke. There are no good plans. There's a sizable contingent of top military leadership, especially in the Navy, that considers the Philippines indefensible. If the Japanese want them, they can have it. If for no other reason than proximity, right? Look how close Japan is compared to the United States. Now remember, here's your people who think the Philippines are defensible, who are assuming there's still going to be a robust United States Navy to contend everything. So you're defensible under those conditions, they're going to be defensible after Pearl Harbor. But if they're indefensible, you just not defend them. You say that the war policy for the United States in the Philippines, remember, we have military assets for some of our bases. Our war plan is that the Japanese attack, we're leaving. Leaving the Philippine Islands to the conquerors. That is so politically unpalatable for people that at least we mark it as a big brother, little brother relationship, and a lot of people don't know that. We certainly are making a lot of noise about protecting the island. We have military assets there. We had General Douglas MacArthur there, whose wonderful copy is proof that he was all in, because that's the cap of the Philippine Army's top rank, Field Marshal, which he holds because of the leader. Would fight for those powers. Eisenhower is referring to a four-star U.S. general. That's something to be proud of. When you're doing the whole thing of guarding the Field Marshal baton for the Philippines, honors and honors. The doctor likes that stuff. And you know that cap all throughout the war. It's your Field Marshal cap. But MacArthur was also out there nailing the Philippines around it. But don't worry, we're here, you know, in the entire way. The democracies of the world are here to survive. Come on. The war plan has to be better than we're going all over to attack. So sometimes the politics get involved in ways, the diplomacy gets involved in ways that sort of doesn't consider too much what's actually going to happen on the battlefield. Because if the islands really are indefensible, what happens to the people you send over there to defend them? That's the situation the troops could find themselves in on the ground. In the same way that those troops in Hong Kong fighting for Canada and the Empire and all these other places had to continue to fight on or what have you for the honor of the Empire. Well, we have to have a war plan here in the United States for an indefensible place, because to not have a war plan to defend your indefensible place is indefensible. You know what I mean? This is a rule of honor, by the way. There's nothing new at all when your troops were to militarily due to this situation. It's for diplomatic purposes. It happens all the time, and the reason that strategists and war planners have to account for. They'll understand that sometimes the best we can hope for in a situation is to perhaps not be victorious, but have a strategy, a plan to not lose, or to lose slowly, or to hold out for a long time under siege and maybe rescue. Any of those things might be applicable in certain situations. In between the two world wars, there were war plans and accounted for things like that. I mean, the basic attitude is that if you couldn't defeat the enemy, you would retreat to the Bataan Peninsula and hold out there. The Bataan Peninsula is a wonderful place to retreat for all sorts of reasons. The first way is that if you control it, look at the map, it goes right by Manila Bay. If you control it and the bone in the throat, fortified, really key island of Corregidor, we control Manila Bay. And there's Manila, the giant urban center of the Philippines right there as well. MacArthur said that if you had an invasion take the rest of the island, if you control Corregidor and Bataan, then they might have the bottle at the core. Allied troops would be doing damage to the Japanese simply by holding out on Bataan and Corregidor. You're throwing in the side of all their operations. So this is a good strategic spot to retreat to in terms of having importance. But it's also a good spot to retreat because it's very defensible. Nature began that process by creating this peninsula that is some of the heaviest jungle you'll ever see. And I lack the adjectives to distinguish between all the different levels of heavy jungle in this community. Or very heavy jungle is if you ever want to have to go out of there, it was waiting for you. There's not one, but two volcanoes in this space with something like 15 by 30 miles, 20 by 25 miles, other but it's not a very big area to have two volcanoes. Now, they're not spewing lava at the moment. They're forming to their dead. I don't know. Look at the map. They take up a huge chunk of the real estate in this area that's going to be defended. And they're going to be used as part of the defense line, right? I mean, if you want to anchor the defense line, you want to have the middle covered by something that should keep the enemy at bay, or put a big volcano in the middle of it, and then do. Then, once you decide you're going to use the Bataan Peninsula for this, you bring in the combat engineers and you improve on what nature started. You lay out the minefields, you build the tank traps, you clear the fields of fire, you sight artillery, you build pillboxes and bunkers, and you make this the kind of place that armies will break themselves trying to get into. And then, of course, you have to make sure that the people that end up under siege here, because that's what everybody's going to have to do, like the Alamo, right? Because hopefully a happier ending. They're going to need stuff, aren't they? So you're going to stockpile all the food and all the all the medical supplies off the tab. There's plenty to keep people happy, healthy, and funding while they await rescue from the U.S. Navy. Most of these kind of divisions. Douglas MacArthur does not like these plans. He does not like the whole gist of these plans. The idea that you would scheme and plan for defeat and essentially prepare to be besieged by the enemy. He called it defeatist. You can call it anything you want, it doesn't really matter until mid-1941 when he's put in charge of American and Philippine forces in the Philippines. This is several months before war breaks out. So now this is the guy who has to decide what the plan for the defense of the Philippines is going to be. And it's not going to be that we're going to assume we're defeated and we're going to prepare to be besieged at Bataan. We're going to throw the enemy back into the sea. I mean, would you expect any less of one of these superstars from my states and cookies, no generals? It just doesn't suit them to say, try to hold out, and then we're going to let the bloody Navy come and rescue you. I mean, he had always done a great job for the Navy. We're going to rely on this. It's not going to happen. So the government comes up with this plan. It doesn't look like a bad plan at all. If you've got a first-class military carrying it out, you've got the U.S. military in 1946. It's a good plan. He doesn't have that. He has something on paper that's large enough to be mistaken. It is MacArthur's own genius, his thing, from scratch, by the cloud of his judgment. It's one of the miracles here. There's a Philippine army that is somewhere between 80 to 100,000 men put into action in the Philippines. Let's understand something. 10 years before this time, there was no Philippine army. There was nothing. MacArthur came in and this video over the previous 5 or 6 years, and you built up this entire institution from scratch. I mean, you think of everything that you have to do to create a foundation for an armed forces of all kinds, not just army. It's incredible that there are as many Filipinos that could meet the Japanese and defeat them in this army as there are now. And there's 12,000 Philippine scouts in the U.S. regulars. There's a Phoenix in the 1st Philippine division that are great. So no knock on that. But when you have 80 to 100,000 men on a military institution that's only been around 5, 6, 7 years, a lot of those people are not ready to face the Japanese. And this is something McCarthy should have known. He has one of those great minds, right, to run like a machine with this sort of understand. But you cannot put some of these units in place that's going to they lose the entire plane goes to hell. And that's just the thing. And we don't know it. It's all theoretical, right? That's the thing. I mean, it's not just theoretical. It's backed by MacArthur himself. So let's see golden seal of approval. It's just because you think there might be reservations. You're not going to remember this. Believe me, this is when I built this thing from scratch. I know these men. They will resist the Japanese on the beach. On December 22nd, 1931, you get a chance to find out whether McCarthy is right or wrong about that. He's wrong. He's wrong. McCarthy is accused here by critics of reacting sluggishly to the initial Japanese news. And I think that's true, but on the other hand, let's look at the Japanese side of this too. Part of it is that they're doing things at warp speed, and you mentioned earlier in the Malaya story, speed and audacity is something the Japanese are using to compensate for some of their deficiencies, and it worked great in Malaya. It's part of this early Japanese blitzkrieg plan, and now it's working well in the Philippines, and it's completely discombobulates everything. And this is one of those stories where it's the opposite of what it is sometimes. Where sometimes if you go into a war story, talking about where the troops move or what the generals are doing, all that stuff sort of illuminates and clarifies the situation. But sometimes it does the opposite, and you sort of lose the forest for the trees, and this is one of those situations. Part of the reason why the military needs don't matter that much, because nothing that the great strategist is going to do is going to change the outcome. It's not a question of whether it's going to be nice and calm or here or left. They're not going to snatch the drink from the jaws that is here. This is a foregone conclusion because most of these Philippines cannot fight the Japanese. They wouldn't probably be able to fight them on equal terms, but they're in an extremely disadvantaged situation. As we said, the American Air Force, which is really the Army Air Force, has for all intents and purposes in this part of the Philippines by this time ceased to exist. And these treaties who almost certainly never heard a shot fired in anger are being bombed and sprayed from the air. They've been pounded with artillery. The Japanese have tanks. They have offshore naval guns. This is a slaughter. So this is a planned defeat already. And the Japanese push inland so fast that you don't realize unless you look at the timeline and match it up to events how quickly it's happening. And we in the United States celebrate the heroism of the Philippine unit, General Wainwright's forces, the 26th Regiment, which is the Philippine Scouts, and American forces in slowing the Japanese down. And he is heroic. I mean, the stuff that's done is some of the Alamo type moments. You have two kinds of military history. You have the triumph where you're marching through the enemy city victoriously, and it's all great, advancing and offensively, smashing the enemy, that's great. And then you have the Alamo, and the wonderful defeats that you celebrate. In the United States, we celebrate these delaying actions. But when you actually look at the timeline, and they're heroic at heck, but they're very delayed and very long. I mean, by the 23rd, the afternoon of the 23rd, we have the morning of the 22nd, the invasion happened. So a day and a half later, General Wainwright is asking for permission to retreat to the defense line. They already signed it. And more power to him. I mean, he's creating the 26th Regiment, the Filipino Scouts, which, by the way, are horse cavalry. Yes, horses, men on horses in the jungle. It's awesome. They're getting decimated, and he said that this whole time period began there, and usually quoted here from memory, of killing jacks, being killed, and pulling back. And he learned that he was exquisitely good at keeping the Japanese, chasing him, and then setting up as if he's going to fight a battle, making the Japanese stop, set up for a whole set-piece battle, which takes hours and everything, gets everything in place, and then pulling back. So it's wonderful rear guard action, and it serves a great purpose. I mean, these people are all dying during these rear guard actions, and these strong backwards action for time. Maybe it's always things happening so quickly, and the Japanese will be speeding on their way on the road towards Manila within 48 hours. They have also landed on the other side of Manila with 7,000 to 8,000 guys. Regardless of who the ambiguous assaults are going to come somewhere. After all, millennials in the United States. Maybe you wasn't expecting it quite here, because this news now is going to catch Manila in a closer movement and closing up in a ring and threatening to cut MacArthur's forces procedures so that they can be defeated one by one. So MacArthur has to do something drastic because his plan is failing. So he changes the plan for the hours. MacArthur's new plan is one of the older plans. It's called War Plan 1-3WP, we call it 3. And it's the sort of plan that MacArthur would have called defeated. In fact, he did call it defeated, but now that his troops were being defeated, it didn't sound so bad to the troops in the Japan Peninsula that hunker down there for the siege, except, of course, that none of the things that he would have had in place there had just been the plan the whole time. And or in place there, and MacArthur hadn't been the plan for months. The troops that might have been in a position to easily retreat to Japan are now spread out all over the island, some of them 140, 150 miles away. The stuff that should have been stockpiled in Japan to feed, treat the wounds and disease of, and supply the weapons for of all these troops, that's not in Japan either. Most of that's been captured by the Japanese as they overrun the supply depots. This horrible, heartbreaking moment if you know this. So I like to think of it as just like twisting the knife in the wind that hasn't been knifed yet. Where the Japanese will burn rice, periods of rice. They'll capture tens of millions of bushels of rice that will see desperately needed by all these allied forces. And it's rice, of course, that will be in Japan and war plan 1-3. The war plan is in effect the whole time. So MacArthur's pretty sympathetic with that one. At the same time, when the initial plan fails, you have to do something, don't you? They don't want to stick with the other plan. So there's going to be this chaotic move now for all of these people to get down to Japan before the siege starts there. Essentially, it's going to be the only place to be. So if you want to be on the Allied side of things, you need to get down to Japan. And Philippine Army units and U.S. Army units with a ton of civilians added are going to make their way down to Japan as quickly as they can to be safe. The only problem for all of them is the Philippine highway system at this time cannot handle that kind of traffic. We have massive traffic jams. And the reason those are extra heartbreaking is because General Wainwright and his troops are literally dying for time to keep the doors to Japan open a little bit longer so that these people and the supplies that they can salvage and get down to Japan can make it down there, and they're stuck in a traffic jam. That's extra awful in my opinion. And Wainwright, by the way, conducting a heroic withdrawal rearguard action where he was destroying more than 180 bridges, sometimes in heartbreaking situations where he's got to make decisions about trapping friendlies on the wrong side, but the Japanese have just shown up. He will fight his way with his troops down to Japan on the 26th, by the way, December 26th. Remember, the invasion was only on the 22nd of the invasion. Manila will be declared an open city. So essentially, MacArthur and the Allies are conceding Manila to the Japanese, which is partly for humanitarian reasons, cultural reasons. You want to hope that the city doesn't get leveled. It's a beautiful, great city, right? Like Paris. You want to hope that it doesn't get caught up in vicious street fighting that destroys the cultural heritage of that great city. At the same time, the Japanese sort of misread this. MacArthur catches a break here. The Japanese sort of think this means they won, kind of. They sort of slow down before they score the touchdown, before they reach the end zone. And it gives MacArthur and the Allied troops a little extra chance to get away down to Japan. When I was a kid learning history growing up, I showed you how much your national language can be, how you see things. I was always kind of taught that this was a kind of a mini victory this part here for the United States and the Philippines. Right? It got away. Prominent indicators is like a mini Dunkirk, right? The Japanese failed to destroy us, to get across, blow the last bridges to the town, 15,000 Americans, 65,000 Filipino troops, 20 to 25,000 refugees are succumbed and flipping off the Japanese. Haha, you missed us. As I get older, I kind of see it more for the Japanese. There's hardly enough food to last like 20 days for this amount of people in Japan. Medical supplies are dwindling, the ammunition. I mean, what are they going to do? They're holding on by the skin of their teeth. And Hallmark was actually advised by some of these underlings, General Hallmark, that you should just leave them there. Just put up a screen so they can't get away and let starvation in the jungle just do their work, right? The angels will still shrivel on the vine. But for reasons that are still not figured out conclusively, we still argue about them. Hallmark decides that they have to be attacked and destroyed. Francis Pike thinks he's one of those people who thinks the emperor had something to do with it. John told him back in the 1980s that Thomas Pride required it, but the other generation, people, everybody else is rear end all over this first page of the Japanese history everywhere else. He's not going to be the wrong guy in front of the emperor to get the job done. And right before he's about to get the job done, he gets his statue taken away from him. This is sort of a key moment in the whole affair, because some historians attribute everything going the way that they go to the fact that Hama doesn't have the cocky unit of veterans that has spearheaded this whole assault into the Philippines up to now. They get taken from him for all the right reasons, right? Because the Japanese high command's looking at this whole first phase of the Japanese blitzkrieg and thinking, wow, this was better than expected. You can go to your head and you already were susceptible to it. So far, things are going so great. You're already thinking, let's put the timetable on phase 2, which is just what they do. So they're going to take this unit away from Hama more quickly than they expected, but you shouldn't miss it, right? I mean, it's like you just walk into the open city of Manila, which is bombed anyway, on January 2nd, everything is, and you pull down the U.S. flag and stomp on it before the team is able to find out what life is going to be like. How did you stage your code prosperity? Fear for rules. But the Japanese high command, that really looks like a uniform to start with it. Now we'll replace it with a bunch of guys who've been doing garrison and Formosa. One of the officers quoted one of my folks said that they were in no way, shape, or form ready for combat. A bunch of older guys. I can relate to them. They seem like the kind of guys who would be much happier directing traffic and not too busy intersection and exotic looking to capture the Japanese city like Manila and to be sent from the nightlife from time to time. Instead, they're going to face vigorous combat, the vigorous sustained combat that the Japanese have gotten since Pearl Harbor. And they are not expecting this. And this poor unit that certainly wasn't ready for it is going to take it on the chin. And that's going to happen when the Battle of Japan opens up. Let me set that up a little for you, though. Because after all these rearguard actions and all these preliminary lines, the General Wainwright and second that had gotten turned or infiltrated or whatever, finally the Allied forces are at Japan waiting in two battle lines for the beginning. The first battle line is across the neck of the peninsula. There's another one across the neck of the peninsula several miles behind it. So if the first one breaks, you have another one to retreat to. The first line is the one referred to earlier as the 4,200-foot extinct volcano in the center of it. And it's more than that. It's the crags and the rocks and the cliffs and the ravine and the heavy, heavy undergrowth of jungle at the foot of this mountain, really, that makes it seem to General Wainwright, who I think is laying out the troop dispositions here, that it's just impassable. But you don't have to worry about troops going through there, because troops don't get through there. So instead of laying out his troops in an unbroken line across the whole neck of the peninsula, where they could have one flank guarded by the sea on one side and the other flank guarded by the sea on the other side, he decided that he could get away with just a few patrols around the mountain area. And instead of having the unbroken line, he'll have two groups of troops. One on the east side of this mountain, slash volcano, one on the west side of the mountain, slash volcano. Each of them about 20 to 25,000 men thrown together in sort of an ad hoc formation that happens once you have a good team that you're trying to reorganize and get their act together to resist the next bigger punch. Before the Japanese arrived, there were consultations. I think even MacArthur weighed in. So they asked Wainwright, "Are you sure you don't want to put troops up in front of the mountain there just in case?" And Wainwright said, "That too is a thing. No one can get through there." It is sort of a fatal mistake for those who are aficionados of this battle, but that doesn't preclude the heavy fighting that's going to happen, because this will be really the first time since Pearl Harbor that any Allied forces have really had a chance to stop, breathe for even 1 second, which is only 1 second, and dig in for a minute. I'm on a wide front. Are you ready for this? And it's far from optimal. The air is too much Japanese heavy. Still really disadvantages, but about half as many as normal so far in this campaign. And that's with the British forces in the way, right? In this case, on January 9th, that four force of garrison troops from Fort North starts approaching, almost lined up like bowling teams. And as they do, the American artillery opens up and begins to teach the Japanese what it's going to be like when you have Americans and good guns. They can handle them well and have for a very long time. People are sometimes surprised by American artillery members finding to be very high. Not Americans, big guns with some sort of intelligence. The British are doing very well in this war, as the Germans. It's so scientific at this point that the farther ahead your science is, generally the better your artillery is. And American artillery will do great service in every front the United States fights on. In the Pacific, it will take a horrific toll on the Japanese and its poor unit of international troops who were just hoping for a nice, cushy station in Manila to be torn to ribbons by American artillery. And they will throw themselves against this prepared line, and they will have what historians have really called the most vicious light infantry war ever carried out in industrial domination. And by that he means, this is not like the wars in Europe where the field marshals and generals command thousands of vehicles and people across huge swaths of territory where their job is to focus the amazing killing power of modern states into a specific break point. I mean, it's a great science that you carry out on battlefields that look more like golf courses. Because these battlefields look anything but like that in most of this year, and the terrain exhibits everything. This is a war that is not fought by field marshals and generals, but historically it's pointed out by captains, lieutenants, and sergeants with bayonets and submachine guns. Where you don't see the enemy sometimes until they're right on top of you, and you will see it in the Battle of Japan over and over again, because the Japanese infiltrators are mechanized. They are so bad that they will actually surprise General Wainwright, who, as we said, amongst all the American generals, is the guy with the most experience so far fighting the Japanese. He's the one that said, "Don't worry about the middle there. No one can get through there." As we said earlier, this is the point where we definitely do a whole lot of good to talk about thrusts and parries and defenses and counterattacks, because it just becomes confusing. This is small-scale jungle warfare. You take a snapshot of any sector at any given time. You could have one side on the attack, one side on the counterattack, another side on the defensive. One thing you start to see, though, is that the Japanese professors are learning like fighting Americans, and Americans and Filipinos begin to get the real hard lessons for like fighting the Japanese, and it is a unique experience that the soldiers on other fronts do not get. So the Japanese is like we said earlier, it's the old Shakespeare line, just turning your finger and you're like everyone else anymore. So everything else the Japanese do here that we're going to talk about, you can find examples of them doing elsewhere and other people doing on other fronts in history. There are isolated examples. The Japanese will just do this stuff sometimes as a matter of course. For example, I remember a story specifically on the Eastern Front. The Russians charge across a wide front with bayonets, all yelling a deep-throated yell at the same time. I think it was like across the snow. And it's amazing, right? Like, who does that? Well, in the Eastern Front, it was rare. On the Western Front, it almost never happened. It happens all the time. There was a name for them. The American soldiers called them bonsai charges. And for the first time in the war, the Americans get to see what those are like. And they are somewhat unnerving, even for the side that is just mowing people down. By the way, there are photos that do exist. They are not crazy of the aftermath of some of these bonsai charges. It is what Larry Berger said that we quoted earlier, where it's almost like a form of political murder carried out on the Japanese troops by their officers, because you could understand suicide suicidal charges, which is what the bonsai charges are, suicidal charges, into the teeth of modern combat, you can understand that they achieve something practical or of value, but they almost never do. One of the first people to witness, at least in the American uniform, what these bonsai charges is quoted in Bill Sloan's book, Undefeated. So there's an Italian community, Lieutenant Colonel Philip Fry, and he saw one of the attacks on January 10th, which is something that Carter was true about what I mentioned earlier, standing up when the planes were dropping bombs nearby. And Sloan quotes Fry as describing this first bonsai charge he witnessed, quote, "It was slaughter. All of our guns had been carefully sighted for mutual support, and the Japs were caught by terrific fire, both frontal and flanking. Even now, I can't understand why the Japs launched an attack of this kind against modern weapons. My only explanation is that they hadn't faced trained troops before, and thought if enough noise were made, the opposition would simply fade away. The attack was smashed before it got underway." End quote. Sloan then adds, quote, "In future Pacific battles on other islands, many U.S. field commanders would be as puzzled as Fry by such suicidal tactics." End quote. Sloan goes on to point out what we had talked about earlier. It is a weird combination of something that is very old and very Japanese, that is then been morphed, interrupted, and reimagined and propagandized by the modern 20th century regime to create this hybrid sort of thing that these Japanese soldiers think that they have to go die in the commanded to do this, and these Japanese officers somehow think there's value in having them do it. By the way, that same source later in the work talks about the firepower of the U.S. battalion, and it was simply talking about the rifle fire alone of hundreds of men. And he says it was beyond the powers of his description. So now imagine the battalion with all its machine guns and mortars, 20 millimeter artillery, 37 millimeter artillery, and now think about the bonsai attack. And close order, yelling and charging in the open with 6 day, and that's again, I mean, it's unnerving to the people who have to kill them. And this character has said it's not something you could have Western forces reliably do regularly. It might be something with once. So these bonsai charges are a part of what is convincing all the Allied troops that they are up against a crazy fanatics. I mean, I remember when I said, they're just crazy. And that changes the way you see them. It's very easy to depersonalize somebody when you just write them. Right? In other words, this is not a symptom creating one with the way I can associate with or relate to. This is a crazy person. But in a way, I mean, if this were a war game and we weren't talking about humans and we're talking about who and we should get to the Japanese player, I mean, the Japanese had this psychological thing going for them. And I wouldn't want to lose a lot of people in this charging in order to create that sort of mystique, but they were all going to speak, and they maximized it in a bunch of different ways. The Japanese, really disadvantaged when they started talking like heavy industry and heavy tech. Like, the Americans had so much more firepower at the ground level. But the Japanese excelled in all the little ninja type things that were part of the stereotype. I mean, for example, they scared the crap out of people on the other side. And this is part of the vibe. We talked about earlier what the worst battlefront would be to fight on in the Second World War. And I mentioned it's an eye of the beholder thing, right? It has its own politics of peculiarity, which one would probably do the most. I have to say that the vibe that you get when you read about the U.S. troops, especially in the foxhole, in the Pacific, and Japan is the first place where we really get this. The vibe that you get there is very similar to that same vibe you get when you're watching one of those slasher films. Like Nightmare on Elm Street is a perfect analogy. Because it's one of those things, like you said earlier, that the worst battlefield is the one where road proclivities and quirks are the most upsetting effective. I couldn't handle the horror movie vibe between the Pacific and one of these foxholes. That little note that plays in the horror movie, I don't know what the movie is, but they'll hold that note for a long time, right when you're about to look behind the corner and see something awful. That's the note that's playing for all of these poor soldiers in these foxholes at night. And it is almost like the stereotypical set up for one of these horror movies when you're sending a bunch of high school kids to this really creepy house where they have a bunch of handsaws on the wall, and these little things that go, don't go there, you're so stupid, of course there's an axe murderer there. Well, in these stories, so often, like two core GIs, and they're usually like 18 or 19 years old, in a foxhole in this pitch black island night environment, and there's other troops all over the place, like 20 yards to the left, there's a foxhole, 20 yards to the right, there's a foxhole, but you can just barely hear the people there, you can't see them in the dark, and you're basically isolated, and you have to take turns sleeping. This is a horror movie setup right here, and the Japanese do the greatest job in the world psychological torture here, because and they do this on every front. In the war, every side does this. The Japanese just do this so much better. First of all, they do things that you have to actually imagine happening on other fronts to properly correct. So let's calibrate this thinking from you. If I told you, it's not outrageous, you couldn't admit, I told you on the Western Front, in 1944, when the Germans and the Americans were facing each other in France, that there was a German unit that was there to terrorize the other side, and hurt them around, freak them out. They would come out of their foxholes at night, sneak over no man's land, jump into the American foxhole, butcher the GIs in there, put them in obscene positions right on the side of the foxhole, blood, and go back to their own trenches at night. And if I told you they called themselves the werewolves or the vampires because that would freak everybody out, that's not too hard to believe. You can probably go to movies or read the book about it, because the Second World War has all kinds of wild things like that, right? Crazy, right? Different and it's freaky. You imagine the people on the ground are probably talking about it in the sector where it happened, where it happened, werewolf stuff again, you know. But I had to think about it like that to realize how freaky it is, because that happens all the time. The Japanese do this routinely. They jump into the foxholes at night and they butcher people. They just devour them, the stuff that Japanese is about, and the stories are all over the place. And this happens this will happen all over the islands in the Pacific, and people will wake up with things that are not unusual occurrence. Wake up with their buddy being killed by a Japanese soldier who jumped in the trench at night with a knife. They maximize this when the Japanese infiltrators get behind you. Sometimes they're carrying mini loudspeakers and they'll start talking to the Americans from behind you. They carry firecrackers to freak you out. They use snipers like nobody else uses snipers, and it's another way to make you feel like you're not safe in there, even behind the lines. And I think the reason that they use snipers differently is because they're so much more willing to put their people in suicidal situations, and use snipers like being an infiltrator. Maybe it's so freaking dangerous. Most people are careful. If you get about dating the troops, the Japanese are much more willing to say if this is going to pay off, you have to do it. And they will often give their snipers different kinds of weapons. It's not only a super rifle, scope thing. They get them a submachine gun, put them behind the line, and unfortunately for all of us, we're all too familiar with how disruptive a gunman in a setting where you're not expecting it to be for a while, so you take them out. And the U.S. will, by the way, have to come up with anti-sniper patrols to go out there and hunt the snipers. But it's all part of making you unsafe at all times and having a horror movie kind of vibe going on that one note. You know, in the horror movie, I have no idea what instrument it is or what the note is. It's like a violin that's just being held at one note for the longest time, that you go like a look around the dark corner where you know something must be. And that's the note that the whole Pacific War feels like to me on the front line. I feel like I can relax sometimes on the western front between Canada. I feel like in the Pacific, if you're in a foxhole and you fall asleep, and God forbid you fall asleep on guard duty, it is like Freddy Krueger would be there cutting your throat. You don't know if you're dreaming or not. It's one of those things that veterans when I was growing up. The more combat they saw traditionally, the less they would talk about it. But the vibe is different between people who fought in the Pacific and people who fought elsewhere. And the one thing that's overwhelmingly different was you could meet people who fought elsewhere that sometimes didn't like their opponents very much, or sometimes didn't. But almost to a person, I didn't meet anybody who fought the Japanese who didn't harbor really consider it like decades and decades later. And part of that is because at the level you fight this war, there's a lot. If you're shot by a German machine gun at 200 yards away, it's easy to say something like, hey, we're both doing our job, we're part of the killing machine, we'll have drinks at the bar later, 20 years from now, as the veterans of the Second World War sometimes did in the European Union. It's different something like jumping into the trench and forcing a knife into the throat of your body. while you're trying to hit them on the back of the head with a shovel. I mean, because if you go back to the psychologist we talked about earlier, who had said that killing in war is a question of proximity in terms of how much trauma you have. If you kill somebody from 6 miles away with an artillery piece, it's one level of trauma. If you shoot them from 100 yards away, it's another. If you kill them with your bare hands in a foxhole, it's another. And in the Pacific, you get a lot more of that. You get a lot more people decades later who held on to that. It's not surprising. The Japanese scared the hell out of people, though. And when those people got a chance to let the anger that they've been keeping inside them and have nothing they could do about those horrible screams that came from, multiple foxholes away the other night, like shark attacks, right? Every night somebody's screaming from some foxhole somewhere and you can't do anything about it. And you got your hands on the other side sometimes. Well, the Japanese used to explain the way they treated the enemies that they captured sometimes as the troops getting out of hand and exploding and being angry about things. Now, you can see the eyes having plenty of ones that are 50 years, and that's the same way. Without mercy. After the first attacks are viciously repulsed by American and Filipino forces and American artillery inflicts horrific casualties on the Japanese, MacArthur gets a notice from his counterpart, the Japanese commander. He printed it in full. It says this, quote, "Sir, you are well aware that you are doomed. The end is near. The question is, how long will you be able to resist? You have already cut rations by half. I appreciate the fighting spirit of yourself and your troops who have been fighting with courage. Your prestige and honor have been upheld. However, in order to avoid needless bloodshed and to save the remnants of your divisions and your auxiliary troops, you are advised to surrender. In the meantime, we shall continue our offensive as I do not wish to give you time for defense. If you decide to comply with our advice, send the mission as soon as possible to our front lines. We shall then cease fire and negotiate an armistice. Failing that, our offensive will be continued with inexorable force, which will bring upon you only disaster. Hoping your wise counsel will so prevail that you will save the lives of your troops, I remain yours very sincerely, Commander-in-Chief of the Japanese Expeditionary Force." MacArthur says that when he failed to respond to this, the Japanese showered the American lines with a leaflet that said this, quote, "The outcome of the present combat has already been decided, and you are cornered to the doom. But, however, being unable to realize the present situation, blinded General MacArthur has stupidly refused our proposal and continues futile struggle at the cost of your precious lives." They may address a message directly to the 65,000 Filipino troops who outnumber the Americans by many times, quote, "Dear Filipino soldiers, exclamation point. There are still one way left for you. Which is to give up all your weapons at once and surrender to the Japanese force before it is too late. And then we shall fully protect you. We repeat, for the last, exclamation point. Surrender at once and build your new Philippines for and by Filipinos." End quote. MacArthur says that everyone roared with laughter in the foxhole that night, but the Japanese were putting out other notices telling the Filipino troops how to kill their American officers and come over to the Japanese side. MacArthur, all this time, by the way, as you might expect, is asking for help. And think about what you have here. I mean, let's assume the worst. Let's assume that the United States doesn't care about 65,000 Filipino troops and the refugees and everything else, which is wrong, but let's assume that. If 15,000 American troops are there essentially doing, somebody doesn't do something, and the guy is essentially asking Roosevelt and the generals back home, what are you going to do? And he's asking for things which, given the climate, are really impossible. Like aircraft carriers, what can you expect? When is help coming is what he's basically saying. And here's the funny part about it. On one hand, you're totally with MacArthur, and the Filipinos, by the way, are incensed that the head of the Philippines is ready to call the script. He's saying, why are my people dying? We're fighting and burning for a flag that can't protect us. And MacArthur's got a feeling a little bit the same way. But here's the problem. This is why everybody told him this area was not defensible. They want help, and they're saying, if we could have provided help, the area would have been defensible. So MacArthur wants to not be written off, but Franklin Roosevelt and the generals and admirals back in Washington beginning to have some of the same unforgiving business, as Churchill called it, decisions to make, where they have to wonder about sending precious supplies that could be very helpful somewhere to a place that's probably already doomed. And MacArthur desperately doesn't want to be that place. Needless to say, the Filipinos don't either, and they're angry. The Filipino president shake with rage at one point after listening to Franklin Roosevelt on the radio, promising all these supplies to the battlefront in Europe and the United States, and all of a sudden, giving aid support to the former, not adversary, but not so friendly Soviet Union, and yet nothing for the little brothers of the Philippines, and the leader of the Philippines is shaking in his wheelchair and says to MacArthur, like, how likely Americans to be worried about the distant cousin in distress while, his daughter is being raped in the back room. Well, this is something that once again is getting he said for the debate where MacArthur says that Roosevelt basically telling help is on the way. I'm not so sure that's true, but MacArthur is certainly always looking to bolster spirits and always an optimist. Tells everybody else that help is on the way. He tells his troops in a proclamation on January 15th, when they had been fighting in Twitter partner, which is a great account of himself, by the way, including huge Twitter combat. Quote, help is on the way from the United States. Thousands of troops and hundreds of planes are being dispatched. The exact time of arrival is unknown, as they will have to fight their way through Japanese attempts against them. It is imperative that our troops hold until these reinforcements arrive. No further retreat is possible. We have more troops in Japan than the Japanese have thrown against us. Our supplies are ample. A determined defense will defeat the enemy's attacks. It is a question now of courage and determination. Men who run will merely be destroyed, but men who fight will save themselves and their country. American troops were beginning to talk about MacArthur's derision, calling it the dugout guys for staying on the island of TRUMAN, which was no picnic. Needless to say, being bombed and stuff all the time, but it was luxurious compared to the troops in the foxhole to the heaven, the Japanese ninja type stuff in the genitals into their mouths, Freddy Krueger style, so it's kind of guessing. If MacArthur and the Filipino leaders think that the United States is forsaking the Philippines, the troops in the Philippines that they suppose they're forsaken. Robert James and Scotty Facebook rampage was talking about how the soldiers had white beads painted on their helmets, which were supposed to mean victory, but it accompanied victims, because they were just out there beginning to starve because of beginning and nobody in the United States seems to be making any effort to do anything about it. Was their job to just slowly wither on the vine there? An American war correspondent with the troops printed a thing, a poem that he says was going around the soldiers and trying to become in the news. Remember, there's a lot of things crowding out the siege in Japan. There's a world at war now, and the United States is part of it, and there's a lot of newspaper states devoted to places less depressing than the ongoing siege of Japan. And you can imagine 15,000 Americans would like to be on the agenda. And the war correspondent says that the poem said, among other things, quote, we're the battling bastards of Japan. No mama, no papa, no Uncle Sam. No aunts, no uncles, no nephews, no nieces. No pills, no planes, no artillery pieces. And nobody gives a damn. The Americans and Filipinos furiously try to repulse the same things that sunk the British defense in Malaya, the constant attempts at infiltration, amphibious assaults around the funny attempts at beating off these infiltrators that are a terrible problem, just like they were in Malaya. And in this case, General Wayne has been so heroic in how he's conducted everything so far. It turns out he's been terribly wrong in this idea that this mountain is block the Japanese from infiltrating through the two groups of soldiers and turning their flank, because that's exactly what they do. They like snakes through the lines at night. And to give you an idea of how crazy this jungle is, John Tolan says at one point 1,000 of them slipped through the lines, in this terrain that was supposed to be impassable and were undiscovered for 2 days. Think about that. You know, 1,000 men behind the line, not even know it for 2 days. One country, more thousands in three. And the Americans involved themselves, and Koreans involved themselves in trying to isolate and close off these pockets of people that have penetrated the front lines. So this is not even a defensive battle per se, because at times the Americans and Philippines would have to attack the Japanese that had penetrated their lines within pockets. It will take the Allied troops sometimes weeks to eliminate these pockets. Within 2 weeks of the initial Japanese assault of the town, the Allied commanders look at the situation. The Americans especially just say, this is untenable. We have to abandon this line to compromise. And so I think it's January 22nd that the official notice goes out and the pullback starts. And as usual, I'm always intrigued by the last people out. And in this case, it was the U.S. soldiers who had to go across their way back to the 9-day growth period that we describe as hollow eyes, sunken cheeks, you know, like dead men walking as they make their way backwards to the next line of defense. The Japanese caused problems with that retreat. Well, what happens now at this part of the story is the damage that the Allied troops have done to the Japanese stop the Japanese for a while. General Hamari's troops need to reform, refit, resupply. They need to get some new, bigger guns. They have to rethink the whole thing. And this is a huge personal defeat for Hamar and embarrassing that they want to have this eventually just pass out of the stress of all this after the reinforcements of headquarters denied him. So now he basically has to look really bad here, but say we really need to treat this, as a heavy duty and finish this. So that's going to take some time. Now, normally the Allied forces would welcome this time because they'd like to refit, resupply, bring in new fresh troops and the whole thing too. But the Japanese on the only side that they do that, and know that's what this whole siege is going to mean. So this is the period where it's not so much other than the ninja stuff that's happening anyway. It's not so much the enemy activity as it is just through the these conditions that you can kill the troops. The starvation and the disease. The Potemkin, which was one of the most malaria villages on the planet. And you also get very, very dengue fever. The number of diseases you can get from this area. Well, if you look at photos of frontline soldiers, you often will see them covered in all sorts of we call it jungle rock. Also, as we visit the jungle, we do any kind of terrain that reliably and all season long kills the people who are fighting with. Probably some local tribes that are from the jungle that can handle it. The Japanese and Allied troops alike started to rock literally. There are other theaters where the climate is pretty, the Germans on the Eastern Front are finding out at the very same time this thing is going on, how nasty the Russian winter is, and how many people take away. We know it's still right on the front lines, and people frozen stiff. But spring will come on the Russian steppe, but the jungle will still be dying. That's the starvation part. That's trying to get your mind around, because on this peninsula, with all these people, and numbers are weird. I'd say 15,000 Americans, depending on who you classify, maybe 17,000. The number of refugees is unknown. The number of Filipino soldiers that made it into the town specifically is unknown. But 100,000 is the number that we brought there. 80 to 100,000 people in this particular 25 by 20 mile area, they're going to take it home like locusts for too long. And then everything, and the story about snakes and geckos and all pythons. Baby monkeys that look like human babies, and I always say that because the guy who told the story of the veteran who was quoted in the book, he couldn't eat from as starving as he was. He jumped into the foxhole because they get scared of the shelling, and the soldier in the foxhole would just grab him and give him a lunch, fight in front of him, protein. Dr. Phil Sloan, an undefeated, quote, and Colonel Blaine Townsend, commander of the 11th Regiment, quote, rations were reduced from 16 ounces a day to 8, and then to 4. Twice a week we got small amounts of carabao, mules, or horses. There was no flour, vegetables, or sugar. The quinine was exhausted, malaria rampant. Almost everyone had dysentery. among them interjects that the men were hungry enough to try to devour anything that seemed remotely digestible, and then quotes Major Harold Johnson of the 57th Regiment, quote, I saw soldiers squatting beside trails, boiling a piece of mule hide or carabao hide in a tomato can, and chewing away at the hide, trying to get some nourishment. The soldiers never really complained, Johnson said, but all the time you could see the question in their eyes. What in the world have you done to us? End quote. As General Hahn was preparing for what he figured would be the final push, bringing the new big round of new troops, freshmen, and all this stuff, the U.S. government realizes that they're going to lose this situation relatively soon. Everybody's really proud of the resistance for that period of time, but at the same time, it's clear that the end of the year, the U.S. government looked at this and go, we just created this superhero in Douglas MacArthur. We can't let him fall into enemy hands, right? It's bad enough that he might release him. Remember, we said the whole House of Hope, as much as the policy was based on the collapse of the wild card was taken away, but what if the wild card was captured by the enemy? And it's interesting. There was one thing that I had read there that I had never heard before, but it was on to the story. But Douglas MacArthur was screaming and yelling so much about not getting any support. The U.S. government's not helping him in the Navy, he's not helping him in the Prince of the Navy, and the rest of it. For example, there was the steel blockade that the Navy just said there was a blockade, and this challenge, you can see it was a paper blockade, basically implying that they'll have to challenge it. MacArthur's continual demand for more troops and how he was kind of being left in the lurch was so public and almost, so petulant, some might say, that the enemy even started mocking him for it. And I had not heard this before, reading James and Scott's book, Rampage. But he says, quote, the Japanese and the Germans had mocked MacArthur in other shortwave broadcasts, paying tribute to his struggle as a way to embarrass the United States. Now quoting the Japanese broadcast, quote, in the name of fair play and chivalry, the Japanese nation demands that the United States give General MacArthur the reinforcements he needs, so he will be able to wage a war that would be to his satisfaction, win or lose. End quote. Wow, that's the enemy sort of making fun of you and the country and everybody at the same time. It was a very different feel for things from MacArthur's own writing. There's a reason I haven't been quoted anymore. We mentioned Winston Churchill as the extraordinary, careful, he's clever, he's tricky. The facts are usually pretty reputable, and then the way he works them is it's a tricky magic, right? As he said, I know history is tricky, because I should like that history. Well, MacArthur's a whole different animal. First of all, I've read lots and lots and lots of generals and memoirs. I've never read one like MacArthur. There's nothing like it. It's not like a general's point of view, whereas if you read a couple of parts of it, there's a certain way the mind sort of works, and you expect a certain sort of an approach. And MacArthur doesn't write like a general. He writes like Ivy hardcore history. He's more organized too, and less tangents, and this is clear versus Doug MacArthur's hardcore history. When you read the writing, it's full of analogies, and the drama is enormous. And the reason you have to be careful with it is, unlike Churchill, who slants things and spins things, MacArthur flat out makes stuff up. I didn't say lie. His detractors call it lie. They'll call him a phony and a bunch of other things. I've read his work, and I've studied this guy a long time. I truly think, and it's weird because if you believe this, what comes with other baggage, I truly think he's genuine. And if he's genuine, then you have to buy into the idea that he's religious because they go together. If you think he's smart like a fox, well, then you have to sort of buy into the phony thing a little bit. I think MacArthur believes what he wrote, even if what he wrote, critics have looked at it for years and said this stuff didn't happen, he made it up. But I thought he believed it, so I can't trust him on the facts, but he can't trust him on I would say he studied dramatics under MacArthur for 7 years. MacArthur's memoirs are dramatic. I mean, this is really good to the point. When MacArthur is screaming and yelling, and he's arranging how to go out when the government says MacArthur maybe has to leave the Philippines. He doesn't want to go. He threatens to go enlist as a volunteer. Sign his tuition, enlist as a volunteer, and fight as a general soldier. This is a bit of bravado. One of the stories I like about him is when he gets corrected, it shows a daring and has compatriots that don't ever take me alive. Again, a little dramatic, but probably true. I still think it will be the best episode of the whole pretend campaign. And why not? Maybe because it's certainly dramatic enough. Here's the way he describes it. And this is one of these really dramatic moments in MacArthur's life. And believe me, you know the person. In MacArthur's story that he's writing in his head, this is commission. Which most people put down, I think, that Douglas MacArthur was just himself. I think no ghostwriter, no co-writer, nothing. Our troops were now approaching exhaustion. The guerrilla movement was going well, but on the Tan and Corregidor, the clouds were growing darker. My heart ached as I saw my men slowly wasting away. Their clothes hung on them like tattered rags. Their bare feet stuck out in silent protest. Their long, bedraggled hair framed gaunt, bloodless faces. Their hoarse, wild laughter greeted the constant stream of obscene and ribald jokes issuing from their parched, dry throats. They cursed the enemy, and in the same breath, cursed and reviled the United States. They spat when they cheered the Navy, but their eyes would light up and they would cheer when they saw my battered and much reviled in America scrambled eggs cap. They would gather round and pat me on the back, and the Boo-Hay McCart's army would take their voided. They would grin, that ghastly skeleton-like grin of the dying, as they would roar in unison. We are the battling bastards of the Tan. No Papa, no Mama, no Uncle Sam. They asked no quarter and they gave none. They died hard, those savage men. Not gently like a stricken dove holding its wings in peaceful passing, but like a wounded wolf at bay, with lips curling back in a snarling menace, and always a nerveless hand reaching for that long, sharp machete knife, which long ago they had substituted for the bayonet, and around their necks as he buried them would be a thread of dirty string with its dangling crucifix. They were filthy, and they were lousy, and they stank, and I loved them. By March 12th, MacArthur has to leave. He doesn't want to go, but he's convinced that he has to. He gets the heroin escape, promises to come back, makes his way to Australia, broadcasts a radio announcement where he says the famous "I shall return" about coming back and liberating the Philippines. And of course, a wonderful Douglas MacArthur fashion. And I hadn't heard that until recent research. Apparently, it was suggested to him that he should say, "We shall return," meaning allies, Americans, whatever it might be, and chose to use the personal pronoun instead. It's just not everybody, of course, was happy or saw MacArthur as this superhero. Again, soon to get a Congressional Medal of Honor. MacArthur's action, as he might have surmised, not exactly taken well by the people who can't get away on a PT boat and make it to Australia. Ronald H. Spector and Eagle Against the Sunlight, quote, "In the Philippines, the exhausted Americans and Filipinos also took a more critical view of MacArthur's action. Quote, who had the right to say that 20,000 Americans should be sentenced without their consent and for no fault of their own to an enterprise that would involve for them endless suffering, cruel handicap, death, or a hopeless future," wrote General William E. Boucher, who commanded the 11th Division on Japan, continuing, quote, "A foul trick of deception has been played on a large group of Americans by a commander-in-chief and a small staff who are now eating steak and eggs in Australia. God damn them." End quote. Earlier, I think we mentioned the Alamo as a kind of comparison to the situation. The Texans against the Mexicans in that beleaguered little mission that was being from the outset commanded by guys like William Travis. What if instead of dying at the Alamo at the last minute before the big final charge, William Travis left? Not very important. So they leave Washington and listen, "I shall return." It was very weird ending to the Alamo story, wouldn't it? In this case, MacArthur claims in his memoirs that he had been that he was expecting and wanted to die. It's a difference. And then his wife had been asked if she wanted to be evacuated at one of the critical times, and she said no. And his son's there too, and he told me the person who said that she will share my food and drink from the same cup. Very dramatic. And then he says the head of the Philippines dramatically puts his own signet ring on MacArthur's finger so that he'll be able to identify MacArthur's body. Well, now MacArthur's 4,000 miles away in Australia, but he still wants the defenders of Japan to stick with that plan. And we're still going to die to last hand. But this analogy is really applicable, bro, to MacArthur. You have to imagine that when William and Travis got to whatever faraway location he fled to, he was still trying to control the defense of the Alamo because that's what MacArthur is going to try to do. He's never mentally going to let go of the Philippines, and even though he had his plans to set up a direct micromanagement system from Australia, which was missed by President Roosevelt and General Marshall, by the way, because you're not going to control the battle from 4,000 miles away. He managed to kind of assume control anyway, but he had a vehicle to be made the head of the entire thing anyway, so the writing was on the wall. So the guy who gets the job after him, the poor staff who has to be the leading picture of record here, who has to take the loss, is our old friend General Wainwright. He's in a very unenviable position, having Douglas MacArthur telling him one thing, which seems completely disconnected from reality, and his sub-commanders, who are in touch with the actual troops on the ground, giving them a healthy dose of their reality. The long-awaited Japanese attempt at a knockout blow happens. Most sources say April 3rd, you run into the state line things, so some have said April 2nd. The Japanese launched a big attack. Now, they have been stockpiling for this. They got more than 65,000 troops set up here. A bunch of them, 15,000, something like that, on a complete crash. They have 80 to 100 aircraft they've amassed. They have between 150 and 200 artillery pieces, which is, I think, unusual for the Japanese, and some of them very heavy siege weapons. They're tanks. They're ready for this. And they start with a bombardment that is very unusual for this front, and the Filipinos, John Toland writes in the Rising Sun, have never seen anything like it. And the strong point for this battle line is another one of these extinct forms volcano mountain places, and there's a lot of troops on it with sort of anchors the entire front, and that's what the Japanese are going to hit. And after a preliminary bombardment of several hours, in the mid-morning hours, the attack commences. John Toland and the Rising Sun described. At 10 o'clock, the firing started. The Filipinos had never experienced anything so devastating. Shells seemed to explode on top of each other. It reminded American veterans of the heaviest German barrages in World War I. Bombers of the Japanese 22nd Air Brigade approached unmolested in perfect formation and dropped tons of explosives on the 2.5 miles in front of Mount Sanan. Bamboo groves burst into flame. The phenomenon was treated lightly at first. Men lit cigarettes on the burning trees. Then brush, dry as tinder, ignited, and the heat became intolerable. Americans and Filipinos alike leaped from their foxholes and scrambled back to the second line of defense. Here, foliage had been blasted away, leaving the ground almost barren, and the defenders thought they were safe. But a wind sprang up and flames leaped over the cleared area to the lush jungle growth beyond. The men were trapped in a circle of fire. Hundreds were cremated. Those who escaped fled to the rear like frenzied animals, spreading panic. I've always found it interesting that the zoom level that you apply to historical events determines the way they sound. So that's obviously on the ground level of what the troops are experiencing. If you zoom way out and you read encyclopedias of military history and whatnot, you just get the bare bones of what these major formations are doing, but you lose the sense of what's going on to the individual human. But it helps explain sometimes the bare bones in a way that gives you a framework. For example, in the encyclopedia of military history, Trevor Dupuy described the Japanese knockout blow here Japan this way. Quote, Hama, reinforced and refitted, attacked under cover of incessant air and artillery bombardment. Bursting through the left flank of 2nd Corps, the Japanese forced it back 10 miles in 48 hours. On the left, 1st Corps, bent back toward the sea, attempted counterattacks, but these were easily repulsed. second core disintegrated. General Wainwright beginning help. The supply situation becomes impossible. There must be no thought of surrender. You must attack. Trying to get his name in the history books with a grander story, his own Alamo story. And this has nothing to do with the military situation. Because the military situation on the ground is something that Wainwright is hearing from his sub-commanders, including General Edward King, who is the commander on the command. He sends his messenger Wainwright on April 7th, telling them that they may have to surrender. The response, the back and forth here, is saying that it's heartbreaking. It's recounted in most of the sources. But Wainwright looks up at this messenger, to the general himself, by the way, and says, you go back and tell General King that there will be no surrender. Tell him we will attack. Those are my orders. And there's this long silence, and then the general who delivered the message, who's been with the troops, armed at hand, knows the score, says to General Wainwright, General, you know what the situation is, and the outcome will be. And Wainwright says, I do, and choked up voice. And now Cardi began history. And we're not really so concerned about this specific situation at the moment. It's about bigger things, and I'll leave it to you to decide which bigger things we're talking about here. The counterattack that those troops are forced to launch in situations where they used to get some of their commanders on the ground say, well, the ones that you brushed aside easily, the situation's a disaster. And General King, without telling anyone who was below him on purpose to spare them the responsibility, surrenders. 78,000 troops, most of them Filipinos, and it's 15,000 to 17,000 Americans that get in the States. It was the largest surrender, specifically the largest surrender in U.S. Army history. And in cases in the court martial to this almost certainly didn't want to tar any of the other people around him with the decision. I don't know a lot about General King, so it's possible I'm misreading this whole thing. But doesn't he look kind of heroic here? Like he's going to end the suffering, finally, of these long suffering troops are putting more than anyone should have asked them to, and resist as long as anyone thought they could, and it's only going to cost him his personal reputation, his career, the embarrassment and tarring and feathering of his descendants, the destroying of his family name, he comes from a military family, and, oh yeah, the destruction for all history of his reputation going to be into that American military history history book that every general wants to make into, but it's going to be on the page of Biggest Losers. And he's trying to confine the damage to his shoulders alone. Like I said, maybe I don't have a whole system. He seems pretty heroic. The very opposite of someone like MacArthur, who simply seems unable to take responsibility for failure, or even admit that there might be failure. General Wainwright on the island of Corregidor gets the news about surrendering. Doesn't quite see it that way. He's bone tired himself, by the way, that there's a momentary freak out. You can't do that. Take things back and all that, but the words it's a done deal. And Wainwright's going to get a chance to walk a mile in general. Taking moccasins anyway, because within a month he's going to have to do the very same thing on Corregidor. He's going to have to surrender his 10,000 men with rules of the him. The Japanese will have bombed the island for like 27, 28 straight days, destroyed all the artillery pieces on the island, shattered everything that's on ground. And Wainwright's staff and the troops are living in the underground tunnel, so they finally come up and there's a photo I recall from the Japanese pulling the guns that you can see with the staff, which if I recall from Corregidor with their hands up. And I was always taught to look at the faces of the pictures they're experiencing the most intense moment of their lives right there. And many of them probably figured they did not have long left to live. The general scuttlebutt amongst the American troops, the primary sources, was that the Japanese didn't take prisoners. You know, we know from our story here, well, sometimes they did, and sometimes they didn't, but these people don't know which side of the conflict they're going to be on. And I have no clue at all whether they had heard any news about what had happened to their compatriots who had surrendered the month before on the tab, but if they had heard anything, it would have filled them with dread. Everything 78 to 80,000 people surrendered at the time, only about 54,000 ever made it to the final destination. The final destination is about 60 to 70 miles away. These people mostly had to do that trek on foot. We know the condition they were in when they surrendered. One of the downsides to fighting a very end of your strength is that when you surrender, you're vastly paid in the hands of your captors, and once your captors make you march 60 to 70 miles at 95 degrees with 90% humidity, you're going to have a death march if there's nothing else involved at all. But there's other things involved too. Same as there's no other way to put it. I have a whole bunch of first-hand accounts from people from the death march. I've actually met one once who couldn't even say the word POW or captive. He used the term guest of the emperor, and he said I was the guest of the emperor. But when I looked at these accounts, it was interesting. It was actually telling. All the accounts were about individual Japanese soldiers that were just sadistic or torturous, or a better word for some of them might be more triumphant. We have an idea that troops should behave in a sort of a chivalrous fashion towards enemy troops that they capture. But that's not the norm throughout history. I mean, there's been talking about how the treatment of captives and POWs developed in Europe over several centuries based on a sort of golden rule kind of idea. You treat our captives good and you treat your captives well, right? So it was intended for your own benefit in a way, but that wasn't the shared history everywhere. The Japanese did not sign all the same agreements on prisoner treatment, and they pointed this out sometimes. There's also some cultural questions, obviously, on Japanese thoughts on captives and honor and all that sort of stuff. But if you're trying to pin this on the same sort of thing you might see on the Western struggle, maybe over the East, where the Germans have a homicidal program to wipe out various people, it's not the same. You don't have orders from the highest up saying massacre all these people, commit all these atrocities. You have something more akin to the sort of thing that armies have done to defeat enemies forever, just acting like triumphant jerks. I mean, you see videos sometimes with films from surrenders of troops in the 1970s, 1980s, in some countries where you'll see the victors running up to the line of paraded captives and do throat slashing gestures and throw things at them, or take them on a line and steal stuff and beat them, and all the time looking for any excuse to shoot anybody. Well, that seems to be the norm. But to us now, even in the mid-1940s, it was barbaric. When General King surrendered to his counterpart, he said, now you're going to treat my men well, and the counterpart said, we're not barbarians. We're by the standards of the British and the Americans. We might be. If you look at the number of people who died in Japanese captivity compared to the number of people who died in German and Italian captivity, there's a huge difference. Lord Russell of Liverpool was looking at the stats compiled at the Company War Crimes Trials and came up with a doozy. And it's obviously what these people so for China, the troop change numbers immensely fast. He said a British or American soldier who fell into captivity by the Germans or the Italians had a 4% chance of dying while in captivity. A British or American soldier who fell into Japanese hands had a 27% chance of dying. It's not close. The gentle thing you could probably say is the Japanese had a much lower level of priority during the attention of resources towards POWs than the other major powers did. The truth is that guys like General Yamashita, who led the Singapore campaign, and General Homa, who led the Philippines campaign, will both be executed by the Allies after the war for war crimes. And probably neither one of them deserves that. If you examine closely, both of those generals, and Homa had it set up. The hospital stopped, the got stopped, the food, but only for about 24 or 25 hours. What do you think? They had the same problems with the exposure moment and the acid test of combat. They win, but they plan for 25,000 prisoners right now. That's 78,000. That's 50 chaos. Right? It's not your highest priority anyway. And if you have quite a few people among you that are happy to behave in the same way, and Egyptian troops would capture the Hittite, march through their capital, let the people for figurative war crimes. The stories are all heartbreaking, but they're all like the troops who have not had for days, and Japanese people, but they show the goals. They come by on their trucks and they smack the line of prisoners in the head with their rifle butts. They would wait for any chance to take them out of line and beat them or kill them, asking for water to get killed. There's one story, and I'm surprised to run into that involves General King herself, who just surrendered here. He gets to go on the death march too, and he doesn't get to stare at this is the one remembrance I'll do for him, because it just shows you that this was about a bunch of captive soldiers that were totally in the powers of their captors, and their captors played with them sometimes. This quote from each of the jurors was, under the life of his son, memories of a Japanese prisoner of war, and the survivor he quotes as this. Mile after mile, the looting and the beatings continued. They cared not who they struck. High-ranking officers were no exception. I watched one Japanese private attack Major General King. The soldier was so short, he had to jump to strike the general in the face with his fist. He did it time and time again, and the general just stood there. The guards with pointed rifles waited for us to do something. Finally, the private gave up his disgust and walked away. One is critical to the Japanese institutions in the States, and his judgment and these sorts of things, right? Not being intentional. But once again, even if you have the mistakes that happen over and over again, become more criminally negligent homicide. Lord Russell of Liverpool, in the night that Bushido wrote this about the Japanese NBC's quote. From the beginning of the Pacific War, the generally accepted regulations concerning the custody of prisoners of war and civilian internees were flagrantly disregarded. Prisoners of war were murdered by shooting, decapitation, drowning, and other methods. They died during death marches on which prisoners of war who were sick and quite unfit for any form of exertion were forced to march for long distances in conditions which even fit troops could not have been expected to stand. Many of those who fell out of the column were shot or bayoneted to death by the escort. Even these atrocities, back to back, if you want to pick up the weapon yourself, risk the cause of righteousness against these kinds of things. Imagine what most of the money people actually doing there. At the same time, the brothers to some of these historians, which are the sharp and the story, and use them to reflect back on the entire situation, these sorts of atrocities, when it comes to stories, even without the propaganda, can put you in a bit of a trance, right? Instead, cloud your vision, worrying not for these larger issues that human beings have always fought over: resources, ideology, power politics, whatever it might be. People probably aren't even in this situation. They probably have no reason to they're likely to be friends with some of these stories. One was, I forgot where I read it, but it talked about a Japanese soldier who jumped off of his tent after noticing one of his captives during the Senate death march was a classmate in college in the United States who embraced him. On Tony, like the son tells the story of man, I don't know, the American captive people having stuff stripped from them, including a ring by a Japanese soldier. And the Japanese officer walked by, noticed that the ring was a Notre Dame class ring, strikes the soldier who took it, who needed it in the face, gives the ring back and said, "What year did you graduate?" And the guy said, 1935. And the Japanese soldier says, told him with a faraway look in his eyes, said, "I graduated from Southern California in 35. So why would we go to each other again? Unfortunately for all of you, there's a massive amount of karma yet the Japanese military is acquiring, so they have to be paid off at some point. An enormous amount of hate. And the fashionable these days to castigate the Allied population in the latter part of the Second World War was so willing to inflict such crushing damage to the civilian populations of the Axis powers. Those Allied populations had hardened hearts by that point in the war. It's important to remember what happened in 1941 and 1942 to help harden those hearts in the first place. Describe this part of the war as a roller coaster disaster. So far, the Japanese have been trending upwards, but what goes up must come down. The worm will turn, and all these karmic debts will be paid in full. Over the last year or so, my work life seems to best resemble an evil Knievel motorcycle jump. Now, I don't mean one of those jumps where evil makes it to the other side and everybody's happy and celebrating evil afterwards. I mean one of those jumps where evil was convinced he's going to be able to pull this off. No problem. All those buses, sure, I visualized the good time. And then evil goes flying off that ramp at 100 miles per hour. He hits the air, he's about halfway over these buses, and you think to yourself, this guy's going to make it, he's going to pull it off. About 2/3 of the way over those buses, and you can see the momentum start to lag a little bit. You go, uh-oh. A little bit farther, and your brain doing your mental calculations, and you think, he's not going to make it. Sure enough, before the other ramp, boom, onto the buses, rolls about 20 times, breaks every bone in his body. Metaphorically speaking, that's what the last year feels like for me. And I have to say, metaphorically speaking, because the last year, I'm not really sensitive, but it was one of those career days where I feel like I named the job of the president, and then twisting the knife of the whole thing. Because I didn't get out more podcasts because of it. I got less podcasts out, but I have an excuse, and I hope it helps at least mollify your feelings towards me. It used to involve this whole idea of thinking that people all over the place thinking we're doing wrong, but I have a problem. Even with outside opportunity has always been a problem for people who have lived labor-intensive podcasts. So I'm not alone in that. There's not a lot of slack in most of those people's schedules, but sometimes the opportunities are simply to pass up. So if you think to yourself, like evil people, if you can jump those 20 buses, and you end up breaking every metaphorical bone about it. So the shows have been few and far between. We're going to try to change that 2020 back on the podcast force and make that the last time. The excuse that I have hopefully mollifies all the feelings you may have about this a little bit, and that is if you have something to show for the time that was not spoken on the podcast enough. I have a book available if you want. People have been asking for a long time. They've been asking for any kind of text format for hardcore history. They want transcripts, and I'm just saying, they want transcripts because they get received transcripts. I see them, you don't want them. The reaction I have when I read the transcript is, holy cow, they're really talking like that. So any text form, any translation to a foreign language, all of this stuff's going to have to be done in some sort of quick form, and I have a book for you. It's called The End Is Always Near, Apocalyptic Moments from the Bronze Age Collapse to Nuclear Nemesis. I wrote this over the last year and a half. It involves a lot of the same research DNA that we use for the podcast. It's part of what made that possible, right? Not having to go and start from scratch, although to be honest, in some of these stories, the information has changed so much as we do shows on them. It was back in the days when we did really short shows sometimes. So we have a chapter on the Bronze Age collapse, for example, and we did a show called Darkness Buries the Bronze Age years ago. There's no resemblance. So much changed. But if you heard all of our podcasts, some of the DNA and research material and narrative will be familiar. If you tie it in to this subject matter that I kind of vaguely knew I was interested in, but the editors forced me to sort of confront in the same way that I could sit there and go, sure, I got torture books on my bookshelf, but that's a really good thing. The editors said, why don't you sit down and assemble all your shows on the floor? And look at them and find out if you can see the connecting threads, right? So the DNA that ties all of the subject stuff we know and love, it's saturated with it, and civilization is being knocked back to an earlier level of technology, through tough times and tough people, all the stuff that we sort of revel in. And somebody told me once when I was starting to look into good advice, said in this book you have an argument, that you lay out like a hypothesis, and then you should argue with it, and at the end you should come up with a conclusion, make your point, stand by it. And I thought, oh man, I don't know how well. Because that would be so boring to people who just an art and history show, because, well, as a journalist, I'm more of a questions kind of person, and as a fan of history, I'm not going to be your answer kind of person. This book focuses on all those questions that I love, and the questions that people have been examining in the sense. Ancient Greek philosophers are way before, so they're important questions, but they're not necessarily answerable ones. I mean, can mankind handle the power of their weapon system? That is, those are important and unanswerable questions, but it doesn't mean examining any less valuable because you have to come up with an obvious answer, right? So the book is that kind of stuff. For those who want to know if you did the audio version of it, I recorded it, and I was interested in hearing from those of you who hear it, if you notice any difference between this and the normal podcast, because the normal podcasts are totally unscripted. When I voice the audiobook, you have to do word perfect, so it's essentially very scripted. I'm curious to find out which version you prefer, or if you can notice a difference. The book is available at the end of October. You can pre-order now. As I said, and as always, apocalyptic moments from the Bronze Age collapse to nuclear missiles. Now the other project, just leaving Austin, I think it just wrapped up. It was the first official team that showed up at the Tribeca Film Festival in California. And just went to Austin. I don't know what's going next, but check warremains.com for more info. It's our World War I versus memory. I like to call it 50 years of hell. It's the World War I virtual reality destination experience where we go there and the whole environment is controlled by us, including the big force, because Skywalker sound put together, all those kind of things. I call it 15 minutes in hell because they wouldn't let me call it 3.5 hours in hell. First of all, it costs as much as a Star Wars movie or something like that. The second thing is that we get full-grown men tapping out sometimes at 12 minutes, which I don't understand. Bunch of grins, but it's true. So maybe 3.5 hours in hell is not post-traumatic stress problem. Nonetheless, people went. The comments are great. I really appreciate it. Go to ViralRabbi.com if you want to stay updated on where it's happening clearly near you. Thank you for joining, folks. Thank you for your patience in figuring this out. Old Eagle is going to pull himself back out of the dust, brush himself off, get right back on that motorcycle. Jumping with me, probably with a hardcore history of an sure deal for me. Thank you, everybody. I think the only help in life is I could only help when I was in space. Earlier we compared the surprise attack at Pearl Harbor to one professional wrestler attacking another popular good guy wrestler while his back was turned before the bell rings. So the part of the story so far has been where the surprise attack was kicking the popular wrestler senseless. At some point you know that script, the popular good guy will regain their wits, stand up, and begin to issue payback. I've seen this happen in real boxing matches before, where one fighter will come out and pummel the other one mercilessly until the losing fighter will land one of those blows that could change the complexion of the rest of the fight. It stuns the opponent and stays with them. They never quite are the same afterwards, and it turns the entire table of the momentum and everything. That's what's going to happen to the Japanese after such a disastrous day at sea in 1942. All that and more in part 4. Supernova Eve. They had the choice of turning around and firing an engine to go back or keep going to the road. There's really gravity that points up from that. And that's a pretty good way to go. It go to space, that was launched. That is also the part of our solar system. It was launched out, of course, the tower towards the right direction. But then they'll do a slingshot and come back. And then do another slingshot around Earth. So you get something in the direction just with a lot of speed as you come into a planet's gravity. So they're going to get another episode to run to do it. signed up yet to become a coach insider. It's a great feeling. Hi, this is Jerry from Fairlane, Texas. Loyal listener since 1996. I like to first take this out because I can download shows to my phone and listen anywhere in Texas. From our West Coast speakers to the mountains of Big Bend. Hi, I'm Joanne from Denver. I've been a host to Coach Insider for many, many years and ever. I've been listening on every line and just been happy that I was born so far. This is for the big city. I'm a host to Coach Insider today. This is Jeff. I'm a coach insider and I love this show. I'm the listener of the show from the night before and very proud of the show on our time. All of the guests are very informative and different opportunities. Sign up and become a coach insider today. Give it what you do. Number one to sign up to go to our website, coachoftheday.com. I have the top of the homepage of Coach Insider. Click that. And I'll be in the app. The other one is to download the free app from the App Store. The Coach app. Once the app is downloaded to your phone, you can get full files for subscriptions and sign that way. It's free. You sign up to the other app. If you're in Canada now, you can become a Coach Insider as well. And get the benefits of that. We're talking to you if you want. You're looking for support. Really, contact number call. First is just it's true secret. This was back in Florida. This product creator to explain how this every day for work is this focus on eating less calories. What a lot of people don't realize is one of the most important things to put a good plan market for the people who are first go to the river, they're going to go to the food for good, and now they're going to go into the fat. Into the influence of the body's food, what you get food. So the body has a mechanism that it actually shuts down the energy of the fat. So you have to be able to control that. Influence anywhere is going to be very difficult, almost impossible to go to the fat. So that's the cover about you have the absolute weight and your jaw. The concept of it is control this that makes part of it for it also has an exact dietary control for insulin levels. So by using these drugs to follow this out, it's putting the body into the fat burning mode. So that's what's happening. That's what's happening. Somewhere with people have going against their full body temperature is less than the people after I go away. That is the metabolism. So just in summary, it's created the weight habit drop. They actually call it insulin, also tends to liver, and then the weight habit calculates to reduce that metabolism. It's not uncommon for somebody to lose a half a pound to a pound a day. So it really is a perfect tool with that loss. A lot of people work at this time. Counting that order now at healthylooking.com or by phone at 800-595-7493. Visit your promo code STORE. That's healthylooking.com or 800-595-7493. Or your voice message from healthylooking.com. The holiday season is now in full swing, and so is the holiday scamming. So we're excited to now working overtime to steal our information and our money. So be on the lookout for scams that are called gift cards, wire transfers, cryptocurrency. Look for the website for this. And email us to interact with our LinkedIn. It is so important to understand that cybercrime and identity theft affect our lives and personal information gets exposed so often. If it is easy for a cyber criminal to use your identity. Protecting your identity is the mission of LifeLock. It's LifeLock protecting the location for personal identity threats. If you're not spot on your phone, like the only thing about your name, flash committed by breaches of the computer. You may become a victim of identity theft. Or if you're a safe restoration specialist will work with this. It is easy to help protect yourself with LifeLock. So join now and save up to 25% off your first year. This almost ain't yours. Call 1-800-LifeLock. Head on over to lifelock.com. Use promo code George for 25% off. Yes, people. Yes, I appreciate it. I go over my army 3 weeks after I was on the carnivore. I noticed I'm looking at my arms and I said, gee, I don't have any bruises on my arms, but I'm always full of bruises. I can't put my finger on it, but I know something's happening. I have to tell you that has to do with carnivore. I got my glass the door. It's hardly working for my boss. I will tell you what's been there. This is working here. And I didn't know what I said. And I said, no, I'm 50 to the biggest. So I started administering. Just go right away. Yeah, very alert. The protocol, anything like here's how I drive my walk. Like this. Well,
Call 866-836-8725. That's 866-836-8725. Or visit carnivore.com. That's CARNIVOR.com.
and welcome back to Coast to Coast. Let's go back to Mike. Our final segment. Mike, you do a lot of news, don't you? You fair enough, yep. I like doing it. Still doing YouTube work? Yeah, I had a podcast I was doing with a buddy of mine. I do some other shows for them go off. I do some other YouTube videos for water magazine and a bunch of stuff and other things that come up. It's the final call. What's for the watching hour? Is that who will watch it? It's for an hour. Oh, George, Mike, I know. I have a question for Mike. I was wondering what your feeling what Joey Story coming to that water. Well, I don't doubt what he says. He's a very credible guy. That's what he says. That's what he says. I wouldn't doubt him. I think that he is motivated and he has a really good thing. Just a couple times they're still trying to work out so it'll perform the way they want to. But so far the stuff is done pretty well. So I don't doubt him. I think there's a very good chance he'll be able to with his team, but the space that they'll be able to launch a rocket this Mars. I think that's eventually where we're going to be exploring next step of the moon. We have to, I think we have the first years to learn about the moon and explore the moon and then everything on Mars after that. So yeah, I don't know what he says. I think I wouldn't be surprised if they're able to pull it off over there at spaceship. Why did you go to the launch kind of far after for you? They did have the company stuff pretty darn fast. Yeah, they did. One of my, a couple of my good friends went over to spaceship. A lot of them are there still. And same for Blue Origin. The guys finished off with like 30 courses over there. So, yeah, a lot of these companies, private companies, were able to get off and running with some payment aspect for you. There's a bunch of Outcomes and other companies, private economics, and they had a bunch of people I used to work with over there working as well. So, yeah, there's a lot of forward assets for you that private companies. You have the right people and the right money, and you can continue to there's way to. I mean, a tax truck driving into Mexico, hey, Ted, go ahead. Hey, this is good job. Good job that you went to get the state that else is down for 30 years. It's the quality asset that gets it up. It's a lot of it's uplifting. Like a ton media, they're a billion miles away. I just wanted to outline that comment. There is that outcome. It's about 50% over and after the certified with the pilot license. So I think response like this, that's pretty high, right? Yeah. Yeah, that's pretty good. No, I like movies. The movies kind of shows the journey of them over to the restaurant office. So I was born here in 1996. Jose was in the class of 2004. So he came in 8 years after I did. Yeah, I got to know him pretty well. Really smart guy, really hard worker. The really good story. The movie, I thought the movie was really nice. It was a good uplifting movie to start with. Yeah, I think the little scenes in there about him and his wife at the restaurant, for example, that he wanted to. I don't want to give away the whole movie because you've already seen it, but I remember going to that restaurant. They started a restaurant in Houston, I love it. My wife, she has a couple of my friends who with us. We went to check it out, and they came over to take care of us. And he said, "The best thing I've ever seen was 3.5 times." his wife's dream was to have a restaurant, and he had a good, a few kids on with 4 kids, and so they were working in the restaurant and sit there and they learned how to work there, and it was good for them. So he was a migrant worker from Mexico. It was this group that his first showing movie anyway, that he's a migrant worker who took food in California, and his family decided to stay and they would go to school there, get an education, bring an engineer, and eventually turn their heads down. And it shows how his struggle to do that. He tried to get noticed. And after he got a dance degree, so he did a good job with the Monster Memorial Lab, and he ran a marathon and got a pilot's license and did all these things, and eventually was able to get selected. So he's a really good guy, a hardworking guy with a good family, and I'm really happy that that movie is. I don't know if it's how it's the box office because there was an Amazon movie, but I don't know if it came out well. But the Austin was actually that was a great movie. Yeah, I don't know if it was good. Yeah, that was like that was. Yeah, that was a pretty amazing movie as well. But definitely, all days to really is based on a true story. Yeah. Mars, we haven't gotten Mars yet, but that was a good movie too. I agree. Mars is wonderful. Take it away, Mars. Thank you very much for appreciate it. It's an honor to talk to Mr. Number one, I was going to ask you about the late John Young. So if you're genuine with him, still follow him, if you can follow with him, if you ever met him, and if you have any recollections of him. And then the other question is, could you describe what it's like to lift off of the rocket? Sure. Yeah, John Young I got to know really well. He mentioned he was Big Gemini, I think he was Gemini 1, and he went to the moon twice on Apollo 10. I was a little advised down close to the surface, but they were actually looking for land. They were setting it up for Apollo 11 when they landed on Apollo 16. He walked on the moon. He was the first commander of the space shuttle, and he landed the space shuttle one more time before he stopped flying. But we mainly do astronaut office after doing all that. And he was still an active astronaut when I arrived. So when I arrived in 1986, he was in his late 60s, but still was flying in the front seat. There was that many aircraft. There was the pilot in front and the co-pilot in the back. And I was basically the co-pilot when they were flying. But he was still a front seat pilot. And first time I met him was when I joined the team. Actually, before that, I was working at the Johnson Space Center and then the briefly worked. And then when I was leaving to become an astronaut for the first time, he was the head of the selection board. So he was sitting at the front of the table, kind of overseeing all the questions and so on. And then I got to know him the other night, and he did that again the next time when I was successful getting in the office, and once I got in. I remember I was going up to him saying, John, if you were looking to have someone fly in the back seat, I'd love to fly with you. And if you could, you bet. And through the bird, and about a week later, he asked me to go down to the Kennedy Space Center with him and check out the hardware down there at the station. I was first great. I love hearing the story. We got to fly the main scientist in 38 and got to know him pretty well. And he really was a great guy to have around. He had so much knowledge. And he stayed in the office and went to our meetings and tried to help us wherever he could. And true hero. So, yeah. Well, what would you like to do? Both as walking to the boy, that was part two. Kind of like first, but it's a little nerve-wracking, but you train really well to do this. And even the first time that someone hears like this, you feel like you've done it before. And it almost seems normal. Once you get inside the space, it almost seems normal. And once you get going, it's anything but normal. It's a lot of emotion and a lot of acceleration. It's important to clear the tower. As soon as you lift off, you're going 100 miles an hour. So the acceleration zero is 17,500 miles an hour. It's going to take that there. And the forces start to build up. Towards the end of that period, you get 3 Gs for the last 4 the time your body weight, you have to force the gravity and getting you in the chest because the line down. So whatever you weigh multiplied by 3, that's what you feel in your chest. And then at the end of it, you have to just tension cut. So it's all quiet and peaceful. And all this, your arms just float up. And things just, you're still strapped in, but your arms just float up. And you made it to space. But it's quite a ride. I also had to say, how the word was my mind, and I was going on with the power of speed. And I remember thinking, if Japanese people could build something like this, and I never had to build something so powerful. You can feel the power, and you feel you're breaking the gravity of Earth, just the way you want to go. And I had a sense, maybe about 2 minutes later, I'll beat it, leaving home. So I was like, boy, I'm really leaving home this time. And I've been on Christmas vacation, of course, before, but this was just a bit different. I really had to trip out with the culture. But it's one that not a big world it was. Let's go to Mike in Denver, Colorado. Hey, Mike, how are you doing that?
George, thank you for taking my call. And Mike, I have to tell you, you are a star. I just wanted to tell you thank you so much for the incredible work you've done. And it is very exciting to me as a younger person, myself personally. So I want to say thank you. And my question, I wanted to ask you about John Glenn, who, as you well know, is the person who Lord of the Earth, right around the time you were born, actually. It's really interesting to talk about the isolation component of space and what it was like being in that extremely small capsule, orbiting the Earth. If you talk about, did you feel an isolation component in space?
Thanks for the kind words and for the question. And John Glenn was quite a guy. He got to fly on the space shuttle. It was quite the service. This was in 1998. I was a fairly new astronaut. Before that, he started going to the Space Center and down to Johnson Space Center and the training, so I got to meet him and his wife Annie and Casey as well. And France did nothing. I was asked to be his family escort for the launch, so that was for his launch into space and the landing. Kind of checking on his family during the time he was in space. So I got to know them all very well. I was a true American hero. Um, just a side story about me. When my first book came out 7 years ago, my editor was talking about doing some endorsements for the book, and he said, well, if you get an astronaut, you can write a little part for it, that'd be great. And I always wanted to John Glenn would be great. So I reached out to John Glenn, and he remembered me, and he agreed to give me an endorsement and send the book to me. My contact a couple months went by, and now this is getting to be in the summer of 2016, and John, if I remember correctly, he ended up passing. He died in the winter of 25th December of 2016, if I remember correctly. And so he's getting older. But at that point, I didn't know how he was doing. And I really, fine as far as I knew. But I wasn't hearing back from him right away on the book. And so I contacted his secretary and said, my name is Kathy. Kathy, I haven't heard back from John. I know he's busy, so it's fine. Maybe you can't do it anymore, but that's fine. I know he's busy. And she said, no, he called me the senator, because he was a senator, and I said, well, my senator wants to do this for you, but it was eyesight, I was trying to find someone to read the book. I said, Kathy, please don't, that's it, forget it, he's not doing well, it's okay, and he did it. He found someone to read him the book, because he had said he would do that for me, and he gave me a wonderful endorsement for the book. That's the kind of guy he was, and he didn't have to do that, and he did it. He's a true American hero, a great, great person. I was very fortunate to form him and his family. And then the question with the isolation, it was a big difference for John and the other Mercury astronauts because they went to space by themselves. So that was it. After that, we never sent people into space alone. So you felt isolated from the planet, away from home and with your family. You had your support team to still contact, and you had your crewmates around you. So I never really felt alone. I felt always had people around me, my teammates, and I was good. But it's a really important point. A human isolated isn't good. It's not good for you mentally, it doesn't make you feel good, it's also not good for the victim. So we have done our best, and we have done, I think, a pretty good job over the years as we're sending people to space for longer periods of time to try to maintain contact with their families back on Earth. So, for example, now you can get calls from the International Space Station, you can get calls from up there. You can also talk with your family, you can keep up with what your kids are up to, watching their hockey games on your little so, and the internet now is just pretty much up there. What do you have the internet? And 50 years ago, it started having a slower internet, and now it's pretty much up to speed. People that email back and forth and send stuff along and photos and whatever else. And that contact is really important. Being isolated is not good. Even if you're a person that may not consider yourself to be a extrovert, we still need each other. And when you start feeling alone, that's not good. It's not good for your mental health. It's not good for anything. It's not good for the victim. So we try to remember to have people know that there's always support for them when they're in space. But that's just like why they want to interrupt my friends like we're out of time. And then the voice shot, we get up to the mic, not to get up.
their most popular special of the year is going on right now through December 22nd. For every $5,000 you spend with First Gold, they'll send you a 1-ounce silver eagle coin for free. If that's sold to 98.90, depends on eligibility right now. You can purchase gold and silver and have it shipped directly to your home, or have First Gold Second Level Special with Public Convert. The existing IRA or 401k to affect Celtic IRA and gold, with no money out of your pocket. They'll send you free silver for every $5,000 you do. For yourself, give it away as a conference call. The text the word keyword code to 989898 depends on eligibility. This was Brady with a dedicated hero shot with my happy customers. Alex and best friend provides stamped gold from their soul. That's code to 989898. Send your eligibility for free silver and qualifying purchases before December. March on like every weekly holiday season. Shop now and save big with our biggest sales of the year coming at OneSucker.com or any of the leading OneSucker stores. OneSucker shirts designed to be worn on top so you can look as sharp and feel comfortable. They're welcome on rack, one of our iconic button-down, super soft flannels and cozy sweaters. Get them while they last during our biggest sale of the year. Shop OneSucker's biggest sale of the year happening now at OneSucker.com or any of our over 80 stores. And also that's the coast to coast. Yours more likely for more than 20 years. So it's there, it's free, it's worth for thousands of people around the world, helping them achieve greater peace and happiness in their lives. A renowned passport with residents in one of the world's leading authorities on energy, healing, and mind-body medicine. These are award-winning books that get translated into multiple languages around the planet. Really believe that we all have the power to rewind our truth, to live the life of our dreams. The latest focus is on some of the most watched women on the world with respect to this honor of recognition of our book. Shelley, welcome back. Oh, it's good to be with you. Thank you for having me on the show. You too. How have you been? I'm very good. How are you? All is good. Getting ready for Christmas? Yeah. It was that time of the year now. It's hard to believe it anywhere. That's not bad. It's just like Christmas is that year. It has. It's hard to believe. The blink of an eye. But I just want to tell you what this gift is obviously. You got it? Got the Florence with a nice company around the world. We're looking for babies from all over the world, right? That's it. I just tried. It was quite a project. I was the longest book that I've ever done. 6 years that I was this is very surreal feeling to have this kind of happen because this book is getting ready to come out. After a lot of work and a lot of support from people such as yourself, I'm so grateful. To you and to everybody who supported this work and helped it happen. And you do a great job. And how did you find it? Yeah, it came about really because of the pandemic. This is one of the components of how to tell world as a result of the 2020 lockdown. My mention was out there. Every single one of us here and tell a story about the things that you thought you were going to be doing in 2020 that didn't happen. And so I have this, I just think you just some honesty going with this approach based on the life streams of the world that is like the biggest country where I describe healing modalities, which based on one of the greatest great cases did about ancient Egypt. Because the book came out in June of 2019 and it's not 2020 yet, it's been going on a century. the grandkids in class because that never happened. And so I had a bunch of specifically had to contact the program, and they reached out to me. And I'm sure everybody will never forget the time in our lives. You know, the folks said, oh, we're going to need you. We'll be a couple of weeks, don't worry. You know, it's going to be fine. And then once that started dragging out, the students ended up reaching out to me, and I taught that class online. And then when we realized we weren't going to be going anywhere, we kind of said, hey, you know, learn some more things. And so what else do you want to learn? So there were several books that came out of this. So one of them was Johnny Trivia Cost Effective, which we talked about earlier on before that came to 2023. Book of the Year, the one that we had to thank you at stop. It's got all of them that we've been doing that I've developed over the course of 20 years. And it was really inspired by this group of students who went to every single weekend for a couple of years during the pandemic. They wanted to learn about the records, and then on and off to the assistant editing. So we started talking about different recipients that were mentioned and the places we were going on for. And I thought about doing just a short one about a handful of the communities and a few stories. Oh my God, it's you can go on to and so just kind of evolved that into this book. So, you know, the replicate years of working on it, it's just very good to have it done, and I certainly hope it's fun for it.
Who are or what are the guys?
These are the years, I mean, of course, we have guys as well, but in this book, we're really focusing on the feminine deities who were worshipped by ancient people in the earliest times of civilization in Taiwan and in the city of Solomon and Christian. So there's a real awakening now of people becoming more and more interested in learning about meditation. And while we do have the internet, we do have a lot of information out on the planet now that we can get our hands on. Finding a really good, accurate information about this definitely took quite a bit of work to come together where I feel very confident that this material people are going to find here is research, the accurate, and helpful for us to explore this.
What do you say to a guy who says to us, I'm a macho guy, what do I want to know about God at this point?
Well, I mean, you know, I think there's a whole school of thought that we try to want to historical society and all we're turning back to kind of the earlier belief system. And so, you know, there could be a mythology there, but it is, you know, some guys may be interested in it, some guys may not. I think there's several different ways to explore this information, not only through the deities themselves, but through the belief systems of the different world cultures and world religions that we can look at. I think that's fascinating for men and women. So, but it depends, you know, I don't know how popular they are or, you know, whatever people think about it. I think there'll be something interesting there for everybody.
You mentioned a lot about apps like this. Tell me how that's working.
Well, I started, you know, I was interested in like why everybody could be interested in gratitude. And when I would ask my students that question, they really couldn't give me a very good answer. So I started just saying, there's got to be something to do with why we're interested in this. And of course, the way my brain works, I have to assume that somehow we are attracted to different communities because we're attracted to religion and we're attracted to it, and I, because it's something to this day has been influenced by in past lives. And so I do believe that we can explore and learn about them, go through different experts or religions and understand that this place does to find out memories of past lives and who we are to register to know that we're in the past.
That's like very, very interesting. And we all want to have some.
I believe that most people have, occasionally I run into people who really believe that they have it, and I think everything is possible, but I do think that most people have had past lives, absolutely.
Now, how does God do I could have that thought?
Well, since, you know, in the case of your speech, for example, what I was finding, like a couple of years ago, I had another book called Flash from the Past. also to be taking pictures and then it turns out to be done with the satellite. And so when I was doing some help, asking this why are you doing this strategy? And really not going to get straight answer. Well, I started realizing that when we started talking about the community, and then we would do regression, having studied different strategies and different communities or different places around the world, when people would go then on a past regression, they would have a more vivid memory of their past lives and where they live. They would be able to describe in greater detail the details about their past lives when they could engage with different ideas or even in my other position where I'm talking about different places that people live in the past life. The more tuned in they can get to that memory of the regression, and the more information they would have. And so it turned into just a better experience overall.
So how do we use that past life to enhance our current life?
That's a really good question. I really believe that a lot of the people who come to humility is people read the books and they want to go on past life regression. Normally you don't see that kind of information when everything is look wonderful because when things work great, we're having a good time. We're not working within the changes and so a lot of times people are getting to the answers. Maybe there's something troubling in their current situation or maybe different things that just take over themselves even that it's sounds confusing. And so then the time like progressing it can be a way to get out of current problems and current situations and go back into the past where some of the perspectives if it's got a everybody or especially I just think people are thinking we're leaving this world, we're going with the intention of solving this problem that we have in our current life. And let's maybe go back to the first level. And you go there and you see yourself now in this other world through this understanding. And so usually if I say, hey, well, this is great, where are you at now? Underneath it, okay, it's great, what are you doing there? Let me know what they were doing there. How do those things that you're doing in the past, how do they apply to what is going on in our life? And everybody, for the most part, has a story that they can tell themselves about, oh, wow, you just got to do this, this, and this, and I'm doing the same thing now. Or you just started doing something, and now I need to be doing something else. So if the behavior or the thing you were doing is good, then you want to learn how to get more out of it. But if it's something that needs to be changed, then it's a good for different perspectives. You go at problems from a different perspective. So you can bring that information or that story that you're telling yourself back into the present life and use that for something that constructive changes to something what you actually want rather than whatever has shown up for you.
So how do you define God as forgiveness as we talked about as well?
It's that divine feminine energy, this idea of the dual universe, this yin yang, this masculine feminine energy. So when we're talking about the God of this, we're specifically talking about it's all of creation is one whole, certain aspects of creation manifest themselves one emotionally way versus the feminine way. The God of feminine is really exploring the feminine way. The lunar, that Saturday connected to the moon and this joyousness and the gather, masculine part that comes to solar, sun energy, and the God of energy, the moon, and the receptive energy. And so it's just really particularly where there's a lot of focus on the masculine energy, but there really needs to be a balance really between both of these energies, the masculine and the feminine. So this is just first into awareness of some of the different ways that the feminine energy is manifested itself through the ages.
If we tap into this energy, what does that mean for us?
Again, it's really a balancing. It's not to say we don't want, in my opinion, it's not to say we don't want masculine energy. We just want to bring more balance to the world. We can use this masculine and feminine energy, and I think it's supportive enough to a balance to the energy when we connect with that feminine energy.
We've got a process called meteorological in regret. What is that?
Yeah, so this is another one of the areas that I was warning about and discovered several years ago when I think back in the early 2000s. I was working with clients in the private sector who were coming to me primarily for tax repossession. But sometimes intuitively, before it could go into the afterlife, I started feeling, wait a minute, there's some feeling in my present life that was bad that before we could begin traveling into some previous existence. And so I created a process that I call physiological regression, where I took people up to this one relaxation, they walk through a doorway, and you go into this sacred space, and in this sacred space, I realized that people needed a lot of knowing with their family, their current life family. So I would have their mother and father, not who they necessarily were in life, with the higher self of mother and father walk through the door. And so by higher self, I'm talking about like not the physical person who may have had behaviors that may have really been horrible in the current life, but the soul essence of the person. So let's have them walk through the door. And I think that mom and dad higher stuff. And in some cases, people may have been adopted or something, so maybe they've never even met this person. You can still connect with that soul energy. And so from that space, particularly in the area of forgiveness, I would have to say, okay, mom and dad, thank you for being here in this space. Let's go ahead and do some healing. So a lot of times it involves engaging in conversations with their parents, that maybe never really got to discuss in their life, to be forgiven. And then at some point I said, okay, well, let's ask mom and dad, how did that? You didn't explore the family tree. Let's say mom said, yes, I do. Okay, good. So what we would do then is we would have them work out with the higher self of their mother and a helpful guide. And instead of pouring that over things that are going to go into their own past-life memories, so this case is a travel down the ancestral line of all the ancestors in the case from our example that I'm giving here. On mom's side of the family, and then of course we do the dad's side of the family, so that we would just do music again, the interrogation, the evaluation of our talent. If you were all feeling together with this interrogation that we all have the ability to tap into. So we would have to float out over this space, and we're going to learn that at a moment in the past, in an event of something that happened to one of our ancestors where, again, as I mentioned before, normally people are not having this kind of work when everything is going wonderfully, and this one and all of our ancestors were normally this isn't going to be pleasant. This is going to be like someone's died or on a battlefield or something sick or something normal. This will be just but let's say we float out over another ancestor line and we land or we hover over events and let's say we see a battle there. And so I would have to say, okay, great. So obviously that is going to feel good. But let's imagine that we can send some love and light and healing to these very horrible events that happened, let's say, thousands of years ago or hundreds of years ago or whatever it was. And so we would call the energy into those spaces, and then I would have them wait for a period of time. And so it is let you know when it feels better. Feeling better doesn't mean stepping for joy and doing a cartwheel. That feels better might be that there's this physical tension that you can feel when we're hovering over the battlefield, for example. And so when you send light to it, could it feel a little bit better? Could it light it even a millimeter or two? And so once they start feeling that things are feeling better, then I would have them notice that as we felt that we could bring that healing energy not only to the ancestors, for example, who participated in that battle, but we can use that in our rhythm of extend that love light to all of the ancestors who lived between that battle time and the modern time. So we would pour over them, send them out of light to these ancestors. And then I would have them notice, and this is what I'm doing right now. Let's say you have noticed your mother's higher self is becoming lighter and lighter and lighter, and now as a result of you, because of this woman's forgiveness, is also becoming lighter, and now we can send that new, real, lighter energy out to not only our who are here, husbands, wives, uncles, parents, whoever is here, and we can use that energy stuff and project a lighter way of seeing how we can reach the generation of our families who have yet to be born. And so it can be very, very transformational. It also is such a guided energy. The effective healing is becoming a global sensation. When I first started this practice, just because back in the early 2000s, I really didn't even tell anyone about it. It was just something that I was doing occasionally. But my published for social media, they're actually to write a book, and I the book out called TRILLIONAIRE to heal your life. And just right when it hit, I did a program on the network, and so many people really interested in that. And I've got a new book coming out next year about this as well, because culturally, again, I think it's just for the sense of culture coming from with the goddesses, there's a massive awakening and awareness to why these countries stop and thinking of what are you.
Hold on for a second, Billy. We're at the break. We'll come back in that minute. The Village Workday is now conveniently optimized for mobile devices. If you're a Village insider, you can listen to live and catch shows right on your phone. Just visit coasttocoastgaming.com on your iPhone or Android browser.
Ivory tennis ACFI profile in Israel. Hunter Biden has been indicted on 9 tax charges, according to his Senate account. The charges were filed yesterday at federal court in Los Angeles. Biden allegedly failed to pay and file taxes, filed a fraudulent form, and evaded in a test net and convicted to face a 17-year prison. Former La Habra police chief has been sentenced for bringing weapons and military tactical gear to the Capitol riot. 59-year-old Alan Hostetter will now serve 11 years in prison. Today's the second night of Hanukkah. Police have stepped up assault around Jewish community centers. The restaurant defamation has reported 300% rise in Facebook posts targeting the Jewish community since October 7th, when Hamas launched its attack on Israel. And today's National Brownie Day. Now for another from KL5, partly cloudy, highs in the 60s, right now 52 in Sacramento, 51 in Cypress, 54 for Burbank, and it's 60 in Virginia Beach. Media Local from the KL5, 24 in Israel. I'm Bruce Bennett.